I just wanted some sauce on those zingers.
All right, everybody, welcome to the show. I hope you're having an awesome day. First and foremost, a couple shameless plugs. Make sure you subscribe to this channel, Review Tech USA. I upload content on a daily basis, and I stream usually on a fairly regular basis. So make sure you sub to the channel, leave a like, leave a comment. It helps out in the algorithm. Also, too, I have an ASMR channel called Tech 25 ASMR. I have a bunch of content up there already, and I'm going to have plenty more this year. So sub to Tech 25 ASMR, sub to Review Tech USA. I'll have links to everything I mentioned below in the description and top pinned comment. So I have been warning about this ever since we've seen the AI memory price crisis, I guess you could call it, where if you want to get a kit of RAM, it's going up at least, and this is conservative, to double the price, if not 3 times the price. And I said to myself, everyone's predicting that the AI bubble is going to burst. You know, not that AI is going anywhere as a whole, but this whole insane fever pitch of obsessively building data centers, I guess obsessively is the right word, and it's just growing at this scale. They're not just going to use these AI data centers just for AI. If the bubble bursts, they have other plans for it. They want us to actually have all of our compute power as a service. They
We're
want us to
back
own
to
nothing
it.
and be miserable. Well, Jeff Bezos, during a New York Times interview, said the quiet part out loud that we already knew, and the thing that I've been warning about for a while now.
Help us with this. You just said you're very involved with it right now. What is it that you're doing at Amazon? AI.
Yeah. So I mean, there are a few things, but small. But it's 9.
I find it funny that I don't know anyone personally that is excited for AI. I don't know anyone in this nerd bubble that I am in on the internet that's excited for AI. They keep saying, "Oh, this is like social media." When everyone, it was new and everyone was curious about it and unsure what its ramifications were going to be. First off, no, social media was different. There were people that were excited for it. It was a new thing. It was a new way to communicate. It was a new way to find women, you know. But the thing is that Jeff Bezos goes how human beings always kind of catastrophize everything, and it's not as, they make things that are new seem worse than they are. Did we really do that with social media, Jeff? There's a lot of people that say, who are smarter than me, that the reason that we are in the state that we are in the United States is due to social media. How divided we are is due to social media. If anything, if we could if we could have a view into the future when social media first got onto the market and first became mainstream, I think all the fears around it were quite real. So this whole thing of, oh, people are always scared of something new. We should have been, a lot of people were excited, including me, about social media. We saw the upsides and none of the downsides. But if anything, I feel like human beings should have catastrophized that more. So you saying, calm down. Human beings, they always get so worried about things. We should have been way more worried about social media. So you may, calm down with AI. It's not a big deal. That doesn't calm me down. They said the same thing about social media, and it was disastrous, the end result. Let's continue.
95% AI.
And where do you think?
It's just so because we're literally working on 1,000 applications internally. So AI, you have to remember, modern AI is a horizontal enabling layer. It can be used to improve everything. It will be in everything. This is most like electricity. I went to a.
This is an interesting point that he brings up, and I have some statistics to show you that his electricity point, like everyone had their own, when before electricity went on a grid, everyone had their own generators and everything, and that was so antiquated. And now everyone just has electricity on the grid, and look how much better things are. Are they really that much better? We wouldn't be better off just having our own solar panels for our own homes? I mean, I know you need it for lights and stores and other infrastructure. I'm not saying that we should all have our own generators, but anyway, let him finish his analogy about his brewery, and then I'll show you some stats.
A brewery in Luxembourg many years ago now. In fact, this trip was one of little tiny
Max.
catalysts for the founding of AWS.
Max.
And the brewery was
Max.
300 years old. This company making beer for 300
Max,
years.
what do you want?
A lot of the oldest companies in the world are breweries, by the way. I don't know why this is. And they were very proud of their history, and they had a museum. And in that museum was an electric power generator, 100 years old. And because when they wanted to improve the efficiency of their brewery with electricity, there was no power grid. So they had to build their own power station. So they made their own electricity. And at that time, that's what everybody did. If a hotel wanted electricity, they had their own electric generator. And I looked at this and I thought, this is what computation is like today. Everybody has their own data center.
What are you doing?
And that's not.
Why are you acting so
It
weird?
makes no sense. You're going to buy the
so
compute
weird.
off the grid. That's AWS. We were doing it internally at Amazon for ourselves, and the APIs were created. That's a very interesting story in its own right. But this is, these kind of horizontal layers like electricity and compute and now artificial intelligence, they go everywhere. I guarantee you there is not a single application that you can think of that is not going to be made better by AI.
And where do you think Amazon is in this?
Okay. So his electricity point, okay, on the surface level, it makes sense. Yeah, what are we all going to do? What is every single store going to have their own electricity source? And cool, got you. But here's the thing. We're all on the grid and we are beholden to these electricity companies or power companies to have our electricity. What's happening right now due to, speaking of AI, Jeff, and electricity, they tie together right now. What's happening to electric bills right now because of AI data centers? Oh, look, I have some stats up on the screen. AI data centers significantly increase electricity costs by driving huge demand, causing spikes of over 200% in wholesale rates near some sites, leading to nationwide average bill increases of 8% by 2030, with some regions like Virginia seeing 25% hikes. Your electricity bills going up, especially depending on where you're located, is because of the huge demand these AI data centers have on the power grid. My point being is that because you are beholden to these electric companies and corporations to power your homes, power your businesses, what are you going to do if the electricity goes up? It's not like you could just pick and choose between different electric companies because it's designed to not be that way. So, all right, either I pay 25% more, that's the extreme case, for my monthly electric bill, or I just start churning my own butter. Yeah, that sounds like a great future. Okay, so if I need to edit videos and I can't buy my own local computing power because either it doesn't exist or it's too unaffordable, I just have to pay whatever, say Amazon has their cloud computing where I could do video editing there. If they want to double the price and there's only one or two other options for competitors and they're increasing prices too, what do? I have to pay more money, whereas if I bought local compute power, let's keep it real, unless you're doing really, really intense stuff, you can keep a computer now for 5 years and not pay any more for it, which they hate. Whereas if you have to buy a subscription from them and you have to continue to buy it from them, not only are you continually giving them money, which will already be more profitable to begin with, they could change the prices at their will. And at that point, you are beholden. You have no choice. If you need to make a living, if you want to play games, if you want to do whatever, to keep paying them money. That's what it's really about. Now, as a live streamer and cosplayer, I got this one actually from Yang Ye. He posted this, who said the same thing that I have been saying, that there is a bigger plan. It's not just this AI bubble and all these data centers are going to go to waste. They want us to all not own a damn thing. And this is what she had to say about it too. This is what Gen AI is going to bring to you. First, they phase out consumer access to local compute by pricing you out and force scarcity. I've been saying this. Then you have to pay for all processing power to them for working. Game, video, cloud streaming. They want it to be your only option. Then they will charge you by month, by hour and then by minute. Then they will monitor it and censor it as they please, like Sony wants to do with PlayStation. Their terms of service will dictate it all, and without the power of choice, they won't care how much you feel about it. Before you say, oh, this is being alarmist, how many internet companies do you have in your area? 2 at most, and maybe a third really crappy option, and that probably doesn't even exist. Where are you going to go? Oh, I don't like how much AWS or Amazon is charging me for my cloud compute power to video edit. I'm going to go to a competitor. Oh, wait, there's only one other competitor and they're charging the same price. There's going to be no choice. You're either going to do and pay what they want you to pay, whether it be Amazon, whether it be Google, where you're going to get this cloud computing from. And if you don't like it, you don't have a choice. You either pay or you don't have access to computing. That's what they really want. And if you have no choice, guess what? Just like electricity, they can charge whatever they want, they can get all the profit in the world they want, and they have you as a continual customer for the rest of your life. And that is exactly where they're going with all this. Continuing their terms of service will dictate it all, and without the power of choice, they won't care how you feel about it, which we've seen with cable companies. We've seen with internet companies, oh, you don't like that you're paying an insane amount for high-speed internet? Oh, I guess you're going to have to go to a competitor. Oh, wait, our competitor doesn't exist. Oh, I guess you're going to have to deal with our terrible customer service, Verizon Fios. You're going to have to deal with our terrible customer service and our insanely high-priced bills every month. Nothing you can do, huh? Oh no, I guess we screwed you and you have no choice but to let us screw you. She continues here, full control, everything as a service, surveillance and charging you by the minute for it. It all will stem from Gen AI and data centers, the Trojan horse. Don't normalize it. Don't let it in the gates. Unfortunately, though, the average consumer is just going to deal with it because they are sheep. Later on, she talks about the same video that we just watched. I called it. They want to take our local compute away from us and get everyone locked into cloud-owned compute they fully control and monitor. Gen AI is the path for it all. And then she refers to
how's the tension here?
Just watch. So I've had some people say that I am being an alarmist, that I am, you know, fear mongering to a degree. And I say to you now, is Jeff Bezos, who is full in on AI and working hard to make sure everything becomes a service, who just admitted that he thinks that local computing is antiquated and everything should be done as a cloud-based service.
New order ships as well, right?
That's what he's going for right now. He's telling you what they are working on right now. So he is the CEO of a company that's working on AI and working on these AI data cloud centers for us to do all of our computing in. Is he making this up? No, he's not. He's not making this up. This should be a 5-alarm fire. And again, this doesn't just apply to nerds that are building PCs and are playing on their consoles or whatever. This is across the board. You're going to have phones that are essentially just going to be dummy terminals that are beholden to the cloud. I mean, your phone tracks you plenty already. Your phone tracks you all the time already, okay? Let's just keep it real. That, with your phone just essentially becoming a dummy terminal that all of the computing is done in the cloud, it's going to be that on steroids. Imagine all of your video files. Imagine everything you do on your computer. Someone has their prying eyes at a data center that they could see all of that because you have to compute in the cloud. Again, can they see your stuff now on your computer already? Sure. But that, again, that will be on steroids. And then on top of it too, where you could just buy a computer for $1,000 and have it work for you for years, and you just spent that $1,000. Now you have to rent computing every month because you can't afford to buy your own computer. And in that same period where you may spend $1,000 on a computer and use it for a few years, if not more, you'll have to pay monthly. Say you get some enterprise plan that's $100 a month, where you could have just had a computer do the same thing for you locally for years. What is it? There's $1,200 a year, $3,600. Say you had a computer for 3 years that worked just fine. You spent $1,000. You have to get an enterprise plan to get higher end compute power in the cloud, and say it's $100 a month, $3,600 or $1,000 for a computer that would have served you perfectly fine for years. That's what they want. They want you to be beholden to them. You will own nothing and you will be miserable. And that's where we're at. And Jeff Bezos just admitted what I've been fearing all along. This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out. Have a good
Hello, my friends, and welcome back. It's Friday, the end of the week. Happy Friday to you. At the end of the day, I'm gonna open a cold brewski with my friends. You see a horse on the screen. It's not a random horse. It's a Russian horse forced into the Russian servitude, but the specific story goes that this horse defected. Yes, two of them actually. They defected to the Ukrainian side. Ukrainians captured two Russian horses. Would you ever have guessed that the biggest war after World War II would have this kind of news in it, that Ukrainians capture enemies' horses? First of all, it's weird that Russians even have cavalry, but they do, literal cavalry. United States has cavalry units to this day, but usually they are armored infantry with tanks. But when you say Russian cavalry unit, it's literal cavalry. Let's watch the story, and I gotta give credit to the looks of this dude. Looks like a Cossack fighter with a mustache and bald head, true Ukrainian soldier from the past. But yeah, let's share this beautiful story with the horses. Once again, enemy used cavalry. All the groups that moved were destroyed. They had no success. The horses remained alive. By the way, I gotta give credit. I saw the video of how they unalived the troops on top of the horses. They circled around with the drones to lure the troops off the horses in panic because they didn't want to hurt the horses, and then zeroed in on them, not hurting the precious horses. That's incredibly well done. When they moved towards our position, the personnel were warned. The horses were not injured. They are now next to our position. We will subsequently evacuate them along with the wounded. What a love. It's just a good way to start my Friday, knowing that these two horses are now alive and well and on the good side of history. That's wonderful. I hope they're together, they're friends. My friends, we got some funny stuff coming up today, but I gotta remind you to go and get my book. A lot of funny stuff happening here also. It looks angry and mean and warlike, but it's actually quite of a comedy. You know me, I make fun of even the darkest of topics. And I know some people cannot stand that, and some people love it. So if you do love that dark humor, go and get 8 missions in Ukraine. Links in the description below. We continue with great news, and this is a first also in the 4 years of war. The first Russian Shadow Fleet tanker in history was denied entry into the Baltic Sea. You see, the Baltic Sea, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, Sweden, all of these countries next to it, but also Germany has territorial waters on the Danish Strait. That's the Danish Strait right here. And they can deny or allow any ship that goes through the Danish Strait to pass through their waters. If they deny it, the ship cannot enter to the Baltic Sea, where Russian St. Petersburg port and the Baltic Sea fleet is located. So basically Denmark, Sweden and Germany, they control the entry to the Baltic Sea through their strait, the territorial waters right here. And Germany denied this crude oil tanker. Davian is the name. It's wonderful. Now Davian is going up north, I think, to Murmansk, the White Sea. But it was denied. It's pretty. I think we should do that a lot more. Even if they do go through, we should detain these ships. But definitely don't let that garbage to the Baltic Sea. Hey, I swim in that sea. I live here in Estonia, in the capital. I swim, sometimes I do winter swimming, so now I go into my ice hole right here. I don't want to swim in the same sea where this Russian crude oil tanker is floating. I don't want to do that, so thank you. Dankeschön, Germans. My friends, it is cold in Ukraine. In Kiev area, it is -15, -20, sometimes Celsius. It's, correct me here if I'm wrong, but in Fahrenheit it should be like close to 0. It's really, really, really cold. And Russians have done it. Russians have destroyed majority of Ukrainian electrical and heat producing infrastructure, resulting in 15 to 20 plus hours without electricity and heat per day in the capital, for example, meaning it's really cold in apartments and workplaces. The more Russians push Ukrainians, the more we see the real nature of the Ukrainians. And let me tell you, it's a diamond. We have found a diamond of a people. They get stronger, like a diamond. You push it, it gets stronger. The bigger pressure you put into it, the greater of a diamond comes out. Check it out. Do you know what the joke is? In Ukraine, there is an energy collapse. A very large part of the energy capacity has been knocked out. One of the coldest winters in years. Air and energy terror continues. And then establishments, deliveries, trains run. The post office works. There is communication and people go skiing and clip memes about Yulka. This is effing fantastic. When the going gets tough, remember that this country is in an absolute darkness and providing still the services what many countries on normal terms won't provide. I gotta agree, being there 8 times, as my book says, I gotta say it again, improvise, adapt, and overcome. The toughest of a situation. Have you been cold like that? Even I haven't. I live in Estonia. I'm all good. Life is wonderful here. Being in an apartment when there is -degrees and no heating, it's gonna be so cold, so miserable. It's even hard to keep yourself happy. For example, one way to get heat is a candle stove. It's very primitive, very easy. Only minus is you gotta go through a lot of the candles. You go through tens of these per day. So you gotta have hundreds, if not thousands. But it does work. The candles heat up the bricks, and perhaps there's water on top also, which doesn't really get warm, but it saves the candle heat and then radiates it back to the room. This might get a smaller room to 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, which is not gonna freeze you to death. So yeah, if you have ordered a lot of candles online, you're ready for this stuff. I know I have. We're getting ready for stuff in Estonia. We can bear through it. The Ukrainians are bearing through it. For example, this here is a Swedish embassy in Kyiv. It's very cold, so they're wearing jackets inside. And that's all. Russia is pouring tens of billions into these air attacks, and they have to wear jackets inside. Again, smiles on the faces of the people. These are beautiful people. It's a beautiful nation who becomes tougher like a diamond, more beautiful like a diamond the more you push them. Look at that. It's -15 outside and Russia took away all the heating electricity. What Ukrainians are doing? Hey, let's build an igloo from colorful glass and snow. This is just, life gives you lemons, you make a beautiful igloo out of those lemons. Look at that. I gotta give it to them. Their diamond is the best reference. I couldn't make any better one. There's a massive power outage. These guys in Kiev set up a generator, big one, and they continue their party with headlamps and flashlights from the phones. Moral, so important. You gotta keep the moral up. So you might think, oh, they're wasting electricity. They're wasting the diesel generator, to create this party. The moral boost they get from this party in -15. They're all together, they have a drink, they party. Hey, I don't know if anybody remembers, but the Blitz in London, you gotta keep your moods up. You gotta keep dancing, you gotta keep smiling. The craziest parties happen during the Blitz. If you're 90 years old, perhaps you can correct me here if I'm wrong, and you're from England. But yeah, this is necessary, and I love it. I love to see it. And I'm so glad the Ukrainians are on our side, because they're a fantastic ally to have. Do you know who else is a fantastic ally to have? I only have 3 now, but I'm proud of these 3. They are my friends. Monthly members on Buy Me a Coffee. I haven't named for a long time because I haven't gotten any new ones, but now I have 3 new ones. We have Ron. Thank you, Ron. Then Gordon Hiuma. You never want to sign up for monthly membership, but every month he comes back like one-time payments, and I will keep mentioning your name. Hiuma, by the way, if you didn't know, is the 2nd biggest island of Estonia, giving this guy his family name or just a fun name to have as a 2nd name. Thank you, Gordon. And Tom van der Heide, again, a legendary chap coming back time and time again. Thank you, my friends. Now, my friends, I want to show you clips from the Russian army. This is a Russian soldier, seems to be very drunk, and he's really proud, standing in this muddy road, because he is like his grandfather. See, in Russia, they don't really have religion as in Christianity. Yes, I meant what I said. They have a religion of death, and the cult of death. They worship the ending of the Second World War. They worship the 9th of May, Victory Day. That's what they do. They all want to be like their grandfather who stormed the Reichstag. So, this one, video for future generations, so that they could see the roads we walked. That we are no worse than our grandfathers and fathers.
Okay, so a lot of developments, I guess, in this 5070 Ti and 5060 Ti quote-unquote discontinued story. We've got official statements from both ASUS and NVIDIA. Already I know no one listening or watching is going to believe any of these statements, but I have a theory, and I actually ran this theory past some folks who kind of feel like it's plausible that this is how this rumor potentially got started. So anyway, let's just get right into it. This should be a short one. I don't want it to be a long, drawn-out thing. I still feel a lot of what I said about NVIDIA's leadership being anti-consumer and very different direction for the company, for them, and they've been blatant about that. They haven't tried to hide any of that, honestly. But we're going to talk about the statements today. We're going to kind of dissect them quickly, and then I'm going to give you my theory about how I think Hardware Unboxed was given this incorrect info. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, a couple days ago, Hardware Unboxed was given direct information from ASUS. They named ASUS. Remember, Hardware Unboxed is in Australia, and this is, I'm assuming they're ASUS reps from Australia, because talk to HQ, also talk to the US reps, also talk to NVIDIA directly, and nobody can really triangulate exactly who said what or why, but they're basically saying the information is absolutely inaccurate. I don't put this on Hardware Unboxed because I have no doubt a credible channel like Hardware Unboxed, if they heard something as just outlandish as we are going to completely discontinue one of the very few SKUs that is very consumer direct, right? 5070 Ti, although it's more expensive than any 70 tier has been in the past, is still the best option if you're shopping 50 series in terms of performance, VRAM amount, and price. Although price could probably be a good $150 cheaper if we really wanted to push the fact. But the bottom line is it's way more consumer friendly than any tier above it. So I have no doubt that somebody like Hardware Unboxed, anyone on their team, when they hear that would go, wait, what? Are you sure? And vet that information and say, confirm with me right now on record that that is the case. And I have no doubt that that is, Hardware Unboxed reported this as accurately as they believed the information they received was. Now, whether or not they reached out to any other AIBs to sort of triangulate that information, or NVIDIA directly to say, hey, is this true? I don't think necessarily happened, but let's face it, I'm guilty of the same thing, and I'm trying to do better when it comes to that sort of thing, which is what I sort of did here, although I guess I should have done it first rather than doing the other video. But there's still so much to talk about here in terms of brand trust and loyalty, because before we get into the meat of this, let's just say if NVIDIA hadn't had such a track record over the last several generations of product being what feels anti-consumer by constantly raising prices, giving between 40 and 50 series mediocre uplift in performance, and then just showing all of their cards in terms of bootlicking and AI push, then maybe consumers would be quick to maybe think, this sounds weird. This doesn't sound like the NVIDIA I know. If you read the comments on any of these videos about this, everyone's saying this sounds exactly like the NVIDIA that I know. So first things first, to talk about the NVIDIA statement. It's very short, and I wish NVIDIA would be more willing to be transparent on some of this stuff. But their direct quote is, demand for GeForce RTX GPUs is strong and memory supply is constrained. We continue to ship all GeForce SKUs and are working closely with our suppliers to maximize memory availability. I posted that as a pinned comment because they reached out to me and said, hey, would you mind pinning our comment? Of course. I mean, right to reply, right? If we want to believe in right to repair, we have to also believe in right to reply. So I put the pinned comment up there. And if you read the more than 100 replies on just this comment alone, it's funny how many people are dissecting this, because there's a lot of gaps, I think, in this type of, this absolutely was probably prepared by, you know, higher ups in PR, not our contacts, but people way above them, and probably even going through a quick legal vetting. The least words, the better. People took this as, they said they're shipping still. They didn't say they're manufacturing still. because this whole concern was about whether or not they're pausing or stopping manufacturing of these parts. And they didn't say they stopped manufacturing, they said they're still shipping. Now, having been in this job for over 13 years now, I have seen brands use those words interchangeably, shipping and manufacturing meaning the same thing. The problem is there's open to interpretation with this statement. So a lot of people were like, well, of course they're still quote unquote shipping. It can ship 2 a year and they're still manufacturing it. So there's this brand trust issue right now where people are like, NVIDIA is just gonna say whatever they need to say. It's because of the outrage, although I don't think NVIDIA truly cares about the outrage, but anyway, I digress. That gives them legal recourse to say, well, we still made them, right? So availability, the amount they're making, all that sort of stuff. NVIDIA's never been transparent about like units manufactured, units shipped, and all that. It'd be great if we could actually see those figures. I've seen those figures behind the scenes, but it's always been, this is NDA'd, you can't share this information. This is all private, like stockholder type information on units shipped, units manufactured, all that sort of stuff. So it'd be nice. That'd be the piece that could support this statement, is saying, hey, last month we manufactured 20,000 5070 Ti's. But that's a blank statement. That's a blank. There's no statement there for that. So a lot of people really took this as corpo speak, and it kind of is. Literally, NVIDIA is about the truest definition of corpo as you can possibly get. But anyway, ASUS also responded to this, because don't forget, ASUS kind of had to, because they were the name that was thrown under the bus of, they're the ones that confirmed this. I don't want to say leaked this, but confirmed this.
Where are you?
Here's the statement from ASUS's press room. It says, public statement to clarify recent reports regarding the ASUS GeForce RTX 5070 Ti and RTX 5060 Ti 16GB. So if you'd like to clarify recent reports regarding the ASUS RTX 5070 Ti and RTX 5060 Ti 16GB, certain media have received incomplete information from an ASUS PR representative regarding these products. The GeForce RTX 5070 Ti and 5060 Ti 16GB have not been discontinued or designated as end of life. ASUS has no plan to stop selling these models. Current fluctuations in supply for both products are primarily due to memory supply constraints, which have temporarily affected production output and restocking cycles. As a result, availability may appear limited in certain markets, but this should not be interpreted as a production halt or product retirement. ASUS will continue to support the GeForce RTX 5070 Ti and 5060 Ti 16GB and is working closely with partners to stabilize supply as conditions improve. That one line right there saying they have not discontinued or designated end of life. If NVIDIA had said that, I think that would have been good or better than what NVIDIA said. ASUS really went a step farther. But don't forget, ASUS's business for the GPU market, specifically NVIDIA cards, is built upon the NVIDIA business. So NVIDIA, like ASUS could say, it's not end of life, but NVIDIA could still potentially be end of lifing it, and then it will take time for that trickle-down economics to happen through the AIBs. And I'm not saying that's the case. I don't know that's the case. I truly have no idea. I'm not in those rooms. I'm not in that manufacturing facility. I don't know what's actually happening here. And there are powers that do. Theoretically, they're speaking right now, but there's trust problems. There's trust issues here. So with that said, it's kind of funny because the most recent statement, not statement, but rumor since Hub's video went live, including my own and every other outlet that's talking about this, because there were rumors leading up to this prior to that. That's why the ASUS statement that Hub got seems so credible, is because there's been rumors leading up to that statement that said this is probably coming, like people are leaking 5070 Ti's being end of life. And then you hear direct from a board manufacturer, oh yeah, it's end of life. Then you're like, okay, must be true. And then, of course, you want to do diligence with your audience and get that information out there. So how did we potentially get to this? I kind of have this theory. And again, it's only a theory. I've run this by my reps, and the best you're going to get, because we still don't know exactly who said, why, what, where, when, all the W's, plus the H, on why this statement was made. But I suspect that what was interpreted by this rep was that the 5070 Ti Super and 5060, I don't know if there was going to be a 5060 Ti Super or not, but that those products were discontinued, because we know that. We know through the memory shortage right now, if you can't meet, if what they're saying is true, there's a big if, what they're saying is true, and they can't keep up with current demand on those SKUs anyway, what good does adding more SKUs in that same product tier do for you? It would just be another phantom product that's there on paper but not there on shelves, which is kind of what's happening with the 70 and 60 tiers right now as it is. The only plausible theory I have is that this rep misconstrued information. Maybe they had an ear pod in one ear and were playing World of Warcraft on their screen while just sitting in one of these boring ass corpo meetings, heard 5070 Ti, missed the super, discontinued, not happening, blah, 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 and took that as the current product is being end-of-lifed. Because it seems plausible that NVIDIA would absolutely want to hoover up all the chips that they can for their AI product and then have just shavings of allocation go to the consumer product. That seems plausible. That's the NVIDIA we believe is operating today. That is fully the way I believe NVIDIA is operating today. I guarantee you right now, if the AI product was not being manufactured in the the volumes that it is, 5070 Ti's would be exploding out the seams of every e-tailer and retailer. But we know that the chip manufacturing is what is causing this problem. And NVIDIA obviously has a huge hardware stake in the AI boom, and they're making billions of dollars hand over fist on this. Now we know that. So that's the only plausible thing I think could have potentially happened. And then this rep got the information wrong. I can tell you right now, ASUS is absolutely on a manhunt to figure out where, when, and how did this information get out there, because as you can see, this was rolling a pebble down Mount Everest in terms of a snowball, right? But the thing is, if the state of affairs weren't as bad as they are right now, a lot of this wouldn't have been believable to begin with. But the problem is this all seems believable that this could absolutely happen. So there is that. But something else I want to mention is when I was speaking to NVIDIA, I said, you know, one of the reasons why this seems plausible is because of the whole no longer packaging of memory with the GPU package for the AIBs. And I was told, oh, about that. That's also not true. I don't know, again, where that rumor comes from or came from, and I can't vet the validity of the rumor or the validity of the rebuttal. So that's unfortunately where we are, but apparently that's not true. And I would like to get like an official, see, the problem is, and my response to that, I said, really? I said, I've reported on it. Gamers Nexus has talked about it. Linus has talked about it. Hardware Unboxed has talked about it. Tom's Hardware's talked about it. Like, all the big publications have talked about it. NVIDIA was quick to shut down this rumor, or they tried to, but they were dead silent about the memory packaging problem. The problem is NVIDIA has a habit of just don't say anything. Doesn't matter, whatever. We're the world's biggest tech company, it doesn't matter, you know? And the problem is this is how you start to lose credibility with a segment of your buyer segment, which I'll now being a minority buyer segment, this is what we are. This is how these things gain credibility through silence. Because stuff like that, you have a right to defend yourself. If someone says something untrue about me, and I'm quick to like, no, that's not true, and try and defend myself, people are like, shut up, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter, just ignore it. No, there's some things you just don't ignore, especially when it's a huge credibility hit. And NVIDIA just has a history of just ignoring it. And ignoring it leaves nothing but interpretation. And that's how we got to where we are today. So that's the latest on this. Whether or not you believe it or not, sound off in the comments below. I personally don't believe the 5070 Ti is truly end of life, but I definitely know for a fact it is not being manufactured at volumes that it probably was even 6 months ago. Right? I do think allocation has been diverted elsewhere at the NVIDIA level before it ever gets to the AIBs. So I think the AIBs are feeling the struggle and the stranglehold, just like everyone else is. But I still fully believe that NVIDIA is primarily in the AI business now, and is not interested in, building up the gamer consumer segment. And that's just because of action. That has nothing to do with the words people have said. It has everything to do with what they're doing. Remember, actions speak louder than words. We can go all day long with cliches, but that is the truth. Actions speak louder than words, and NVIDIA's actions have absolutely shown where their futures lie and that doesn't feel like gamers, which is why shit like this gets traction. All right, sound off down below. I'm curious. You guys believe it? Do you guys think it's corpo speak? I think if they were going to be as bold as to discontinue the product, they wouldn't be this quick to backtrack it, or even give the perception of backtracking it, especially if they communicated that with their AIBs. And that's not the kind of secret that you can keep. Like, that gets out. So I'm not so sure I believe this one. Doesn't matter, though. I'm not going to change anything.
Chinese disinformation keeps spreading in Taiwan. Europe prepares for war against the US? And are the UK and Canada betraying the US for China? And more on this week's China News headlines. Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell, and this episode is sponsored by Surfshark. Whenever you go online, you really should be using a VPN like Surfshark to cover your tracks and protect your identity. I'll tell you more in a bit. Remember last Friday when I said this year has been busier than ever with the news? Well, I might have spoken too soon because so much has happened that it feels like a decade has passed in the last week. I need coffee. Not to drink, I need coffee in my veins. Let's start with a few updates on stories we've covered before. A former U.S. Navy sailor has been sentenced to more than 16 years in prison for selling secrets to China. We've covered this guy before. His name is Jin Chao Wei, or Patrick Wei, to his friends, and allow me to emphasize this, fellow Navy officers. He was arrested back in 2023 along with another California-based sailor and charged with espionage after providing a Chinese naval enthusiast, yeah, that's what the guy told him, with 60 USS Essex technical operating manuals and operational data, including weapon systems, aircraft operations, and deck elevators over 18 months for $12,000. Only $12,000 for all of that. Besides espionage, he's also clearly a terrible negotiator. Wei's lawyer argued that Wei made numerous errors in judgment and that what he sold was just outdated maintenance manuals to a broken and obsolete steam-powered ship. But given the 16-year sentence, I somehow don't think the judge saw it that way. And speaking of law enforcement, ICE is not just good for getting...
Why, are you watching their stocks? Long time ago. Yeah, I chose to not wait 2 months to get a graphics card. I'm not buying that shit. I could have gotten a 5090 water cooled for literally just about $4,007. Amazon. Yeah, but I wanted the 5090 because I'm doing like all the processes on my PC that I'm doing in general. I'm running a bunch of shit on here to live stream and everything at the same time. Yeah. I have enough parts to build a second PC. I just don't feel like it. So my PC is just packed with shit that like if I could, I would get a Threadripper and go like that direction, and try to get like if I have the money. Oh boy, should I do this PC? Like the. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, not Twitch. I'm doing multi-streaming through uh multi-streaming, and I'm doing it through OBS with like running background programs and shit like that. Also I also know where my bottlenecks are on everything. So like dude, I'm running a 3090 right now with a 7950X 3D water cooled like 7950X 3D. It's a CPU, yeah, the Ryzen. Yeah, I got. So I would like wait. Like my thing is, I was gonna wait until the 6000 series to come out, but I don't know if they're really even gonna do that at this point. Like I feel like.
As the situation in Iran spirals out of control, a carrier battle group is headed to the Middle East.
Further south in the city of Isfahan, Fox News was able to make contact with a man who is using Starlink to battles between protesters and security forces who are using live ammunition.
Breaking tonight, President Trump is still weighing a wide variety of options, military options, to target Iran over its deadly crackdown on anti-government protesters.
Wow.
Fox News tonight can confirm military assets are moving toward the Middle East after a recent withdrawal of Navy firepower in the region. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin has that story.
Okay, so the carriers are coming.
Good evening, Brett. Well-placed official sources tell me U.S. military assets are preparing to move to the Middle East, likely to include at least one aircraft carrier and additional missile defense systems that will operate from air, land, and sea.
At the moment, the situation for the demonstrators in the street, the atmosphere is like a war zone.
I believe it.
And some people are trying to escape from it. I have to emphasize that among Iranian people, Trump is the most popular person right now. He has so much popularity because of the steps that he took toward preventing the growth of terrorism in the Middle East. They respect him. The internet blackout in Iran continues, making it difficult for people to get new information, although international calls were briefly going through overnight.
The U.S. military had presented strike options for President Trump to consider, but could not guarantee the regime would be overthrown. The president reportedly wanted assurances that any military action would be swift, decisive, and not lead to a wider war in the Middle East.
That's what everybody wants.
The U.S. military posture in the Middle East was not ready for a decisive strike. It had no aircraft carrier in the Middle East for the first time in years because the Pentagon ordered the USS Ford to the Caribbean.
Yeah, we were in Venezuela just a couple weeks ago.
3 destroyers and 3 littoral combat ships were in the Middle East as of Wednesday.
Okay.
Half the number of U.S. warships currently stationed in the Caribbean near Venezuela.
Oh, yeah,
Any aircraft carrier would take 1 to 2 weeks to get to the Middle East.
Oh!
The U.S. also removed some of its anti-missile batteries out of the Middle East following last summer's strike on Iran's nuclear sites. Those could soon be returning. As for what the U.S. military options look like, experts say the president still has a lot of firepower in the Middle East, including an Ohio-class submarine capable of firing up to 154 Tomahawk missiles.
So what do you mean the opportunity to send a quick precision strike doesn't exist? That sounds like it'd be pretty quick. But the significance of the carrier battle group in the Middle East, that is going to scare the pants off these despots who are pretty afraid of their own people right now, who are protesting for freedom that has been stolen from them by this regime.
Regime targets could include missile production and storage sites, oil refineries key to their economy, or some of the leaders themselves.
Their economy's collapsing.
How Israel decapitated Hezbollah.
The Israelis use cyber attacks to bring leadership together so that they could bomb and kill the leadership. So there are multiple tools that can be used in different ways to cause these very same kinds of problems. To this regime.
And
the president is sending military assets
right
to the region, and all options remain on the table. But there's also this Wall Street Journal report that says President Trump was told an attack on Iran wouldn't guarantee the collapse of the regime. The reporting goes on to say the U.S. officials and Middle Eastern partners told the White House the regime was unlikely to fall after a massive bombing campaign, which could instead spark a broader conflict. Smaller assault packages, meanwhile, could boost morale among protesters, but ultimately not change the regime's crackdown. So taken as a whole,
that's what they keep telling us. They keep telling us that any action against Iran, which has the ability to be quick, and decisive and overwhelming isn't going to harm their country. They told the entire world that, oh, if you go after Iran's nuclear program, oh, that's just going to solidify that government. It's going to make them even stronger. That started the collapse we're seeing right here.
Iran is extremely militarized. The regime is defended by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, who are loyalists, fanatics, and actually the prime beneficiaries of Iran's corrupt and excavated economy. It is imperative the United States stands with the Iranian people, and I do believe the president will make the decision to strike ballistic missile launchers, manufacturing capabilities, drone factories, a number of other assets to begin with, which can be readily targeted by the United States without ground troops or any kind of invasion, which would be unacceptable for the president and the American people.
That's right. Nobody wants that.
Regimes don't die overnight, but this is a dying regime.
Yes.
And if we fail to stand with the Iranian people who are being targeted by snipers, then we will go down in history as not standing up for the dignity and nobility for almost 100 million Iranians who deserve better.
Yeah, and that same Wall Street Journal report.
Tensions appeared to be easing earlier this week.
Yeah, the regime
after the president announced
doesn't want this.
halted the killing of protesters. But Gulf allies, including Qatar and Saudi Arabia, they have reportedly urged the president to hold off on those strikes. But White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt pushed back on that when questioned by News Nation's Kelly Meyer.
A lot of these stories, to be honest with you, I've been reading them, and they've been based on anonymous sources who are pretending or guessing to know the president's thinking. The truth is, only President Trump knows what he's going to do, and a very, very small team of advisors are read into his thinking on that.
You know, the other thing that's fascinating about this is for months, we were also told that, oh, Venezuela, the U.S. cannot do anything to get rid of Maduro. He's entrenched. He's got his security forces. He's got this big military. They've got jets. Nothing's going to happen. And what happened? At 2 o'clock in the morning, he was removed from his bedroom and placed in a New York City jail.
You just heard the White House's response to reports that Gulf allies warned against an attack on Iran. Now the Wall Street Journal reports the president was advised that a large-scale strike against Iran was unlikely to make the government fall.
It's like they're defending the regime.
Spark a wider conflict. What, in your eyes, would be the domino effect if the president does give the green light for the U.S. to go in?
Well, first of all, I should say the task of overthrowing this regime belongs to the people of Iran, and they have accepted that challenge. And the carnage that you saw in the streets of Iran, the regime impart on the people of Iran, is a great indicator
Israeli
of that
flags
struggle.
in
The
Iran.
people of Iran have been trying to overthrow this regime for 45 years. I think what we see today is a kind of convergence of a lot of factors: an organized opposition inside Iran, international pressure, and of course weakening of Iran's proxies and nuclear weapons program. And so that really, the change in Iran will have to occur and will occur in the streets of Iran and their organized resistance. And that's really what the key is. The people of Iran have an organized resistance that is trying to, by the way, establish a secular democratic republic and not return to a single party rule in the past.
And one of the major things that has just completely leveled Iran's regime and caused a lot of this collapse has been the crackdown on Venezuela. Venezuela was sending their oil, which they couldn't refine themselves, over to Iran to have it refined. Iran keeps some of that oil, sends the rest back as fuel, which Venezuela then sells to Cuba. All of these countries, all these regimes, they're like propping each other up. It's like a bookshelf. When you take away one of the bookends, everything falls down, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
The current regime has been bankrupt on many different levels, right? Bankrupt politically, bankrupt morally.
Their currency's worthless.
The people of Iran, to your point, have wanted this regime toppled for years. What does this moment feel like to Iranians, not just there on the ground, but really around the world right now?
Everyone's hoping
You mentioned
these
earlier
guys
that
step
tensions
down.
have eased, maybe internationally a bit, but tensions in Iran, in the streets of Iran, have not eased.
No.
The people of Iran are in a hand-to-hand combat with the
They're not gonna
regime,
give up.
whether it is visible in the street or not. And the executions are a marker of that. But their desire is still for regime change.
Yeah.
And the regime change request has a pedigree that dates back 45 years and to the formation of the National Council of Resistance of Iran and the regime choice to crack down. The good news is the people of Iran have an organized resistance that is trying to change the regime and establish a secular democratic republic. And I'm really glad that just yesterday, 59 bipartisan members of the United States House of Representatives sent a letter to Secretary Rubio urging, kind of reaffirming the Iranian people's desire for that republic.
Well, we'll have to see what happens, because what we know from the past few weeks, especially the Venezuelan situation, is that there's nothing, but the U.S. forces are showing up, they're gathering, they're getting stronger. The president says, hey, I think somebody should step down. If they don't, things could be bad for them. Then there's nothing, and then bam, something happens quickly.
Comment yesterday about a phone call that President Trump had with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And that reporting says that the Prime Minister encouraged President Trump not to strike right now. And one of the reasons is because he's concerned that a larger conflict could be sparked as a result of a strike, which seems like a unique position for the Prime Minister to take, considering he himself has led the charge on doing that very thing. So what do you think about a potential larger conflict to be manifested after a strike in where the Prime Minister stands right now?
These reports are to sow doubt in the minds of everybody who might want
So a couple of things. First of all, while assets and ships are on the way, the United States has an extraordinary military presence and support from the Kurdish part of Iraq, where we have our biggest assets in Erbil. So we are ready to strike with imminent proximity. Secondly, nobody understands the Iranian threat better than Israel, that's been the recipient of Iran's tremendous proxy wars through Hezbollah and Hamas. And so, as well as the disruption of Syria by Iran and Lebanon by Iran.
But here's where I've got an issue with this. After the Iranian nuclear sites were hit, wasn't that the moment to start this broader conflict? Why didn't anything happen after that? Yes, they retaliated. They launched a whole bunch of rockets towards Israel, but they were stronger then when that happened. They had more power then. Their currency was worth more then. They didn't have riots in their streets then like they do today. They're weaker today than they were then, and nothing happened then, or at least they weren't able to do anything.
But I do have confidence in the Iranian people. They are highly intelligent. They're part of a 5,000-year civilization.
I'll go for the reach
Every
around.
Iranian that I
I'll
talk
go
to
for the reach around.
detests the tyranny they lived under 51 years, I think today, the Shah was forced out of Iran. And so there are many unknowns, but I think the United States is extremely well positioned, and I have every confidence the president is going to take action and make the best decision.
So she says it's going to happen.
What's made of that strike is up to the Iranian people. And we also have to remember, Iran has amazing naval assets which control the outflow of oil in the Persian Gulf, and that is extremely worrisome to our Gulf partners and the global energy markets.
That's why these other nations are saying, hey, don't do anything yet, because they don't want to lose money over a conflict that they don't fully see the end of. Only the president of the United States knows what could potentially happen if there is military action. Nobody wants that, by the way. Everybody hopes the supreme leader in Iran just steps down and there is a peaceful transition of power. But if that's not going to happen, if these guys want to be militant, if they want to continue to threaten their neighbors and their own people, something's got to be done.
Whole systems, their telecommunications, their ability for the IRGC and the Blaqksheep militia who are on the streets to communicate effectively.
Yeah, there's probably
also,
something being done to mess with them right
against
now.
Their surveillance capability of the population itself. All of those are capabilities the United States has that are second to nobody's. Our offensive cyber capability is really something very special. And then we get to information operations. We are likely conducting information operations against the oppressors.
I believe it.
The middle-level leaders of the oppressors.
Confusing them.
The people also carrying the guns.
Throwing them
Because
into
if
disarray.
And when, and I believe it's when, kinetic operations are conducted against that organization, against its leaders, we want divisiveness in it.
Yeah.
We want that organization to break apart. We want some of them to go over to the side of the protesters.
Yep.
Because the reality
They're gonna
is
need it.
the regime is more in trouble as a result of kinetic operations. And then the administration into kinetic operations itself, obviously leaders, obviously the organizations doing the suppressing, but you have to consider what else? Iran's ability to retaliate. Who would they retaliate against? U.S. bases? Israel. So one, let's make certain that the defense of those systems are as good as they can be, and that has to be taken into consideration. And then what do we do about the target set in reducing Iran's capability to conduct those retaliation attacks? These are all things that are laid out to the president and making decisions and options. And obviously that means we would have to expand the target set to make certain we take down some of Iran's ballistic missiles, I assume.
So when the operation in Venezuela happened, a whole bunch of sites were all hit right away. And within just a couple hours, things were over. And the U.S. had positioned itself with its carriers and with its fleet for a second strike if needed, which the president has said we're not going to need because things are apparently transitioning rather well over there, considering that just a couple of weeks ago, everything in that country changed forever. Now the question is, how does that translate to what happens in Iran? I think something happens en masse all around the country, every single important site that they have that allows them to wage war and retaliate. All those things are going to be knocked out right away while there is a kinetic strike potentially at some sort of meeting location where you have these leaders, or where these leaders are extracted from the country, which I doubt. Iran's got a lot of air defenses. We'll have to see.
I don't know. I don't ask those kind of questions. But just looking at the portfolio and what needs to be done, you always have to consider what is the retaliation that Iran is going to do here. And let's get something
Hopefully
straight.
they don't go after their own people.
The objective of this attack has never been they're going to go to collapse this regime and we're going to get a regime change. I mean, that article, I totally disagree with it. The president has known that from the outset. At best, what would come of this is we put the Iran regime on a pathway to its collapse. That's at best. We don't have an organization to take it over. If there was an organization out there ready to take over the regime, what would Iran do with that?
That's the people. The people are ready to take over the regime. They have an organized resistance effort. They're going to move in. They're going to do something. They have plans in place to go and take back their own country. And like the other analyst said, this whole thing rests on the people of Iran to step up and take back their government when they have the moment to do that. They're already trying to every single day. This whole protest situation there is not ending. Iran's even closed their airspace off.
The killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopped, and it's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or executions. So
yeah, they did back down.
Authority. We'll find out.
They're already being pressured, these guys.
I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset.
And moments ago, Iran closed its airspace without explanation, at least temporarily.
They think
to
something's
discuss
gonna
this,
happen.
Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton. Senator, 3 hours ago, we were hearing that America could be planning military strikes against Iran. However, the president came out and made those kind of cryptic comments about the killing stopping. Then Iran closes its airspace, and we're moving personnel out of our military bases in the region.
Wow.
What the heck's going on here?
Yeah, they think something's going to happen.
Well, Laura, what I would recommend is rather than closing its airspace, it stop the violence against its own people.
Right.
The massacre of innocents.
That's all they've got to do is just step down peacefully. These guys would rather destroy their country. If you don't have airspace, you don't have an economy. If your currency collapses, you don't have an economy. If there's no water for people to drink, you don't have a country. But these despots do not care about that at all. They just want to be in charge no matter what it takes.
And urging support.
And do they want the United States to come in and strike? Like, tell me about the thinking of Iran.
I think the
that. Do they
people
want President Trump
I think they're ready.
to greenlight
They don't
a strike
have
and come in
unlimited
and
time
use
to
his
protest.
military might to help with this?
Right. I think from here in the United States, I would be in the wrong place to speak for the people of Iran directly. But what I do know, the Iranian people in the streets are fighting this regime themselves. They want to make this change themselves. They need moral and political support. The international community, including the United States, should sever all ties with the regime, expel its diplomats from their capitals, and hold the person of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, accountable for ordering the massacre that unfolded before us. Those steps must occur now, not tomorrow. That is more urgently needed than any kind of military intervention.
Right. What a peaceful thing that could happen. Just expel these diplomats. If you're another country like Canada, why are you housing Iranian diplomats? Why are they still there? Expel them. Get rid of them. Trump should put pressure on our allies to start doing things like this. He probably already is. And once that happens, I mean, this country's going to be totally isolated. They're going to be like North Korea. Do they want to be like North Korea? I think the people in charge of it might. But the people here look like they are bound and determined to make sure that doesn't happen and that they take back their country as quickly as possible. I worry about them because they don't have unlimited time. They can't protest in the streets forever while food supplies and water supplies are dwindling and while their economy collapses. It's going to be a very challenging situation over the next few days, and I wonder if we're going to see something happen very quickly. Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Things are so wild in Iran, the capital is now unrecognizable, and Trump is telling the protesters to keep going.
Welcome back. Now, revolution underway in Iran. Massive protests against Ayatollah Khomeini and its brutal regime are persisting in Iran, as Iranian citizens take to the streets over its failed economy and skyrocketing inflation, up 50%.
50%
Food
inflation.
prices surging more than 70%.
70%.
President Trump has warned Khomeini there will be severe consequences.
Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts.
Wow. They should peacefully step down.
Ramped up on Thursday, the Ayatollah dug in by cutting all internet service and international calls inside the country.
Wow.
The
Talk
internet
about
has
human
been
rights.
out for 60 hours so far, with Iranian officials also trying to jam up Elon Musk's Skylink to further isolate the country.
Oh.
As protesters
I don't know if
have
that's
heeded
gonna
the
help. It
call
might be
from my
too late.
next guest, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, called on the people to mobilize and take to the streets against the authoritarian government.
Wow, yeah, they're on the streets all
Demonstrators
right.
calling for Pahlavi to return and to lead Iran. Pahlavi's father,
Wouldn't that be
Mohammad
great?
Reza Pahlavi, was Shah of Iran from 1941 until 1979, overseeing key modernization initiatives in the country with close ties to both the United States and to Israel.
Wow.
Until the extremists and the terrorists overwhelmed the monarchy.
That's exactly
forcing the
what
Shah
happened.
and his wife, Empress Farah Pahlavi, to flee, and the Ayatollah to return from exile.
And that has not worked out very well, and the Iranian people are doing something about it.
President Trump says that the country wants to negotiate a possible nuclear deal, but Iran's crackdown on anti-government protests has led to more than 10,000 others being arrested.
That's terrible.
A source with the administration telling News Nation that President Trump has a range of options in front
Look
of
at
him
this.
as he weighs a final decision.
Airstrikes would
Yeah, what's
be
gonna
one
happen?
of the many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president. He's told all of you last night that what you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately. And I think the president has an interest in exploring those
They're begging
messages.
for mercy. And you know what's
take a look
crazy?
at this.
We were told that if the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran, that country was going to mobilize and attack us back. But that hasn't happened. It looks like those strikes about a year ago may
Imperial
have
Legend North
doomed
Memphis right now.
this
Go,
regime.
go, go.
Iran then shifted overnight
These
from a
guys.
U.S. allied monarchy
Whoever wants to
to
go
an
for it. I'm not going
anti-Western
for it.
Islamic
Have fun.
regime,
Yep.
soon to become the largest state sponsor of terrorism, funding Hezbollah and Hamas.
North
among
Nevis.
others.
Who were operating in
President
Venezuela.
Trump and Secretary of State Marco
Whoever
Rubio
wants
posting
it.
this weekend on social media that the U.S. stands with the people of Iran, with the president writing this is not the Obama administration
Right.
when it comes to standing up to the
Who paid
Iranian
them and propped them up.
Ayatollah and his religious henchmen, and standing behind the people of Iran, protesting for a better life.
Yeah,
we have
that's all they
seen
want.
other times when the people have risen up, but it feels different this time. You
Because the
called
president's
for the people
different.
to mobilize for 2 straight nights this week. Does it feel different? Assess for us what is taking place this weekend in Iran.
This is a moment that is defining. Despite being completely cut off from the world, internet shutdown, and for a regime that is massacring its own people, this is an opportunity to liberate that nation. Remember, the same thugs that hate America also hate their own people.
That's right.
And this is an opportunity to help a nation that starves for liberty, that starts to be rejoined with the free world, and to have the same relationship that we had with America before this revolution occurred, to liberate ourselves and come back to the fold and contribute to world peace and stability regionally and
they were prosperous.
Now, Your Highness, you have called for the opportunity to become the transitional leader. You've said many times with me on this program, you are hoping to be a transitional leader. What is your plan in that transition?
What's that gonna look
what would the first 100 days look like? Because we know that these protests are economic in nature. They are about food and life and democracy second.
Bring in peace, open up the economy.
Maria, I'm a fighter pilot. I've trained all my life for exactly this moment, and people are calling on me to step in and lead this transition. I'm here to lead and help our nation go through that transition. But beyond liberation, we have to have a plan for a stable, smooth transition, a plan that, unlike other scenarios we witness in our neighborhood, like the de-Baathification in Iraq, will not lead to chaos. We have to ensure stability.
Right.
We have to be able to protect the citizenry. We have to be able to stabilize the economy. And for that, we have very comprehensive plans. I'm helped by numbers of economists, scientists, jurists, and specialists in every field, so we can, in fact, address all of these issues the moment the opportunity comes. More importantly is what we're doing right now. As you can see, people are still fighting despite this crackdown. They hope that there will be assistance in protecting them from further bloodshed.
That's what a lot of people think is going to happen, especially with President Trump coming out and telling the protesters not to stop. It's a very interesting statement that he's made recently on this.
Short and to the point, quote, leave Iran now, have a plan for departing Iran that does not rely on the U.S. government help.
That's also an interesting
Trump's warning
statement.
to the Islamic Republic, as reports reveal hundreds of civilians have been killed during anti-government protests. The White House also revealing the private messages Iran is sending back to the United States.
What are they sending?
Watch this.
What the Iranian regime is saying publicly is quite different from the messages they are sending to the United States and the Trump administration privately. President Trump, as for him, he has always expressed that diplomacy is the first option.
All they need to do is say that they'll step down.
Always will be. However, he is unafraid to use the lethal force and might of the United States military if and when he deems that necessary.
And what does that look like in the minds of the leaders of Iran who are presiding over its destruction, who are supposed to leave peacefully and just won't do it? What is that like in their minds with the recent military action in Venezuela? Do they think President Trump's playing around?
Nobody knows that better than the Iranian regime.
Right.
Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman joins me now. Dan, good morning to you. There's this near communications blackout inside Iran right now to try and make it difficult for
trying to get
protesters
Elon
to
to turn on
organize and
Starlink
continue.
over
But
here.
those who have been able to get their message out to the outside world do say that there are many Iranians who are still dedicated and committed to this cause despite this ongoing violence against them.
Sorry, Mom.
Where do you think these protests stand right now? And could this moment actually lead to significant change?
That's what everyone wants to know.
Yeah, I think the Iranian regime is under more threat right now domestically than they ever have been before. I think
that's for sure
reflected in the outreach on the part of the Ayatollah to the United States.
And you know why that is? Venezuela's not around to help these guys evade sanctions. And they don't have a sympathetic president in the White House of America who's willing to let these guys get away with exploiting their own country so that they can stay in power. Those two things are huge.
Some negotiations, potentially about the nuclear program. Iran knows that their economy is in free fall. They're suffering from a shortage of water. All of those things
every day it gets
have
worse.
fueled these protests, and it threatens Iran's regime. And so what they want is to negotiate and put an end to those sanctions. I think the Trump administration will certainly listen. It's a good opportunity for us to collect information on how bad things are inside Iran. But I think the Trump administration might do well to let these protests play out and not be in a rush to eliminate or reduce those sanctions, which are having such a serious impact on the regime's security.
Now that their sanctions evading machine, which they had in conjunction with Venezuela, which would ship them oil, which would get refined, kept, some of it kept as payment by the Iranian regime, and then the rest sent back to Venezuela, which would then get sold over to Cuba. The sanctions are even worse now. And this guy's right, the ball is totally in President Trump's court. America doesn't have to rush to make a deal with Iran to save it. Any deal would prop them up at this point.
Well, on that very point, President Trump posted this to Truth Social yesterday. Effective immediately, any country doing business with the Islamic Republic of Iran will pay a tariff of 25% on any and all business being done with the United States of America. This order is final and conclusive. And this whole protest started as an economic protest, and these new tariffs certainly aren't going to make anything easier on the regime. The president is going to be weighing his wide range of options today with top national security officials. What do you think the president should do moving forward?
Wait and be firm.
So I think we have a number of options. I think the president is going to be looking at, obviously, the military option to strike IRGC facilities.
Right.
They're the ones that are bringing down the oppression on those protesters.
If they try to roll tanks through the streets of their capital and they want to take out their frustration on their own people and some major escalation, I don't think they're going to get very far. I think they're being watched right now. I think they know it, and with the whole backdrop of the operation in Venezuela just happening, they've got to be thinking twice about doing anything to clamp down on this more than they already have.
Certainly an option. Cyber strikes is another one, delivering internet to the Iranian people so that they can coordinate these protests. And of course, we've seen the sanctions increased further. And remember, the targeted countries are India, China, and Russia, those countries that do business with Iran.
Are you fucking serious? Kill the PSL guy.
An intelligence briefing from Director CIA Ratcliffe on exactly where these pain points are.
He's attacking me.
PSL this more. The impact on domestic unrest.
Wow, he's right in front of
his very heavy, weighty decisions for the administration. Today, the president will have his team around him.
But the big question is,
Monk is
how
right
do you
here.
preserve the protesters? Because these are the people that want freedom. These are the people that are trying to take back their country. How do you protect them while getting rid of their regime at the exact same time? I think that we're looking at the only way to do it.
Where he said help is on its way to the Iranian
that's what he's
people.
saying.
He also said meetings with Iranian officials have now been cancelled.
So he won't meet with them.
What do you make of all
Wow,
this?
so he's not meeting with them.
It seems that this latest post by Donald Trump might be confirming a report that came out by the Wall Street Journal that said that Donald Trump, according to White House officials, was leaning towards a possible military action in Iran, and that his vice president, J.D. Vance, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio were sort of trying to reel him back in towards the diplomatic aspect of it before thinking about military action. This post, when he says help is on its way and that the meetings have been canceled, seemed to indicate that what he was hinting at on Air Force One on Sunday, and you see there the actual words of the U.S. president who tells the Iranian...
if you're running Iran right now and the country's imploding, the currency is in free fall, and people are taking to the streets, and you hear the U.S. president that just ousted Maduro, took him out of his bedroom at 2 o'clock in the morning before he even knew where he was and had him in a New York City jail, you got to be thinking to yourself, what's the point of sticking around and ruling over a country that is already imploded on itself? These guys should just peacefully leave before something happens. They should just leave the country. That's it. Turn it over to the people.
Protesters to keep protest. But going back to what he said on Sunday on Air Force One, he said, talking about those potential talks with the Iranians, he said, we might need to act before we actually get to
that's
those meetings. So all of this might be indicating that
the meeting's going to be with a different
president is going for a potential military action. It could be also that there will be some type of action that is not necessarily full-on military strike. That could be cyber attacks. They were one of the options that were put on the table. We'll see if we know a little bit more once that formal briefing takes place, but the White House spokesperson.
So the U.S. has to be prepared for a couple of different options in this case. First of all, we got a lot of military bases in the Middle East. Not everybody's aware of this. Those are within striking distance of the Iranian regime right now. So if they try to do something like that, the response might need to be more than a cyber attack. But personally, if the country's currency is already in free fall, if they've already got hyperinflation over there, if they're having fuel shortages and everything, I don't know what good a cyber attack is going to do. The internet is already out in that country.
I feel like so many across the world are just on edge while we wait for the decision that President Trump makes here. What kind of threat are American troops under as this tension grows?
Well, Iran's Speaker of the Parliament issued a very serious threat towards America, saying that if the country forcefully responds to Iran's crackdown protests on the protests, U.S. military bases and ships in the region could be targets for the Iranian military. Now, to put that data in perspective, take a look at this map right here, because military data show more than 30,000 service members remain stationed within the range of Iran's short-range missiles, while an additional 9,000 could be reached with medium-range ballistic missiles. So right now, Israel remains on high alert because they too have received threats from Iran. NATO watching this situation very closely, and no doubt countries along shipping routes in the Middle East also watching this situation closely.
So the fear with something like this is always that the United States personnel that are in the Middle East are at risk. But even when the Iranian nuclear program was hit several months ago, these forces were still out there in many ways. There were U.S. personnel in the Middle East who were not harmed when Iran did try and retaliate. Remember, they tried. They launched a whole bunch of rockets. They did their best to strike back. And the U.S. already knows what that looks like. But what the Iranian regime does not know is what the United States could do, because things happened during the Maduro raid that we're just finding out about. There are reports that weaponry was used that totally incapacitated Maduro's guards and his security forces and just paralyzed them. They couldn't fight back. They were just totally wiped out. If you're the Iranian regime right now, you got to be thinking to yourself, they know, the United States being the United States knows what their retaliation looks like, because we've already seen it. They have no idea what President Trump is capable of. They have no idea what his next move is. All they know is that he recently told Maduro in Venezuela, leave the country, protect your family. Maduro said he wasn't going, and then it ended for him very quickly. What do you think's going to happen next? I'll see you in the next video.
President Trump overnight standing in solidarity with protesters fighting against oppression in Iran. The president writing on Truth Social, we are locked and loaded and ready to go.
So as protesters storm Iran's capital, it looks like the entire country is slated for collapse, because the capture of Venezuela's dictator means Iran's radical leaders have just lost their lifeline, as their partner in crime is no longer around to help them launder money, fund extremist groups, and evade U.S. sanctions. Meanwhile, President Trump says America is ready to defend Iranian protesters if their government tries anything.
I just wanted some sauce on those zingers.
I'm coming at you.
All right, everybody. Hope you're having an awesome day. The world is still burning and it sucks. A couple shameless plugs. First and foremost, make sure you subscribe to Rich of Review Tech USA. Why did I say Rich of? But subscribe to this channel. I upload content on a daily basis and also stream on a fairly regular basis. So make sure you leave a like and subscribe, and also leave a comment. It helps out in the algorithm. And two, I have an ASMR channel called Tech 25 ASMR. I have a bunch of content up there already, and in 2026 I'm going to be dropping a whole bunch more, and I'll have links to everything I mentioned below in the description and top pinned comment. So pretty much making a PC, or building a PC I should say, is slowly becoming less and less affordable, again due to guess what? The AI data center is needing a whole bunch of components, and these companies like Samsung, SK Hynix, Micron has completely left the consumer RAM market. They used to make Crucial at the end of, some are saying January, some are saying February. Crucial's no longer going to exist. They're not going to be making consumer RAM anymore. So the prices of RAM have gone up through the roof. I've beaten that to death a billion different times. But if you think GPUs are going to be safe from this, no, they have memory inside of them. And the prices of the 5090 are already going up astronomically. And on top of that, too, it seems that the supply for mid-range and lower-end GPUs, I don't really know if you would consider a 5060 or 5070 Ti or 5060 Ti lower-end, they're going to be thinning out how much of those are going to be made, and essentially they're going to be unofficially discontinued. Now, this information came from Hardware Unboxed, but I'm actually citing the article techradar.com, and there's a community post that I want to show from Hardware Unboxed that kind of clarifies what's happening with the 5060 Ti and 5070 Ti. I think I may have said 5060 before. The 5060 is not included with GPUs that are essentially being discontinued. Now, here's the original story. YouTube channel Hardware Unboxed tells us NVIDIA has essentially killed off the 5070 Ti. Even if this isn't officially the case, as we've heard nothing from Team Green to that effect, because there's a widespread shortage with this GPU. So they could say, oh, on paper, it's not discontinued. If you can't find it anywhere and retail stores can't even get a hold of new 5060 Ti's to sell and 5070 Ti's to sell, okay, fine. You aren't officially saying it's discontinued, but it may as well be. In fact, supply of the 5070 Ti is now so thin that we're told Asus has placed the model in end-of-life status, which they kind of rebuked later on. But, of course, remember, Micron, like 5 seconds before they officially announced they're leaving the consumer market, said it's like, oh, we're really going to support our consumers and the gamers and the gaming community. And then like a month later, they were like, yeah, no, we're going to be just selling to AI data centers because it's just too delicious and too profitable. So don't trust anything that a corporation says. Please, for the love of God. Their whole job is to make as much money as possible. They want to pull the wool over your eyes so they have good PR publicly, and then they'll just screw you over. No problem if it means their pockets will be lined. So do not believe a word that any corporation tells you with this. Continuing, meaning the big graphics card maker is officially done with the NVIDIA GPU. Add your own seasoning as ever with all of this. So Asus is coming out saying that, no, we're not discontinuing it. NVIDIA is coming out and saying, no, we're for the gamers and all this. I'll show you the update in a second. But they're going to tell you the thing that tries to damage control for them as much as possible and mitigate the PR nightmare that stuff like this could be. To underline what this means, Asus is, in theory, not going to produce any more of its various 5070 Ti models. Whatever Asus 5070 Ti graphics cards are left on shelves now and in warehouses represent the remaining inventory from the company. Once that's gone, there'll be no more. And last thing here, furthermore, this is interesting, and it listen, go by the retailers, not the corporations with this. Furthermore, this chimes with what Australian retailers are saying about the RTX 5070 Ti, namely that they can't buy this graphics card from their distribution partners. Hardware Unboxed claimed that these retail outlets are expecting this to remain the case throughout the entire first quarter of 2026. So through to April at the very least, and it's going to go on.
I want more shit.
I'm a betting man, it's going to go on way longer than that. Now, NVIDIA contacted Tom's Guide about this information that's being put out there about the 5060 Ti and 5070
Ti.
No,
I don't need that
this
much
is what
in
they
depth.
had to say. Tom's Guide reports that NVIDIA replied to them
I don't need that.
denying that any current
whole
GeForce
different.
graphics
Yeah, that's a
card
whole
is no
different
longer
game.
shipping.
Get that a whole different game. I don't need all that
RTX
shit.
GPUs is strong and memory supply is
Listen,
constrained.
you know what? You build a
ship
game
all
like
GeForce
that with
SKUs,
the
and they're
same
working closely
aesthetics
with
as
our
this,
suppliers
and then
to
you add
maximize
more
memory
like
availability,
in-depth,
which they
like
could say that
character
Hardware
mechanics
Unboxed
and
was
make it a
putting out this
different game.
information
Go
when they
ahead,
want
do
to.
it.
Also, Moore's Law is dead.
You do it.
A
You'll have
similar
people
take
that'll
in a
enjoy
video
it,
that I think was
and
just
and
posted,
I will
where
root
he's
for
hearing the
you
same thing
and
about
watch.
the 5060 Ti
If
and the 5070
you
Ti, and they're really going to try
if
to
you
scale those
do,
back,
then do it.
essentially discontinuing
But
them.
if you can't,
to
then
put
find
out
something
more
to do it
8 GB graphics
because
cards.
it's a
Or
good
they're
idea.
re-releasing the 3060. At least I
someone
heard
else
some
does it.
good news, rumor still, but good news that it's going to be the 12GB version of the 3060. So, yay! Graphics card that was released in 2021 being re-released in 2026 because
I found one of these dudes.
Oh, dude, I hate NVIDIA.
This BSL,
really
dude.
I can't stand them. I can't stand all these AI companies. I can't stand the data centers. I can't stand anyone who's pushing this. I can't stand everyone who wants us to force AI down our throats. But now, Hardware Unboxed, before I lose my mind and crash out, he had a statement that he posted on his YouTube channel, and this is what he had to say. Seen a few outlets misrepresenting our latest video. To clarify, Asus did not tell us that NVIDIA said the RTX 5070 Ti has been discontinued. Asus told us that there is very little supply of the 5070 Ti, so their own 5070 Ti products, e.g. the Prime and Tough Gaming, have been put into end-of-life status. With retailers also unable to source 5070 Ti SKUs from any AIB, this effectively makes it a dead product, which is true. NVIDIA have officially said that all SKUs remain in production and that the 5070 Ti is not end-of-life or discontinued. Whether or not AIBs actually receive enough supply to justify continued production is another question. Now, Asus gave some long-winded statement saying that, oh no, we're not discontinuing the 5070 Ti. This is misinformation. Again, it's damage control. They don't want to deal with the ire of the consumer, even though they really don't care in the end. So they're trying to walk back their original statements. Like, for example, here, I'll read this one part to you that Hardware Unboxed posted. Asus reaches out again to provide another statement, the third statement we've received from Asus. That means they are panicking. Now saying that 5070 Ti is not discontinued or end of life. This directly contradicts the original statement. Listen, you're not going to be able to buy one. If you were eyeing a 5060 Ti, 5070 Ti, get an AMD card instead. Not that AMD is an angel in this whole AI debacle, but they're nowhere near as deep into it as NVIDIA is. So I've kind of had it with NVIDIA at this point. Now, do you watch
There's
my
no
previous
fucking
video
way I
talking
missed
about
that.
what Jeff Bezos said about local computing and how just like electricity, computing is going to be all in the cloud, and it makes much more sense that way. It's illogical, maybe that's the word he used, I don't know if I should air quote it, to think that everyone's just going to have local computing in their home. It's going to be like a power grid. Makes much more sense. So all these corporations get to control how much your compute costs. They're going to make you pay monthly instead of you just owning your computer. You could build a computer for $1,000, $1,200 and use it for years. You'll have to pay them monthly. They'll be able to track everything. Not that they're not doing that already, but it'll be on steroids because all of your information, every single file that you upload, every single thing will be in the cloud, and you'll never own anything. And if you want to actually have access to video edit, to do work, to game, you're gonna have a subscription. You're gonna have to continue to pay for it. That is what they want, and this is what we're seeing right now. I hope this all goes away and Moore's Law is dead, and he's right about this, and he has industry insiders that say this won't be a permanent thing, and we'll start to see some easing within, I don't know, the numbers go all over, let's say 12 months, but it's not looking good right now. And all these companies and corporations are focusing on these data centers, and if the AI bubble bursts, their backup is going to be that everyone has to use cloud computing if they want to do, well, anything. Again, you will own nothing and be happy. Now, if something changes with this and the 5070 Ti and 5060 Ti are readily available, I will update and make a new video. But I assure you, let's see what happens in a couple months. They're trying to damage control right now to mitigate bad press. But I have a feeling that what Hardware Unboxed originally said is unfortunately going to be the case. This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out. Have a good one.
I just wanted some sauce on those zingers.
All right, everybody, welcome to the show. I hope you're having an awesome weekend. A couple shameless plugs first. First and foremost, make sure you subscribe to Review Tech USA. I upload content here on a daily basis and stream usually on a fairly regular basis. Also, make sure to leave a like and a comment. It helps out in the algorithm. And also, too, make sure to check out my ASMR channel called Tech 25 ASMR. I'll be having a whole bunch of new content up there this year, and on top of it too, there's already a bunch of content up there already, so make sure you subscribe to Tech 25 ASMR. I'll have links to everything I mentioned below in the description and top pinned comment. So in this exciting episode number 400,872 of Everything Sucks, RAM prices are out of control. You know that, you love that, and by love that I mean you despise it. I always bring up an example, though, so people have concrete evidence, say this is the first video they see for me. So in 2025, if you wanted to get a 32 gigabyte DDR5 RAM kit, it would go for about $120 to $150 US. But now, at best, by the way, Crucial is made by Micron, and Micron is leaving the consumer RAM market. You're looking at about at least close to, if not about $300, and then it goes up from there. $440, $261, we'll say $532. It's out of control. It is absolutely insane. RAM costs more than a graphics card right now. Please don't support this. Don't support this. I don't know if it'll actually make RAM prices come back down, but that do not, unless you absolutely need RAM, like you have a video editing PC and it is down because one of the RAM sticks like fried in there, do not buy this at this price. Please don't. Well, anyway, this has been discussed for a while. Due to RAM price increases, there is a lot of fear that all of the consoles are going to get another price increase, not just Microsoft with the Xbox Series X, where they increase the price so much on their consoles. It's like, why are we gonna buy a Series X? And then it seems like they're giving up on it, so they're asking more money for an over 5-year-old console at this point, and they don't seem like they want to support it. I'll buy 12 Xbox Series X's, Bob. Your name is Bob today. Well, I got good news for you. Samsung, which is one of the big 3 memory manufacturers, they make memory for everything, TVs, game consoles, PCs, you name it. They are telling you, as a memory manufacturer for many products that you purchase, that the prices for your technology, whether it be TVs or game consoles, is gonna go through the friggin' roof. This comes from gamerrant.com. I'll read it to you, then we'll discuss. Samsung has issued a warning that could mean the price of console gaming could increase for players everywhere. While Samsung doesn't produce any traditional game consoles itself, the company produces and works with all kinds of parts and electronics, giving credence to its claims. During CES 2026, Samsung has warned customers that, due to the increased price of DRAM and ongoing shortages, the price of TVs will likely increase. What have I been saying? I've said that a billion times. The co-CEO of Samsung, TM Rowe, explained that numerous electronics, including phones, home appliances, I've been saying all this, and TVs will likely see their price go up in response to increasing cost of the electronic components that go into them. Speaking to Bloomberg, Wenjun Lee, head of global marketing at Samsung, said there would be issues with semiconductor supplies that will impact everyone. You don't even have to pick up a game console controller or have a gaming PC for this to affect you, which will likely drive Samsung to increase its prices to compensate for the increasing cost of the parts going into them. Unfortunately, gaming will feel the pinch from this demand in more ways than just increasing TV prices. The AI-fueled RAM crisis may lead to further price increases for consoles.
He goes, I do LARPing, right?
With the price of RAM and GPUs alike,
so he's like,
building
he knows I'm a poison maker.
You go look at 5090s, the price is already going up on them. They're about to reach.
He goes, I know what your next attack should be.
They're going to reach that $5,000
it's a fucking ninja throwing
predicted for the
fucking
5090s. So, good luck with that one if you were actually going to purchase the top of the line graphics card from NVIDIA. Anyway, continuing here, some of those who live in states with AI data centers have also seen bigger electricity bills, compounding the problem further. They also go on to talk about how next-gen consoles could be delayed due to the RAM shortages, which I've talked about. Valve's upcoming Steam machine, there was a Czech tech retail website that had placeholder prices for about $1,000, depending on which model you got. Probably a little high, but
those BSL guys
they're
are
saying right
definitely
here
enemies.
that recent reports indicating that the Steam machine might cost anywhere from $800 to $900, depending on which storage size you get. So
F3.
Everything is just becoming more unaffordable. And on top of it, to add insult to injury, utilities, cost of living, groceries, everything is more unaffordable, even if you just don't buy any of this. Just living sucks. Let's just put it that way. So this is what, unfortunately, many people, including me, have predicted since I've been covering the RAM AI crisis that's going on right now and the astronomical prices. And I've said, for people out there, and I've seen comments, even in real life, I've talked to people about this, and they're like, I don't care. I'm not a nerd gamer like you. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Your next phone is going to be more expensive. Your next TV is going to be more expensive. Anything that has memory inside of it is going to become more expensive. You could never pick up a controller in your entire life, and it's going to become more expensive. And then on top of it, like I said, the cost of living is going up astronomically all across the board. Trust me, I know. So people are like, I need to survive, keep my lights on, pay my rent, pay my mortgage, put gas in my car, put food on my table, and that's more expensive. And now you want me to spend more on luxury items like a video game console or a gaming PC or getting a new smartphone? People are just going to not do it. And what amazes me about these companies too is that, oh, we just increase the prices. The lemmings will buy it anyway. Not if they can't. Not if they'll be out in the street. If they go buy luxury items instead of actually paying their bills, they're not going to buy your crap anyway. Now, on the flip side, I made another video. I'll have it in the end screen on this video, where Moore's Law is Dead has people that were in the memory industry, that actually worked in the memory industry, and he has industry insiders that are saying this is not going to be like a doom and gloom permanent memory price increase where game consoles and all technology are going to permanently stay unaffordable. I hope he's right, but when I see things like this, it just, I don't have a good feeling. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope Moore's Law is Dead is way more educated on this stuff than me is right, and maybe he is. But the way things are looking right now, to me, this just hits different than when we were seeing GPU prices go through the roof for crypto mining and during COVID, where there was a whole market of scalpers just buying up all the cards and reselling them on eBay. If the demand for AI data centers continues for even 2 more years, then what happens after that? Say the AI bubble bursts even sooner. There's a lot of people saying it's like they're looking at their watch saying it could happen anytime now. I just don't see them just going, oh, we're just going to let all these data centers just crumble and fall to the ground. What I think they're trying to do, and if I'm wrong, great, is they're trying to make all your tech be behind a paywall as a service for the rest of your life. I keep saying this. You want to edit games? I keep saying this. You want to edit videos? You'll have to use cloud computing. You want to play games? Cloud computing. That's what they want. You own nothing. You have to pay them forever to enjoy those things. Or if you need those things, you have to pay them forever. And if you don't want to, you don't have access to it. I think that's the long-term nefarious plan that these tech corporations have for us. And it sucks. We will own nothing and be happy, except we'll be miserable. This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out. Have a good one.
No, you don't need to come up to do it, but watch out, I'm saying. Watch out for the people that are coming through here. You're coming towards Nevis.
2 terabytes for server. So in this video with Jacob Freeman, formerly of EVGA, he's talking about how NVIDIA actually did have consumer gaming news, just not a single piece of it was in the Consumer Electronics Show keynote. And actually, weirdly, the gaming side had more news than the non-gaming side. in terms of like news, meaning stuff that hasn't been said before. So for some reason, none of this stuff from the video that Jacob's in made it into the keynote at the Consumer Electronics Show. Like literally none of it. It almost seems like Nvidia thinks talking about gaming reduces the seriousness of their company to the investors they pander to now. We just wonder what Jensen Huang thinks about the PC gamers who built his company to where it is now.
Like I said, nobody's as cute as you guys are.
Around 1 hour into the keynote, Nvidia finally shared its first actual news about literally anything. This was on its upcoming Vera Rubin solution. So that's right, at the Consumer Electronics Show, if you have your own $50 billion data center, you too can be a consumer of a Vera Rubin solution. Gaze upon the thing siphoning away all of the consumer hardware allocation. We'll give them credit for building what looks to be a fairly modular design, where Jensen Huang illustrates on stage how the prior solution had, he says, 43 cables and 6 tubes for cooling, while still relying on air for some components, stating that the new Vera Rubin boxes instead was the architecture
I took care of the dude that was coming through, but like what I was saying is watch out when you're coming through here. There's a group of people that are coming through and pressing our zone. Like, so watch yourselves in general.
With liquid cooling tubes integrating more completely with water cooling blocks used on top of the CPU and GPU parts. Huang also claimed that it's faster to deploy, so data centers have one less obstacle between them and more feckless expansion.
It takes 2 hours to assemble this. If you're lucky, it takes 2 hours. And of course, you're probably going to assemble it wrong. You're going to have to retest it, test it, reassemble it. So the assembly process is incredibly complicated. And it was understandable as one of our first supercomputers that's deconstructed in this way. This, from 2 hours to 5 minutes.
Huang says that the new server solution is 100% liquid cooled, up from a stated 80% on the prior model. He also claimed, and we're not sure how much of this was a joke versus wasn't, since it actually was unclear, that it has half a ton of water in a full rack of these Vera Rubin servers. The Vera part of Vera Rubin is the CPU, which Nvidia says will have 88 cores, branded Olympus, 176 threads, a 1.8 terabyte per second NVLink connection, a 1.5 terabyte capacity of system memory with 1.2 terabytes per second of bandwidth on LPDDR5X, and will be a 227 billion transistor solution for the Vera CPU alone. The Rubin component is the GPU part, with a stated, quote, up to 288 gigabytes of HBM4, end quote, per GPU.
I am up going north.
Possible. Nvidia
Give you guys a heads up to where I am. This is
Nvidia also makes a bunch of claims about performance of NVFP4 inference and training, stating 5x and 3.5x
meeting our enemies.
22 terabyte per second HBM4
I have to put DSL in there.
Here. Currently, the memory suppliers have shifted towards more HBM manufacturing to keep up with the data center GPUs like this. HBM is expensive and costs more wafer area when factoring in things like yield losses, contributing more to the memory crisis. Really, it's totally tone deaf, announcing things with terabytes upon terabytes of memory in them for like millions of dollars to a bunch of consumers who can't afford things and can't get anything with memory in it. It's kind of like announcing that you're the only guy with water in a place that has a huge drought.
So we shipped a lot of water from California. Can you hear it squealing?
Okay, look, but he didn't, it's not like he, in case you were wondering who cares, it's the tech billionaires and leaders of other trillionaire and soon-to-be trillionaire companies, all lining up with their handout to Jensen. OpenAI CEO and who just recruited the Grinch to steal Christmas in Whoville, Sam Altman, had this to say. Quote, the NVIDIA Rubin platform helps us keep scaling this progress so advanced intelligence benefits everyone, end quote. Elon Musk said, quote, green heart emoji, confetti emoji, rocket ship emoji, robot emoji. NVIDIA Rubin will be a rocket engine for AI. Rubin will remind the world that NVIDIA is the gold standard. See prior set of same emojis, end quote.
I say the stupidest things. That cannot possibly be true.
So the executive pickaxe trade continues, and once again, it's your data that they're mining.
There's so many companies that would like to build, they're sitting on gold mines. Gold mine, gold mine. It's a gold mine, gold mine, gold mine. It does this repeatedly, token after token after token, and obviously, if you have a long conversation with that AI, over time, that memory, that context memory is going to grow tremendously. Not to mention the models are growing, the number of turns that we're using, the AIs are increasing.
Even Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft and guy who was recently excited that they have warehouses full of GPUs they can't plug into data centers because they don't have the grid capacity yet, was excited for Vera Rubin, presumably so he can add it to his Smaug-like mountain of hoarded silicon components. NVIDIA also talked about its new Connect X9 Spectrum X Super NIC, which is 1x short of requiring a VPN to read about. The NIC is advertised as running 800 gigabit per second Ethernet. The company wrote on its blog, quote, "In the Vera Rubin NVL72 rack scale architecture, each compute tray contains 4 Connect X9 Super NIC boards, delivering 1.6 terabits per second of network bandwidth per Rubin GPU. This ensures GPUs can participate fully in expert dispatch, collective operations, and synchronization without becoming bottlenecked at the network edge," end quote, further noting that Connect X9 has these security capabilities, quote, "Data in transit encryption acceleration for IP security, or IPsec, and platform security protocol PSP to secure GPU to GPU communications. Data at rest encryption acceleration to secure storage platforms, secure boot, firmware authentication, and device attestation." This is part of NVIDIA's dubbed Spectrum X Ethernet scale-out architecture. That's the quote, "using Bluefield 4 DPUs for handling, quote, networking, storage, security, and control services," end quote, across Rubin. Rubin consists of NVLink, the CPU, the GPU, Bluefield DPUs for network storage security needs, the Super NIC, and the Ethernet switch. The end result is what NVIDIA refers to as new chips, 6 of them, to combine into its solution. That's a lot of supporting silicon to enable the GPU and the CPU to run inference and training tasks. Using all of these extra silicon components in the server means that the GPU and CPU can remain dedicated entirely to so-called AI processing workloads. For specs, NVIDIA published a table comparing Vera to Grace for the CPU. NVIDIA shows a move to 2 megabytes of L2 cache per core, 162 megabytes unified L3 up from 114 megabytes, an increase to 1.2 terabytes per second memory bandwidth from 512 gigabytes per second, a move to 1.5 terabytes of LPDDR5X capacity from 480 gigabytes maximally previously, faster NVLink solutions, and a move to PCIe Gen 6 and CXL 3.1 from PCIe Gen 5 previously. This table references what they call spatial multi-threading for Vera, which we weren't familiar with before. NVIDIA defines this as, quote, "a new type of multi-threading that runs 2 hardware threads per core by physically partitioning resources instead of time slicing, enabling a runtime trade-off between performance and efficiency. This approach increases throughput and virtual CPU density while maintaining predictable performance and strong isolation, a critical requirement for multi-tenant AI factories," end quote. And just to get ahead of the marketing bullshit that they keep putting in here, AI factories means data centers. That is what that is. They're trying to brand it as a factory to make it seem like some kind of approachable blue-collar thing, presumably so they can go ask the government for more money and better regulations or something, but it is a data center. That's what that means. For memory, NVIDIA notes that it's using SOCAM, or Small Outline Compression Attached Memory Modules. These look something like this, pictured in a Serve the Home article from previously. This means that the memory isn't BGA soldered to the board and is instead attached to a stick. It's just SOCAM with pins instead of a DDR5 style stick. NVIDIA mounts the LPDDR5X to these types of SOCAM sticks for the server, allowing modularity for capacity per configuration while also giving some level of replaceability if a chip on a stick happens to go bad. Now, we frequently see comments posted where people ask if there's any potential second-hand market in the future for all these data center server components, where I think generally people are wondering, okay, once all these things get retired in like 3 to 5 years or less, does it end up on the consumer market where I can just buy sticks of DDR5 for pennies on the dollar because they're dumping hundreds of terabytes of memory onto the market? And the answer for things like this is no, because this has no use in current desktop type standard computers. It may have a secondhand use for other types of data centers or startups or something, but there's effectively zero use for any of this in consumer. There may be a use also in, say, China, where in Shenzhen, you might find a guy at a shop who will desolder all the LPDDR5X from abandoned modules, although they seem worth more as SOCAM modules, and then put it onto something else. Maybe there's a use case there. Generally speaking, though, no, this is not something that you can just stick into an X870E motherboard or something. NVIDIA's block diagram shows the layout of Vera Rubin. The CPU connection to LPDDR5X sits at the top, going out to the SOCAM sticks at up to 1.5 terabytes of capacity. The CPU connects to PCIe Gen 6, depicted on both sides of the block, with NVLink C2C at 1.8 terabytes per second going to the 2 attached Rubin GPUs for the 1 CPU. These are depicted with 288 gigabytes of HBM4 each. And we covered this in our video entitled NVIDIA, What the Fuck? Where we talk about how HBM actually requires more wafer area and allocation than a like-for-like capacity of something like, say, DDR, normal DRAM, DDR5 or something. or VRAM, if you want to take that comparison. The reason for this is a combination of yield losses, where HBM has more yield losses because you've got a more complex set of things vertically stacked. If anything goes bad in there, you might have to throw out the entire chip, so you're throwing a lot more silicon. Two other factors, such as requiring separate I/O or control silicon solutions and interposer silicon solutions, although the interposers would come from TSMC, not from the memory factories, fabs, but we talk about that in our separate piece, NVIDIA WTF. So anyway, point being, at 288 gigabytes of HBM per GPU listed as a max capacity, that is more than just 288 gigabytes of memory per GPU offset from the consumer market. It would not be a one-to-one loss for consumer. It would be greater than that. NVIDIA also noted that Rubin is a 336 billion transistor chip for the full die solution, with 2 compute dies connected via fabric centrally rather than using a single monolithic chip, just like with Blackwell. NVIDIA continues to leverage ARM for multiple parts of its systems, one example being Bluefield 4 running 64 ARM Neoverse v2 compute solutions. The Bluefield 4 component alone has a listed memory capacity of 128 gigabytes, so even beyond the CPU and the GPU, these additional processors that are shipping with it are consuming huge amounts of memory. The previous generation was listed at 32 gigabytes. As for the Ethernet Spectrum 6 switch, NVIDIA notes a 102.4 terabit per second solution at 512 by 200 gigabit per second ports. NVIDIA illustrates performance with what it calls a, quote, expert dispatch benchmark, unquote, where completion time is measured in milliseconds. The NVLink switch tray is its own entire chassis, depicted here with NVLink 6 switches, spine connectors, and a claimed 3.6 terabyte per second per GPU all-to-all solution. Also fully liquid cooled.
Back in the 1940s and the 1950s, the United States designed an artillery piece that was capable of delivering tactical nuclear strikes onto the battlefield. It was officially the M65 atomic cannon, but it was popularly referred to as Atomic Annie. Now, the M65 was created with the intention of giving the Army its own nuclear delivery system amid the inter-service rivalry with the Air Force and also fears of Soviet armored invasions in Europe or Korea. And it was inspired by large World War II era guns like the German Anzio Annie, but scaled for nuclear shells. Now, the goal was a mobile weapon that could fire atomic projectiles to destroy massed enemy forces like tank divisions without solely relying on air power or strategic bombers. The first prototype, which was designated the T-131, was built pretty quickly, and they had public demonstrations with it in 1952. About 20 of those units were produced between 1951 and 1952 at a cost of around $800,000 each, which would be equivalent to roughly $9 to $10 million in today's money. The M65 was pretty big, and it required a special transport system. It was a 280 millimeter caliber gun, and it was about 85 feet in length. It weighed around 83 to 86 tons, including the gun and its 2 prime mover trucks, and it typically required a crew of 5 to 7 for firing, but up to 18, including drivers and support. In order to move this thing around, they had to use 2 heavy 4x4 trucks that lifted and towed the gun like a giant car. The trucks had independent steering, intercom communication, and they could hit speeds of approximately 30 to 45 miles per hour on roads. Once they arrived at a location they wanted to fire from, setup would usually take around 12 minutes to fire, and then tear down would take around 15. Now, officially, the range of this thing was roughly 20 miles for nuclear rounds, and they had pretty good precision because they were able to impact roughly around 20 yards from a target at their max range. It was capable of firing both high explosive conventional rounds and nuclear ones. The cannon's primary nuclear round was the Whiskey 9 warhead, also called the T-124 projectile. Essentially, it was a gun-type fission device that weighed around 800 pounds with a yield of 15 kilotons, which is roughly the same amount of power that the Hiroshima bomb had. Now, the only live nuclear firing from any cannon in history occurred on May 25th of 1953 during Operation Upshot Knothole Grable at the Nevada test site Frenchman Flat. And during this test, Atomic Annie fired a specifically cannon number 9 fired a W-9 shell about 7 miles downrange, detonating at 524 feet approximately with a 15 kiloton explosion. There's a bunch of high-ranking officials that were there at the time watching this happen, including the Secretary of Defense, who watched the test happen. Operation Upshot Knothole ran from March 17th of 1953 until June 4th of 1953 and consisted of 11 separate nuclear detonations. The series ended up following Operation Ivy, which took place in 1952, and preceded Operation Castle, which took place in 1954, but it played a key role in advancing U.S. nuclear weapons designs and tactical nuclear capabilities, as well as military and civil defense preparations during the early years of the Cold War. The test aimed to develop and proof test a new nuclear device for potential inclusion in the U.S. arsenal, primarily by Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory and University of California Radiation Laboratory. They also wanted to evaluate military effects, tactics, equipment, and training in a nuclear environment. And then they wanted to study civil defense implications such as blast and radiation effects on structures and people. And lastly, they wanted to test components for upcoming thermonuclear weapons, including the hydrogen bomb that they were still working on, including boosted primaries and radiation implosion concepts. There was an estimated 18,000 to 21,000 Department of Defense personnel that participated in the exercise, including through Desert Exercise Rock 5, which was a large-scale program involving troop maneuvers, observer programs, helicopter tests, damage assessments, and orientation/training on nuclear effects. All 4 armed service branches took part in the training. So throughout the duration of this test, they conducted 7 tower shots, 100 to 300 feet high, 3 airdrops, and 1 unique gun-fired artillery projectile, which to this day remains the only nuclear cannon shot in history. Now, the yields ranged from very low, 0.2 kilotons to 61 kilotons, but most were in the like 10 to 40 kiloton range, which are comparable or a little bit larger than the Hiroshima Nagasaki bombs. The following were the 11 shots that they did. The first one was Annie, which was March 17th of 1953, which was a 16 kiloton. It was the first test. It had live news coverage, and they covered effects on houses, vehicles, shelters, and the Desert Rock 5 participated. The second shot was Nancy on March 24th of 1954, which is also a tower shot, and this one was 24 kilotons. It was testing the boosted primary and then some fallout issues. The third shot was called Ruth on March 31st of 1953, and it was also a tower shot, but it was only 0.2 kilotons. It kind of fizzled out. It was the first University of California Radiation Lab device, and it had a uranium deuteride core and underperformed dramatically, as you can see by the 0.2 kilotons compared to everyone else. The fourth one was Dixie, which was done on April 6th of 1953, and it was an airdrop and was 11 kilotons. Number 5 was Ray on April 11th of 1953, which is a tower drop and is a 0.2 kiloton, so it fizzled out and was another low-yield Livermore test. Number 6 was Badger, April 18th, 1953, a tower shot and 23 kilotons. Number 7 was Simon, April 25th, 1953, a tower shot and 43 kilotons, significant yield, and they had troop maneuvers conducted at the same time. Number 8 was Encore, May 8th of 1953, which was an airdrop, which turned out to be 27 kilotons, which was basically a major military effects test, and they had extensive damage evaluations conducted during that one. Number 9 was Harry, May 19th of 1953. Also a tower drop, 32 kilotons, which was infamous for heavy fallout. Wind shift actually ended up causing significant off-site contamination and affected some downwind communities. Number 10 was Grable, May 25th, 1953. This is when the 280 millimeter cannon was fired, which ended up being a 15 kiloton explosion from the infamous Atomic Annie. They fired a Whiskey 9 warhead projectile approximately 7 miles downrange, and it airburst at around 520 feet over Frenchman Flat. And again, it was the only live nuclear artillery firing ever conducted and was viewed by high-ranking officials, including the Secretary of Defense. The final drop was Climax, which was on June 4th of 1953, when they conducted an airdrop, and it was a 61 kiloton explosion, which was the largest yield in the series of tests conducted at the Upshot Knothole tests. Now, the Upshot Knothole field tests advanced tactical nuclear weapons, including nuclear artillery shells, smaller bombs, and provided data for thermonuclear primaries that were used in Castle later on. It also highlighted the fallout risks, especially for Harry, and radiation safety challenges. Now, Desert Rock 5 exposed troops to blast, radiation, and maneuvers near Ground Zero, some as close as trenches miles away, and many participants later received dose reconstructions due to health concerns. There's declassified footage and films and reports of this exercise that document the tests pretty vividly, showing mushroom clouds, equipment damage, and troop activities, among other things. Now, this is the sole instance of a nuclear artillery shell being fired in any nation's test program. Now, the M65 entered service around 1953 to 1955 and was deployed to deter Soviet aggression, primarily in West Germany with the 7th U.S. Army, some in South Korea with the 8th U.S. Army, and a few on Okinawa, Japan. And obviously, being the sensitive nature of these things, they were frequently relocated to avoid being detected or tracked. However, the system was short-lived due to its huge size and the logistical challenges involved in trying to get them from one place to another, because you needed good roads, and obviously it required a fair amount of setup time, and they were very vulnerable to counter battery fire, as well as rapid advances in alternatives like smaller nuclear shells for standard 155 and 8-inch howitzers at the time. So by 1963, the M65 was retired. Most of them were scrapped, but about 8 survive today as museum pieces. One at the Aberdeen Proving Grounds, one at Kirtland Air Force Base, and the National Museum of Nuclear Science and History in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Absolute Resolve succeeded because it treated time like the primary weapon. It worked because it stacked. Backed in.
No.
A Reddit moderator just made a video directly speaking to and tugging on the heartstrings of the CEO of Reddit. He's making a big call to action after he had been stripped of his position as top mod on r/livestream fail. I'm kind of at a loss for words here. I can't believe what I just watched was genuine and not a skit. But this seems authentic. What you picture in your head when you hear the term Reddit mod is exactly what you are about to see unfold in the flesh. The reason this mod just lost his position is because he was promoting a scam on the subreddit that he was the top mod for, Livestream Fail. I made 2 videos covering this. It was the $1 Million Fan Show, which was paraded around as a $20 million reality television show for streamers' fans to sign up and even paid entry into it to compete for, $20 million prize purse. Turns out the whole thing was a load of baloney, as it appears everything has been wiped off the face of the planet. So some viewers paid money for actually nothing. They flushed it down the shitter, and agencies that brought this to streamers were left embarrassed. Most notably, Mythic Talent was the one that was named by some of the streamers as their agency that took them this deal, where seemingly no due diligence was done on behalf of Mythic to confirm whether or not this was even legitimate in the first place as a paid promotion. It was supposed to be an Amazon production, but clearly it was not an Amazon production, and it took 2 seconds of going to the website to deduce that this was fraudulent, but they took this deal before the website even existed. It's a whole mess. I've already covered all this, but Livestream Fail gets roped in because there was this inexplicable partnership that no one fully understood, where $1 Million Fan was in bed with Livestream Fail, and the top mod of Livestream Fail made a post on the subreddit pinning it to try and get more suckers into it. And now this is his response after being fundamentally fired from his free position of Reddit janitor.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. If not, I hope anybody who cares about the topic in this video can get this to him in any way that you can. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness, and that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform.
Also, oh my god.
Yeah, Penguin Zero is his YouTube handle.
This is Reddit's Manhattan
it's
Project
moist
right
critical.
now. The moderators are rising up against the CEO of Reddit.
Okay, who's taking it?
I'm actually at a loss
Is it
for
BSL
words.
again?
This couldn't be
Is it
a
fucking
more
BSL?
lame start to this video.
Oh God,
the
you're
topic he's
lucky.
about to cover is how he believes Reddit mods don't have enough, elbow grease from the Reddit upper echelon, like Spez here, the CEO. He believes they should be entitled to, like, brand deals, talent managers, lawyers, and stuff, so that way they can better be utilized as Reddit moderators. I'm not even kidding, by the way. I'm not exaggerating. Like, these are points he was making in this video, and that's what he's talking about with deadly seriousness here.
Oh, boy.
He talks about Reddit moderators like they're fucking G.I. Joe commandos.
We have
Man,
somebody
please
attacking the
come back
Imperial
to
Legend.
reality. Like, I don't
currently.
want anyone to harass this guy, so I'm not going to be, like, showing you his channel or anything like that, because, honestly, I kind of feel bad for him that he's put so much weight on his personal life into this position, which is just a thankless job. And it's not really a job, at least it should never be considered a job, because all he is doing is moderating a fucking subreddit as a volunteer janitor. I really thought this was a skit, and I'm still a small part of me, on the copium here, is hoping that this is, like, satirical and not real, but I don't know, it feels genuine.
I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason, and that is because I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators have massive power and influence, and for some reason, nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. Least of all, its moderators or the company.
You know, that's not really a good look to say the sole reason you pursued this path of heroism as a Reddit moderator is because you believed that it held so much power. So you're basically just saying that you were power hungry and wanted to take this spot so that way you could feel powerful. He believes that Reddit communities and specifically Reddit moderators hold a strong level.
Can't listen to that shit anymore. Oh yeah, that's a patrol. It's somewhere here. Where the fuck is it? There it is. It's inside of Nevis now. Going against the win at Mach 10. So, not literally Mach 10, but god damn, it feels like it. It might actually be. It might be a dragon, actually. I don't know. I don't know. It's probably not. It's probably not. But it's in the wind and it's going quick. Did you say an Argon? Argon? No, I mean, if you have a speech impediment, yeah. Like we can't. Man, I don't do that stuff, man. I'm not a Disney adult. It is a dragon. And C is fighting it. We should be killing these. Actually in an airport.
Talley's case is finally coming to a close with his deportation. Of course, this is the Legal Mindset, where we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a fast facts video, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. So this is one that I had to, coming off of my flight, jet lag, not even having the right camera set up here, I had to get out to you guys because it's so important as it finally is coming to a close in the case of Vitaly in the Philippines. This is something that many people have been asking for, and we're going to give you a little bit of an overview here, of course, on my very short but to the point PowerPoint that gets into this on the deportation of Vitaly. So Vitaly, as you may know, started out as a guy who went over to the Philippines to do some filming, to do some nuisance streaming, and he ended up finding out, as he indeed was arrested by Philippine authorities and brought on several different charges. And you can see here, this is the look he had in the beginning when he was very defiant. He was speaking back. He was kind of talking over the administrators. That's Ramula right over here on the right, who was also here holding up the hand as well in the left. And you can see he is a changed man. The look on Vitaly after 9 months in detention certainly is completely different. He looks like a changed man from the appearance. But what were the charges? As a reminder, there were 3 counts of unjust vexation. So this is a misdemeanor involving annoyance or harassment without cause. So going and bothering somebody without any justifiable reason, any reasonable justification for that, that is punishable by up to, if you get all the aggravating factors, 18 months total. Now, typically the amount would be less. So where we have here where he served 9 months in detention,
That is beyond the standard punishment for unjust vexation. Now, we can make the argument that had they taken this all the way, had they pursued this, he could have gotten 18 months total. It's possible, theoretically. However, that is the absolute maximum. And once again, many jurisdictions tend not to impose the absolute maximum, particularly if you're a first-time offender. There also was theft for stealing items during the live streams, but this charge was later dismissed by the prosecutor's office due to insufficient evidence. Also, there was potential public harassment, which is a charge which can be separate, but apparently that was mostly encompassed within the vexation charges, so they decided not to bring that as a separate charge. So what do we have? Well, we have Vitaly, who was arrested on April 2nd, 2025, spent almost 9 months at detention facilities such as the Bureau of Immigration, Bicutan Detention Center. So he's been behind bars. He's been locked up for 9 months in a Philippine prison. Now, of course, this was awaiting all of this process. Once again, as we say in the trial of Vitaly and with Ramsey Khalid Ismail, the process itself is the punishment. The waiting is often the punishment. Now, he was classified as an undesirable alien. This is something that was distinguished very, very early, which means they did not want to keep him around after he served his time. So as soon as that time was done, as soon as they adjudicated everything, he was to be deported immediately. The United States refused to take him. Therefore, he's got to go back to his mother country, Mother Russia. Now, there's been a lot of speculation on whether or not Vitaly will have to go to the front lines in Ukraine. Well, hold on now. The age limit for conscription is typically 30. Vitaly's 34. So he's over the age limit. He's too old. He's too busted for conscription. Now, that doesn't apply to reservists. However, reservists typically have to have some sort of prior military experience or some skills. He does not appear to have the skills or the military experience to classify as reservist. Now, previously, if he had dodged the registration or draft notices or any other sort of legal procedure to get out of serving what he should have served in Russia, he could be fined. That is very, very possible. So there's possible of fines being levied on him, etc., when he goes back to Russia. So we're going to follow this as he hits Russia and see what happens to him when he goes there, what may happen, what penalties or other punishments may be levied on him in Russia. But this is what we have as of now. He is officially deported after 9 months. What do I think on that? What do I think on this? I think this is a fairly just outcome, given the fact he spent half of the time of what predictably would have been the maximum sentence of 18 months. So 18 months was what we're looking at the absolute maximum. He served 9. That seems to be fair, and the Philippines is happy with it. And once again, when we think about these cases, whether it's this case or any other cases for nuisance streamers, whether in Japan, Korea, or anywhere else, we look at the people of the country. If those people feel like justice has been served, then we have to give them the benefit of the doubt and say, yeah, it looks like this was sufficient for the Philippines and sufficient for him to, to have given back for what was taken
what up?
In terms of the violations and the crimes he committed. So what do you guys think in the comments below? I wanted to let you guys have an opportunity to disagree with me. To maybe give your opinion. Should he have been there longer? Should they have gone for all 18 months? What do you think in the comments below? I will catch you on the next one.
How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
The Reddit mods are fighting back against Ethan Klein in the ongoing legal battle between Ethan Klein and the Hassan Orbiters Denim Frogan and formerly Caseytron, who's now joined the Ethan Klein team. But we now have new filings, new stuff that just has come out that I'm going to give you an update today on the legal mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a fast facts video, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. So let's get over to it with the Reddit mods fighting back against Discovery. Obviously, we have James Bond supervillain Ethan Klein over here, and as you guys know, the Reddit mods are a party to this, as they were included based on their alleged collusion with the content creators. So we already know that basically the status up today is that Caseytron has recently settled, obviously paying him all of her legal fund. The a public apology, agreeing to testify. But the Reddit mods are desperately trying to fight discovery and the revelation of their true identities. That is their ultimate fear here. And what has just happened is Ethan Klein has filed a response and provided additional evidence that appearing to show collusion between H3 Snark and the creators. So this is one thing that, once again, it's not the entirety of the claim, and I think that's one of the errors that the mods make and that the kind of Denim's Frogan side makes, is they attempt to say that's all the case. No, copyright goes further than just that particular collusion. You can still have copyright infringement without some sort of conspiracy to collude. However, it's a major element, and it does go to towards proving that this was intended as a market substitute for Ethan Klein's content nuke of the Sonic Hiker.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content and enjoyed your time here.
So the mods have now filed, just lately, motions in opposition to quash the reply and the evidence. These are the two documents filed. You can see they're filed on 12/18, and they're filed in the case over here. So you can kind of get that case number and see the two filings. Here, the joint declaration and the Doe's response. So these two things were filed very, very recently, and that's what we're going to be summarizing on this Fast Facts video. So what's their new arguments? What are they saying in these two documents? And I'll go over these on separate slides. So in one document, first of all, Reddit mods argue that they've done everything correct procedurally. Now, this is something you guys really need to understand, and I'm going to say it multiple times. Civil lawsuits that are non-criminal, are often won or lost on procedure. It may seem like a ticky-tacky minor thing, but that's actually really, really important. And that's why you pay a lot of these litigators the big bucks, is to make sure that they get all that procedure right, that they do everything right under local, state, federal rules, because one little mistake can cost the whole case. The case can be completely over based on one procedural error, one failure to file, et cetera, et cetera. So they're arguing that they've done everything right procedurally, but Ethan is bad. Ethan has done things wrong, in terms of evidence.
Finally joined,
so
huh?
Said their evidence, the evidence they've submitted, is good.
Finally
so
joined.
It's good evidence. It's evidence that is great. You know, it's fantastic. And Ethan's is bad. Ethan's lawyers shouldn't be able to respond or submit evidence. So they kind of are saying at this time it's procedurally inappropriate. The evidence, they're objecting to a lot of problems with the evidence. So saying at this point you need to quash, meaning get rid of what he filed in this case. Ethan's evidence, they're arguing that Ethan's evidence and response should be struck from the record, that it's irrelevant and misrepresenting. So they go with this one individual, Dark Voice, and they're saying Dark Voice was not a Snark mod, and they're also saying that, hey, this communications with Denims, guess what? Denims ghosted him. Denims didn't respond to him. So because Denims didn't respond, you can't really show collusion. And they also make, and this is a good point, that not all critics are allied with H3 Snark. That is true, right? So it is a truthful statement that not everybody that is critical of Ethan Klein is automatically in the camp of H3 Snark and communicating with the content creators. That's true.
So yeah, welcome,
the issue
Arbus.
and I'm just
How
gonna
you
go over
doing?
this right now.
How's your day going?
That is what discovery is for.
Welcome, welcome.
That's the whole point of subpoenas. It's the whole point of depositions, to figure out what is true and what is not true, and to figure out which critics are truly allied with H3 and not, or the Snark subreddit or not, right? So that's the whole point of the process. The whole point of the process is to get to the truth. And the truth is, yes, there will be some people probably that Ethan Klein tries to attach to these mods or tries to attach to the content creators, and they're really not that involved. They're really not as involved as maybe Klein is making them out to be. That is true. However, there probably are some, and we need to get all of the mail, all the messages, all the emails, every piece of communication we need to have in order to discover that, right? In order to know whether that's true or not. They're trying to say that Ethan's evidence is also legally garbage. So stuff like hearsay, without personal knowledge, lacking foundation, not authenticated, irrelevant, not the best evidence. These are all objections, legal objections to evidence. And they're throwing kind of the kitchen sink of objections and saying, hey, it doesn't meet these evidentiary standards. This is one document. In the next document, they're arguing that Ethan improperly responded and he has a blatant sense of entitlement. Now, once again, that is kind of cute. It is not, I will say this, it is not illegal, or it does not automatically make you, once again, a disqualified party or someone who's not able to submit evidence, even if you're evil. Evil people file lawsuits all the time. Evil,
Which one?
Snobby, stuck-up people are still filing lawsuits all the time. In fact, those might even be a lot of the
North,
lawsuits,
south,
right?
north,
His sense of entitlement does not necessarily disqualify anything here. It would only be if he violated a rule and the judge says, no, you actually violated this rule. We've got to roll this back. You can be as arrogant and as entitled as you want. That might put off your fan.
Oh. All right, let's see.
Strong
Back to it.
level of sway and power, and that's why he became one himself. That, I don't think, is a good look, man. It's not even coming from like a place of passion or something for communities. He is literally saying he did it because he wanted to be strong. Come on! I understand that Reddit communities, like Reddit as a whole, is a platform that does hold like legitimate influence over like conversations and topics and stuff like that. So by extension, moderators have a lot of ability to control narratives by hiding things or boosting things, and that is something that I've talked about in the past, and a lot of people have made mentions of many times. It's been a pretty big yapping point for a while. This is the quintessential Reddit mod mentality. You know the stereotype that exists of power tripping Reddit mods? He is in the first minute of this video confirming that is exactly what drives him, is power. Like this small modicum of power that he was bestowed for the Livestream fail subreddit. And it's... the level of self-importance is sickening.
In this video, I will go over why I believe this, and I will also talk about a code of conduct moderation action that was taken against me due to good faith mistakes that I believe were caused by a clear lack of direct material support that the company gives its moderators. I will end the video by talking about what you, Spez, can do to fix this problem, as well as what I and other communities can do in case Reddit does not solve this very serious mismanagement problem regarding the lack of support that is given to moderators.
So here's the spoiler alert. He is going to be playing as a sad song on the world's smallest violin about how he has been removed now as top mod of Livestream Fail because he was promoting a scam through that subreddit, which did ultimately result in people losing money. There were actual victims of this scam, so he has been removed of his position at the top of the food chain on Livestream Fail, and he is now putting a decent chunk of that blame on Reddit itself for not giving him the tools to avoid this from happening. Like he... At a certain point, there's like a brief moment of self-awareness, like this lightning bolt of self-awareness.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, you know, it was a little fishy. But then he like immediately pushes it onto Reddit, like, but if Reddit had given me access to brand deals and lawyers, this probably wouldn't have happened. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're a Reddit mod. Why would Reddit be giving you access to lawyers and brand deals and shit? That doesn't make sense.
First, I will go over the code of conduct action and why I was removed as the top moderator of r/livestreamfail. This sounds like stupid internet drama, I know, but I'm going to talk about how this is a very clear example about how Reddit's mistakes causes very serious problems to Reddit's community and the company as a whole.
It was your mistake, buddy. Fucking Spez wasn't behind you massaging your shoulders as you signed the deal with $1 Million Fan Show, which turned out to be a scam. He wasn't like the Sith Lord projecting into you, trying to convince you to go to the dark side to, you know, sell out Livestream Fail to get more people hooked on $1 Million Fan Show. It was not the CEO of Reddit that forced you to do that, and even if you did have access to lawyers and other brand deals, it wouldn't have prevented something like this from happening. You made the choice.
Here's what happened. There was an announcement related to a Livestream-related game show called $1 Million Fan. I heard about the game show a few hours after it got announced by a couple major live streamers. It sounded like the perfect type of content for a Livestream Fail. I mean, reality TV, game show, live streaming, gaming, you know, that's perfect for LSF, which is about fun, crazy content about kind of live streaming gamers.
If that isn't the stinkiest load of horseradish I've ever heard with that description of LSF. Do you go on your own subreddit? Have you ever been on your own subreddit? That's not what it is. That's not what you just described at all. That is the most blatant misrepresentation of that subreddit I've ever heard anyone try to squeak out. If this was Pinocchio, his nose would have just went fucking Wumbo Insano style with that lie right there. Anyone who has ever visited LSF in the last, like, 7 years will tell you it is not a subreddit for crazy, wacky clips of gaming and, you know, stream fails or anything like that. I don't know why he's even trying that angle. Everyone knows that's not what that subreddit is.
So when I heard about this, I was very excited. I immediately reached out to the organizers to see if we could set up some sort of a collaboration. This collaboration would just be to get cool content on the subreddit.
Be right back, everybody.
You know, financial incentives,
Be right
no
back.
moderators being paid, basically none of anything like that, just fun, cool stuff for the community in the subreddit. For collaborations, the first obvious thing that came to mind was, how do we get their content on the subreddit? Either some superfans or some editors could clip some cool hype moment from the show and then post it to the subreddit.
What? That's what happens already organically on every other stream. Why would this, a potential $20 million reality TV show, be any different? Obviously, things would already be being clipped and posted on the LSF subreddit. Why would you be reaching out about a collaboration to ensure that happens when you know for a fact it already would if this fucking show ever actually existed in the first place? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, trying to be extremely charitable here, maybe he was under the impression that this would be exclusive to Amazon Prime, thus they wouldn't have the rights to post it on LSF. But on the flip side of that coin, he said he heard about this from streamers, thus he would have known that it was going to be streamed on Twitch in the first place, thus it would still be clippable for LSF. That's just business as usual. I don't know why he would reach out about a collaboration to do what was already no doubt going to be done already. It just, that doesn't pass the smell test. I don't understand.
But I also had a stretch goal, and that was, what if LSF could be part of the show in some way? I don't know, there could be like a LSF-themed best clip contest. Like, contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges, they make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end. It was a stretch goal, though.
Why, though? LSF best clip is just the best clip from the event. Why does LSF's name need to be attached to it? This guy is treating Livestream Fail like it's his personal brand. Like, this is his baby, this is his product. So all the clips that hit LSF are actually top mods clips as well. I just don't even get this stretch goal here. I think he just wanted LSF's name out there more because it gives him more power in some capacity, because this is totally useless. Again, whatever would win best clip would just be someone else's content. There doesn't necessitate a Livestream Fails shout out there for some reason. Like, even if they were the ones that were like hosting votes on what the best clip is, who gives a fuck? That could have been anything and any one where people, like the actual communities, would vote on it, not just his subreddit. Anyway, though, he goes on to explain that they accepted this proposal. He was super hype about it because it meant this was a big moment for the subreddit, and he even made a mention that he believed he could turn this into even more opportunities for the subreddit going further, snowballing it into even more LSF prominence.
So we quickly worked to make an announcement together, and I posted it the next day. When I posted it, everybody in the comment section immediately yelled, scam, 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 scam. I mean, think about it. Amazon Prime has spent lots of money on tons of shows, and, you know, I didn't necessarily think that the show was worth $20 million, but, you know, that doesn't mean that Amazon Prime wouldn't fund it. And, you know, if LSF was involved, maybe it would actually succeed. You know, maybe my involvement alone could make the $20 million kind of investment worth it. Who knows? At least that's what I thought.
It sounds like you weren't thinking at all, though. Why would Amazon be spending $20 million on like 8 streamers and their fans on Twitch and only a $5 million grand prize for Mr. fucking Beast? What sense does that make, man? That isn't really checking out either. Also, he's making kind of like a joke about, you know, maybe my involvement alone would make it worth the investment. But that's how he actually feels, by the way. Like, that's his tone throughout this whole video. He truly believes that he is like God's gift to streaming because he was the top mod of Livestream Fail. Like, It is a very, like, scary mentality to have, and I do genuinely feel bad for him that he has, like, poisoned his own brain to this level, deluded himself into thinking that him being a top mod on a subreddit was, like, something of significance and, like, something of, like, grand importance.
I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not need to take a couple $1,000 bribes from, random internet scams, okay? I was doing this because I legitimately, care about the subreddit, and that's why I spend my time on it.
So he debunks rumors that he was paid to promote $1 Million Show from the organizers, saying that he doesn't need to be taking bribes, he's financially well off. He then goes on to say that he was addressing like some of the deleted comments because that was a specific mention in why Reddit canned him, because it potentially showed malice because he was involved in this promotion that ended up being a scam. And so he wanted to address like the deleted comments. He then has a section dedicated to me where I talked about the scam, and then the organizers were talking to him like, well, since Charlie talked about the scam, 5 streamers dropped out, so we're no longer doing this anymore. Pack your bags, take down the post. And then he says I didn't do enough research on it because I didn't reach out to him or the organizers.
But beyond that, it doesn't seem like he did much research. I don't think that he reached out to any of the organizers. He certainly didn't reach out to me. And I mean, I don't know if he reached out to Mythic Talent or any of the streamers. And that important point is that nothing in this situation has yet to be definitively proven as a scam. I repeat, there is no definitive, at least public information yet, that anything fraudulent, malicious, or illegal has happened in the situation.
Brother, your level of research was cold calling the organization dick in hand, begging to be associated with them, and then that was the extent of it, because apparently you heard one of the streamers promote it. And yet he's going to be causing a hubbub because I didn't reach out to him for his perspective. Brother, I didn't even really talk about you in my video, just that you were associated with this shit, roped into the same scam that they were. And for what it's worth, if you watch the video, you would know I did get in contact with 2 agencies, one of which got the exact same contracts that Mythic did, and got information on that, as well as getting one of the actual offers that Mythic was taking to the streamers. So I was very well familiarized with everything that was unfolding behind the scenes. And again, it doesn't take a super sleuth to go to their website and see that it's just fucking barnacles, man. One of their partners didn't even exist. There was no website and no business. Their about section was AI generated mumbo jumbo. Every single paragraph ended in triplets and also had the telltale sign of it's not this, it's this, over and over and over again. Their first image on their site was literally an AI generated mansion, and he mentions that in this video, but then goes on to say shamelessly that there's no definitive proof that this was ever a scam in the first place. That's a wild statement. Why don't you ask the people who spent money on this how they feel? Do they feel like they got their money's worth? Did they get the product they paid for? I imagine not, because this event is not even potentially in the cards and doesn't seem like it ever was to begin with, man. Their socials are removed. The website is down. Amazon hasn't made a peep about it. From what I've heard, the agencies are pissed about this. All signs point to this being a scam. Like, any sane, sensible person would look at all of this evidence and reach the same conclusion that this was horseradish. I don't know why he's trying to present something otherwise now.
The only confirmed things that we have right now is that I guess there was a website, looked a little weird, there was some bad publicity, everybody called it a scam, and then a bunch of streamers dropped out, and then the event got canceled, and everybody got refunded. None of this is illegal. None of this is proved to be a scam, at least yet. Maybe I'll eat these words.
Brother, you're eating your own cock right now. What are you talking about? And then everyone clapped. Like, this is just fanfic. Where are you getting this information? There was an explicit no refund policy on their website baked into it. It was very boldly stated there are no refunds once you make these purchases. Who got a refund? I haven't seen anyone, posting receipts of getting a refund from the money they spent on this. Where are you getting that information from? That's a genuine question. Maybe he's seeing things that I'm not seeing somewhere. Because I even looked into it after he made this video, wondering like, whoa, they refunded? That's pretty surprising. I can't find any proof of that. I would love to see where he found that.
It's really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. I also want to make a comment about kind of the Reddit Code of Conduct team as a whole. Reddit has all this flowery language about how kind of the Code of Conduct team is not here to punish you. It's kind of here to get you to act in good faith. It's here to kind of give you second chances and warnings and all of this stuff. And apparently all of that are lies.
No, man, this feels like the perfect implementation of that protocol. You pinned what seems to be, from all possible evidence, a scam. I don't know why he is trying so desperately to persuade to the contrary. Maybe it's because he believes that if he can try and like prove that he really believes that it's not fraudulent, he can get his position back as top mod of LSF. I don't know. Or maybe like getting really conspiratorial, maybe he worked with the organizers in a deeper capacity than he's letting on. But that's just a possible game theory. It's just extremely peculiar how hard he is fighting to try and convince himself and others that maybe this wasn't a scam, when all available evidence points towards this being fraudulent. And if this video is him trying to make a case for himself why he should be reinstated and get that power coursing through his veins again as a moderator on Reddit, then this is a terrible job. Because what he is doing now is showing that he is willing to even defend what seems to be, by all possible accounts, a scam that he was directly associated with, maybe unknowingly, and now he is doubling down on it. That is a terrible look, and that makes you look like an unhinged moderator who, even when proven to be incorrect, will not see that, will not take the accountability there. And now he's getting mad at the Code of Conduct team for enforcing their rules. He deleted comments that were critical of his decision to promote this sketchy game show, and promoted a sketchy game show that resulted in people spending money on something that didn't exist, doesn't exist. So I feel like it's a pretty justified termination of his moderator status.
Now, here's the most important part of the video, Spez. This is a direct message to you and only you. I want to talk about how this whole situation is a direct result of the lack of support that Reddit, the company, gives to its moderators. Yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into this as much as I should, and I trusted kind of agencies and live streamers when I should not have. And I did delete comments, which I thought would have been borderline defamatory if the situation wasn't, I guess, a scam, even though it technically hasn't been proven to be a scam yet. But despite all of that, there is still massive kind of like problems at Reddit, the company, due to the lack of support that caused this.
Now, this message may have been only for Spez, but I've intercepted the broadcast here. Now, I've put my ear into it, and I'm taking a listen, and what I'm hearing is fucking wild. He almost gets into a level of accountability where he's like, yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into it. I didn't do any research on it. And then he immediately falls back into, but it hasn't really been fully proven to be a scam. And also, it's actually, in a large part, Reddit's fault that this happened in the first place because I wasn't given enough tools at my disposal to avoid making stupid decisions.
Reddit moderators have power. They have influence. If you are one of the people who is joking about, like, internet janitor duties or whatever, I'm sorry to tell you, it's funny jokes, but you are wrong. Reddit moderation does matter. Reddit moderators have control over millions of impressions per day, and nobody seems to notice or care. Let's just talk about LSF. Think of all the streamer careers that have been created because of LSF. Think about the even larger number of streamer careers that have been destroyed because of LSF, because some clip went viral about like something bad that they did.
He made you, and he can tear you down as well. This is top mod LSF. It giveth and it taketh. And he also said doodities, which actually had me giggling. I don't know why he said doodities, but that was fucking hype. Anyway, this is now his spiel about why Reddit moderators are extremely powerful dragon level, adversaries and should be taken seriously, and no one seems to notice. It's not that nobody notices, it's that nobody's happy about it. There shouldn't be people like this that can just power trip and control a conversation and control what people are able to opine on or not, like with deleted comments or deleted posts and stuff like that, where they can hide certain things or boost certain things. That's a bad thing. Everyone knows that it exists, and everyone knows that there is actual power in that. I don't think anyone actually disputes that.
I have had major live streamers who are effectively celebrities come to me and beg to kind of remove, negative posts about them. An even crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch, partially because at the time LSF was indeed being used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch. Deservedly so, by the way.
That's right, you better bow down. Every Twitch employee, when he walked through the door at TwitchCon, got on their hands and knees, instantly groveling at his feet, begging, pleading with him to stop the attack on Twitch, the multi-billion-dollar organization. Dan Clancy came in and sucked his wiener, I heard, in order to try and appease him so that he would stop using LSF to destroy the multi-billion-dollar corporation that is Twitch. Like, come on, man. Like, look at how you're talking about this. This is exactly why you shouldn't have a position as a top moderator of a subreddit. Like this, you are demonstrating the caricature of a Reddit moderator right now.
Or even just take this literal circumstance. Imagine the whole kind of operation was legit. Well, guess what? One single post on LSF caused all of the streamers to drop out and destroyed a $20 million opportunity. Sorry, Mythic. My bad. Or imagine it was, a scam through and through. Well, guess what? We were the ones to expose it and destroy it before it had the chance to cause any real harm. I mean, everybody got refunded after all. Guess things ended up okay.
Why do you keep saying that? Where are you finding that information about everyone getting refunded? Are the organizers telling you that? Like, I really don't know where you're seeing that. But again, man, yes, it is a big subreddit, which means things like this information about a $20 million potential scam will have naturally blossomed there. As it would anywhere else on like a big Twitter community or a different subreddit. LSF just happens to be the biggest one. It has nothing to do with you. This is just natural when there is a big community. This would happen on another platform or another subreddit. It is not your achievement for creating the LSF ecosystem that shares clips about a potential scam. And in fact, you could even make an argument that you have actually been a hindrance in some cases in the past with certain things that weren't allowed to blossom there. Like, this is... I don't even understand the point he's making. People know that big subreddits or big Twitter communities or whatever do have a lot of influence. But that happens with or without this guy as the top moderator of the subreddit. That is just the result of a ton of people all in a similar space, in a similar vertical, that are sharing things back and forth. Like, his point is one that everybody knows.
I was one of your most passionate users. I was in the Reddit partnership program from the start. I took advantage of every opportunity that I could. I had meetings with kind of the Reddit community managers. I begged them for help and kind of partnership opportunities at every chance that I could. And I was blown off every single time.
You already said at the beginning of the video that the sole reason you pursued this moderator status is because of the power that it afforded. I don't know why he's now trying to say that he's just so passionate. And even in this section here, he's talking about how he was trying to utilize every possible advantage to like get like brand deals and stuff, man. That's self-enrichment through this position. This doesn't really seem like it's coming from a place of a guy who's trying to like better communities or improve subreddits or make things better for others. This feels like you were chasing power and trying to use it to continue to climb that Reddit ladder, whatever that may be.
I was one of the only moderators out there who tried to grow my community, who had any ambition, who tried to work with the company or help other subreddits or help the company that a whole, and it didn't matter. I failed, and it failed because of how mismanaged and how little support Reddit, the company, gives to moderators. None of this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. Do you think that I want to be the guy, like, going out, like, messaging random people in Discords and LinkedIn's and trying to figure out kind of these partnerships? I don't.
Then don't fucking do it, buddy! Chalamet! I'm gonna drop an Adam Sandler impression on you here. You are a moderator in a subreddit Why are you chasing down brand partnerships and collaborations, buddy? The whole point of subreddits is just for a community to come together and talk about certain things, share certain things. And your job as a moderator, and I use job very loosey-goosey because it should never be misconstrued as a job. It's supposed to be filled by very passionate fans of similar mind in the same space that would then just enforce like certain rules about like, you know, making sure someone doesn't get like doxxed or something sensitive being shared like that. Like that is supposed to be all it is. Why are you trying to even find partnerships and deals like that? That doesn't seem, in my eyes, to ever benefit the community. It only feels like it would benefit the mods that are chasing it down. You like to use examples, so I'll use one for you. Let's say you chased down this partnership with $1 Million Fan Show, and it wasn't going super well, and the organizers and you, well, you like to exchange back and forth, and they're like, look, we really need a favor here. Can you only post some of the positive stuff from $1 Million Fan Show and get rid of like the pesky, you know, maybe clips that are negative about it? That would really help us. And let's say you object to that and they're like, okay, well then we're not going to work with you in an official capacity anymore if you don't do this. You see the conflict that this creates? It leads to, I can't believe I'm going to use this word when talking about fucking subreddits and mods, but it leads to very blatant corruption, where you are now in bed with some of these organizations or someone that could benefit from you gamifying your subreddit to cater it more towards them. Maybe it wasn't financial in this case, maybe you weren't paid for it, but extend this thought process to another type of subreddit where maybe there is someone paying for it. Like, let's say I'm a music artist and I want to be featured on like the hard rock subreddit, and I want to make sure my single gets out there, so I reach out to a mod and like, hey, look, I'll pay you some money if you can try and like boost this up a little bit. And this is something that I've read reports of happening in the past, and I think you would agree that that's a problem, right? Now imagine if those mods are also chasing down other artists like, hey, I see your Spotify streams are a little low. If you toss us a little money here, we can use our subreddit and the influence of it to try and boost it up a little bit higher. That's not a good thing.
If Reddit had offered me partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit had lawyers that were helping me, like reading over these contracts, reading over these agreements, none of these very real mistakes that I made would have happened. Reddit needs to be professionalized, and it starts with the mods. This is going to be controversial, but the people who are running your multi-billion-dollar website are unqualified nobodies like me. That doesn't mean it's my fault or their fault. It's your fault, Spez.
Damn, what a mic drop. Brother, there are no qualifications to be a Reddit mod. That is a position that the community is supposed to like decide upon, like, hey, here's our rules, and here's who we would like to enforce them, and that's it. It should never be this deep. I just don't understand why he can't grasp, and maybe he can, and he's just pretending not to, the concept that if you have mods that are financially incentivized to work with brands in collaboration with them, to use the community for their collaborators' purpose, you now have a very disingenuous subreddit that is very easily influenced based on who is paying for it. That should be a very clear conflict, a very obvious issue. It should be pretty obvious why Reddit wouldn't want to invest in a suite of resources like lawyers and brand ambassadors for Reddit mods to look over contracts and shit for Reddit mods securing deals to sell out their subreddit. That's not a good thing.
That means access to anything that like a talent manager would give an actual celebrity. So an access to a bounty board or ad deals or lawyers or event organizers or professionals or anything that actually matters.
To you, personally, actually matters to just you. The guy who is benefiting from the ad deals and brand partnerships and shit. That does nothing for the community you are supposed to be moderating for, brother. What are you not understanding there? Like, he is only arguing to help himself under the guise of it being to grow his subreddit. It only grows you, man.
To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence. I mean, if not for the world, at least over your $50 billion company, maybe if you gave them actual support, it could go from 50 billion to 100 billion. I mean, it certainly deserves to be that high up for how much traffic Reddit gets.
Yes, a high-level financial growth strategy here. The way to double your company is by spending resources to connect your subreddit moderators with talent managers that will chase down brand deals for them. So that way they can feel like a celebrity and I guess cash in on their mod status. Yeah, I'm really seeing the line now. The pieces of the puzzle are coming together nicely. I get it.
True to the community, Spez and Reddit, they're almost certainly not going to fix any of this. All of this is up to us to solve.
He then tries to address the community about like this problem, and I really don't even understand the problem he's trying to portray here, because all he keeps hammering home is that he is a top moderator, wasn't given enough resources like lawyers, and he wasn't treated like a celebrity enough, and he didn't have the ability to chase down brand deals, which led to him making a poor decision here with the $1 Million Fan Show. How is that a problem that the community, like, would rally behind, man? You just shouldn't have done it in the first place. Reddit shouldn't be a platform where mods are selling out big communities for the sake of brand deals. I don't see a whole lot of community support coming for that kind of message. He keeps presenting it as a problem, but actually I think this video demonstrates exactly why Reddit made the right call removing him from his position. Like, I don't know how he's not seeing that.
To solve all of the problems that I have laid out, we will create tools and resources so good, so useful, that everybody will have to work with us. Think talent agency, but for subreddits. You have the big ideas, you have the vision, you have the crazy cool things that you want to do, and we handle the logistics. Materially, that means connections to major companies, partnerships, doing AMAs, running events, doing mod recruitment, cross-collaboration with other relevant subreddits, that kind of stuff.
He then pitches his new thing here, which a talent agency for subreddit mods, I guess. I don't want to get into it. I've been yapping about this for so long. It's just, this video blew my mind that he would actually post something like this. Again, I do actually feel bad for him because this is clearly a position that meant a lot to him, and I'm wishing him the best going forward now without his, sheriff badge of LSF. But I do not think a talent agency for mods is the right path. But, I'm not his dad. He can do what he wants. It's just, this was a mind-boggling adventure watching this one. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I was sleepy once. It was a long time ago. If you think I look tired, well, you better get your eyes checked, Buster. That's a certified WebMD diagnosable moment right there that something has gone awry with your peepers. Could a sleepy man do this? Checkmate. Point is, in my endless battle against insomnia, I happen to have stumbled across something interesting again this evening, and it pertains to last night's video about the $20 million reality TV show, Twitch streamer, fan, production, extravaganza, mansion, titties, beer, rock and roll, whatever else it was pitching itself as, called the $1 Million Fan Show. Well, I speculated that it was a big scam, and a lot of Twitch streamers had been publicly put on the website. Some had even made announcements about their endorsement of the $1 Million Fan Show, and nothing about it seemed legitimate. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything from last night's video. You can check that out if you want a deeper dive on everything that was wrong with it. But last night on stream, like 45 minutes after I posted the video, they took their website down. Then I was checking their other ancillary shit, and all of that is removed. It seems like they are scrubbing any existence of the $1 Million Fan Show from the internet. So like even the Reddit post that the Livestream fail mods posted is taken down. I don't know if that was by order of the $1 Million Fan Illuminati, or if the mods that had signed an agreement with them had a come to Jesus moment that they may have been misled, so they decided to take it down. But Apparently they also removed like their Discord and their socials, which is a huge blow, by the way, because the $1 Million Fan Show had like 5 Instagram followers, so really playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin now that 5 Instagram followers have been cast into oblivion, banished to the Shadow Realm. I feel like that's pretty strong evidence for my game theory that it was all a big load of hullabaloo, a bunch of hooey. I don't think a legitimate company that's putting together a $20 million grand prize reality show that is also a television program that is also employing some of the highest level production staff imaginable for a once-in-a-lifetime unforgettable experience for streamer fans. Also, their About Us section had all the telltale signs of just being AI generated, where literally every section ended with triplets where it was, you know, it's not this, it's this. Performance, power, mentality, tits, mentality. Like, it's just like, it was very clearly AI generated. The fucking first thing you see on their website is an AI generated image of a mansion. The whole thing just reeked of scam. And now everything has been deleted, presumably by them. I don't think, you know, some governing body came in to, you know, wipe them out. I think this is them trying to cover their own ass, so that way there isn't some kind of legal action taken against them. Because from what I've read, there were actually some members of some streamer communities that put money into the $1 Million Fan Show. They bought emote packages. I read a report on someone that claims to have spent a couple $100 doing so. So I imagine there was a handful of people that did legitimately lose money on this. Now, of course, you have to take those claims with a grain of salt because there's no real evidence to back it up, especially now that everything is deleted. There's nothing to prove that. But I'm inclined to believe those statements from them because these streamers are, you know, to a lot of people, a trustworthy source, and if they're endorsing something and they say that there's a chance that they can win $20 million or whatever the fuck through, like, signing up for it, they will do so. And when you go to the website and do their free sign up, they're very heavily pushing you to do the monetized sign up for unlimited entries by giving them money. So I bet a lot of them were baited into doing that. Now, as I said in the last video, I am shocked that Mythic Talent actually even floated this to their creators, like Extra Emily. She, in her statement, mentioned Mythic Talent by name, that they had pitched it to her. I was surprised it made it to a streamer because anyone that even had their eyes open and neurons firing for a second would go to that website and know full well immediately, right from the jump, that this is not real, that this is fraudulent. So I did a little digging, and I was able to get in contact with an agent, not at Mythic, but at another agency that did have this exact same thing come across their desk for their streamer clients as something to pitch to them. And according to that agent, I don't know how deep into the nitty-gritty I'm allowed to get, what they sent them, the pitch deck, was extraordinarily different from what ended up making it to that website. From what I understand, and from what I have been told, they were under the impression that this was an Amazon-backed production, at least initially. And at the time of receiving this offer, they didn't have a website or anything public outside of that pitch deck, I guess, they were hawking to agencies. And it is indeed a paid promotion. The streamers that are listed there were paid for this partnership, and there was no additional information available beyond the concept of the show and the promise that Amazon was behind a historic $20 million streamer fan buttfuck hullabaloo reality TV show. Now, one of the streamers also sent me the exact offer that was presented to them, which gives further confirmation to all of this. It comes from Mythic. This is the direct offer from Mythic that this streamer received. I'm not going to show the actual thing, so that way no one gets into legal hot water here. I don't want to, step on too many Legos, but I will give you the general overview for what the pitch was, the offer. Interestingly enough, the offer came back in June of 2025 from Mythic. And the opening line was about how it's an Amazon series. This is an Amazon series looking to break records, a historic $20 million prize purse reality show. It doesn't even name the show, by the way. I'm guessing back in June of 2025, they didn't even have the name of the show or anything concrete. There was no website, no mention of like LSF or brand partners or anything like that. It was just a single sentence that said, Amazon reality TV show set to air on Amazon Prime, featuring the soon-to-be broken Guinness World Record book for biggest prize pool in history, 20 million. Winning group splits money in half, 10 million to you and 10 million to the fan. That is the entire explanation for what this deal was. Interestingly enough, like I said, June of 2025. The deliverables were a reality TV show appearance, 1 to 7 days, depending on how far you make it, and a single social post. The initial filming date was November 3rd to November 10th, but guessing, some wires got crossed there, fucking nipple clamps came down, maybe government shutdown, put that on the back burner, so that had to put the kibosh on that and shelve it till, I guess, 2026. Anyway, though, they were offering $3,000 for the streamer involvement here, plus 20% of net ticket sales from your ticket, which the streamer expressed some confusion over because they didn't believe Mythic knew that there was like this paid entry option, but in the offer it says they were getting 20% of net ticket sales. When you go, well, knowing now, hindsight's 2020, but like going to the website that existed, when you would sign up through a streamer portal, you were paying for those entries if you wanted to extend beyond just the free submission. So I'm thinking that the idea from this offer was that when someone, a fan of the streamer, did a paid entry through their portal, they would get a portion of that. So like I feel like Mythic would have had to have known that there was some kind of like paid component to the fans, but who knows? There's so little information here in the actual offer that Mythic took to the streamers. I am still extremely surprised it even made it to a single streamer as something to consider. I don't know why there wouldn't be more digging to confirm if this is actually even an Amazon show, because after the offer they then go into like a general explanation for it, and it is so bare bones. It sounds like something that a person would cook up in 5 minutes while taking a shit after consuming like, their morning oats or something. There's not a whole lot of thought into this. Competition details: 1 creator, 1 fan group eliminated per day. $20 million cash prize. 1 creator, 2 fans. They will be gaming IRL and cognitive challenges. Think Survivor, but for creators. And then it just lays out like the most simple, boring shit ever for the competition. And then the Apocalypse Challenge on day 3, during which fans will compete head-to-head with each other, resulting in a mass elimination. Narrow the group down so each creator is ultimately paired with one of their original fans for the last 4 days. It's like, it's if you went to like a fucking Redditor and asked them to really quickly come up with a streamer game show or something. Now, as for the initial start date of November, the streamer was just told that it got pushed back to March. I don't think there was any like real explanation for what went wrong. Maybe bad weather, perhaps government shutdown, all kinds of possibilities for why it got moved. But they weren't really, kept up to date, kept abreast on everything going on here with this huge, giant Amazon show. I am even more surprised that any agency would have seen this and just shipped it as is, just said, fuck it, do it live. We'll send it out to our streamers to see if they'll accept the $3,000 offer with the 20% ticket sales split or whatever. Because, like, I feel like when you are getting this as, pitched as an Amazon production, you would probably want to confirm if this is actually coming from Amazon. Because if you're going to work at this agency managing these kind of contracts and stuff, but you're working under the impression that no one's going to tell lies on the internet, what's stopping just any old Joe Schmo Dorito dusted fingers from sending you a cold call email saying like, hey, this is me, Amazon, pitching you a $50 quadrillion reality television show. I'll offer like $3,000 with some rev split to your streamers. Do you mind taking this to them? I'd love if they start shouting out goochsweat.org soon. It's a very legitimate reality TV show. We're Amazon, by the way. And you not press that any further, because that's what it feels like. Looking at the offer, there is no actual information about like Amazon being behind this. And since this was back in June of 2025, I can understand the absence of a website a little bit more back there, because if this is like an Amazon show, they're probably not going to make the website first and foremost because they don't want to like spoil it or anything. Like, I can kind of understand that. So streamers being left in the dark on, like a website that they can access. Like this website, it didn't exist according to the streamer. It just recently popped up, which according to Whois, that does appear to be the case. Even though the domain had been registered for a while, it was updated in like late December. So that's probably when it actually went live, which is when anyone could go on there and see how fraudulent it was with just a single fucking glance. So I do now understand that there were streamers that literally couldn't look up this show because the offer doesn't even have the name of the show and the website didn't exist. What I'm still confused on is like why anyone would still accept that deal. And then I start to understand a bit more that they just have trust in the agency not to be presenting them with a scam. They had trust that the Mythic Talent, for example, like in Extra Emily's case, was bringing them something that was legitimate. So they're seeing like, oh, it's an Amazon show that wants to work with me and they're making this offer. Okay, this seems like a big deal. I'll sign up to that and, you know, do the social post or whatever. Also, if you try and look up milliondollarfan.show now, the most recent update to the site was today, because the update was just nuking it, taking it down. But prior to that, it was updated in late December, which is when I imagine this went live. So now it seems like the streamers literally didn't even have access to look up the information themselves on that website, which again, doesn't take a super sleuth, you know, fucking pinky up internet, you know, narwhal baconing at midnight master to see that that is a fucking disaster of a website that is clearly in a shady spot, most likely looking to scam. The streamers didn't know that site was there because the deal was all the way back in June. Though I will say, looking at the offer, this should have been something that I think streamers should have been a little weary of because it feels like it is very odd just looking at it. But I think that does fall a bit more on the agency than it does the streamer itself, because there is a level of trust from streamers with the person that is like managing their brand deals, that what they are getting is not just fucking toilet paper that's trying to wipe their ass with their fans. And in this case, I am still just shocked that it even made it to the streamers in the first place. This should have been probably caught far earlier. I imagine they could have confirmed well beyond this, like almost a year later, that this wasn't Amazon behind it. If they had like, you know, maybe set up like calls or something or looked for any level of proof of this being Amazon, like even just questioning, where is this money coming from? Who else are we working with? What is the actual production timeline and all that looking like? I feel like there was definitely a way like Mythic Talent could have caught this and then never even had to get to this point where there were real victims where, based on what I've read, there were people that put in like hundreds of dollars, which again, I know you have to take it with a grain of salt because there's no like evidence to support those claims that people lost a ton of money since now everything is scrubbed, but I'm inclined to believe them because the audience has a level of trust in the streamer that what they are pitching is not just a scam that's going to just rob their fucking piggy banks. So I do think that there were real victims here, and I think it was just so easily avoidable. This shit is just fucking wild that it even happened. All right,
hey yo,
show.
Thank you for the raid. Much
from
appreciated.
Considering they have just vanished.
Hell yeah. Thanks for the raid. Intropicus, welcome raiders. Hope you're having a good one. Thank you. Welcome. Appreciate it. No, we'll play this a little longer, but yeah, follow it, only chat, bro. You know that? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. There's a couple of reasons for that. There's definitely a couple of reasons for that. Let me give you a shout out. And it's mostly because of the amount of bots that there are on this platform.
Your anus, your shoulders. Try to relax
your shout out.
Your anus, your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your shoulders, your anus.
Yeah, so many. It's really bad the amount of like scammer bots that are on here. So. So what you riding in? What's your ship of choice? Oh, I absolutely feel you. I'm in the same boat with you on that. I am absolutely on the same boat with you. Flying Cloud? Hell yeah. The Flying Cloud's pretty dope. Bit of a trader. I am a I would be considered, I guess, a privateer. Running trade union, hell yeah. Nice, nice. We are WO here. WO players. Hey, that's what happens when, if you think of it. But if you look what's happening, oh shit. Oh my god, this fucking patrol. Fucking patrol. There's a lot more than 12 guys here right now. Yeah, so players is definitely a tough one depending on what you're in and what they're in. Yeah, there's some good open world PvP ships. There's some bad open world PvP ships. Yeah, players can get annoying depending on their depending on the type of struggles that you're getting into. Yeah, I wonder is you Kai and I not just Kai, I'm WO. Yep. We are kicking the ass of a group that decided to pull up on DVS's port and fight BRU currently. Yep. This is the the way to go. And Adam Mars, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, we definitely do. Let's see that. Alright. This is not too bad. Espanol come back. Yeah, come on back. Espanol, you know, more people that we can, like, you know, bring out, the better, especially for the game. Yeah. More people for the game, the better. we go. You got a monitor on the ceiling, bro. No, I got a 55-inch monitor in front of me. Got a massive fucking screen. And I thank you. There you go. Right? You're gonna lurk. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I got the 55-inch Samsung Arc. You know, it's fucking massive. I love it. Front of him. I'm dropping fire bombs on these guys, so. I am in the wind, I am in the wind. No. More down. There we go. Thank you for the lurks. I really appreciate it, and the follows. Ahoy, Adam Mars. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, God. Go. Lithuania is an awesome spot, yeah. I like Lithuania as a country. Nuclear rocks. That's fucking 1,000%. There's a couple of countries that are really fucking dope. I'd love to like actually get to go one day. Let's check them out. And I fucking melted them. So, how's it going, Adam? Mars, what's new? Welcome, welcome. Need to get back onto the Allies ship. Alright. Cool. I do not have... Do I not have the barrels? I do not have the flaming barrels anymore. Good. That is not good. But welcome. Hope you all are doing well. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Where did my thing go for side check stuff? There we go. Back to it. So how's it going? What you up to? What you playing in? Just cruising? Hell yeah. Got shady. Ah, Reaper's getting fucked! Holy shit! Yo, that was sick. That was great. BRU, GBS. I came out on their hurricane. Where are we? There you go. How you doing? I'm chilling. I am straight up chilling. We are fighting, enjoying our day off. Yeah. You sure about that? Help, Angron. There you go. Doing great. Hell yeah. Getting hit by something. I don't know where it's coming from. Yuki needs to die. Someone kill Yuki. Grab him, grab him, grab him, grab him, grab him, grab him. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Get him. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're in. We're in. Fuck yeah. We're in. Oh, we're fucking with them tonight. Boys, we're fucking with them tonight. Hell yeah. Max, boy, how you doing? My cat's so adorable. I love my cat. If you like cats, you're awesome. If you don't like cats, I want to know why. And don't give me some dumb bullshit reason. By the way, YouTube, I have a Twitch. Twitch, I have a YouTube. Go say hi. It's in the description below. So far, right this second, but they still posting up and back at me. Yeah, it's definitely posting up and back at me, that's for sure. We'll see how this goes. Yep, here they go. Coming out now. Do it every fucking time. Oh, I am. Yep. I'm not joking. They do it all the time. Every time. It's a easy tell for them to do that. Easy tell. He's with them, so it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Chain them up. Chain them up. Chain them up. Yeah. Chain them up. Chain them up. Yeah. That doesn't hurt. The fish is going to suck for you. For some reason, it's going to. Taking your crew, bitch. What? Body block for you? Come on. Brother, you need to understand the art of body blocking. I'm the king of knowing how to do that. Yeah, I know. He wanted me to do it, but I was just on the edge of him, giving him the tip of the month. What up, what up? Yeah, you guys are getting it. You guys are getting it in. You guys are all gonna die. Hey, I need wood. Anyone got wood over here? Actually, you know what? Let me go. Let me see. Yeah, I got you. Here, God. I appreciate it. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Thank you. We shall heal up now. Very nice. KDW. Alright. Lord Redfern. Saying war hunting gankers. No. They're trying to gank people and we're killing them for it. We're punishing. We're punishing. You don't get the difference? You don't understand why there's so many of us? Because we don't like what you guys do. Eat it. Open your mouth and let me just spread my cheeks and go to town on your mouth. What up, Adams? Welcome to the YouTube side. Yo, it has to. It has to piss him off so much. Does anyone are we making a push to go in? They're coming back out, by the way. It's two of them. Like, all right, let's do it. I don't know why my not moving, but okay. Why is oh. So I figured that it's my keyboard not allowing me to do it. But I'm gonna fucking grind this dumb fuck to a pulp. Yeah, this thing ain't fucking working. My keyboard stopped working. Yep, my keyboard stopped working. This is fucking working. I don't know if it's the cable or the actual internal part, but that's so fucking annoying. This is why I don't like these types of keyboards that unplug, they're fucking retarded. That was very sweet. My fucking going back to Twitch. Well, I appreciate you coming over to the YouTube side, Adam. Really do. But it is no joke. Better on the Twitch side, just for the engagement purposes. Oh, I feel like we were, and then DVS, and now we're just sitting in fucking the pirate port. Now we're sitting in the pirate port, though. Now we're just sitting in their port, like get fucked. Like, you made us do this to you. You made us hang out over here because you guys wanted to be assholes. Hell yeah. Hey, Sharp. Hold on over there. I'm gonna swing around and see. Let's see, come chase me out. Oh, shenanigans is out. Gaslighting is out. Up. Up! That happened. I'm watching Sharp go pick on someone. I am. Oh, I am. Yeah, yeah. That all right. We have one of them. It looks like coming back with us. Well, now. Come on. All right. This guy, they made a guild. What's the name of that? Jesus. Jesus, it's bad. Where are we all at now? What are we doing? Then complain that we fucking come in as a fucking swarm and kill them because they come and try to gank us, and then call us gankers. This fucking what meth smoking dumb fucks they fuck up out of here, yeah. Alrighty. Alright. Fuck Tortuga. Garbage ass little island. We out. I'm heading back to Nevis. If you need a hand, let me know. What are we gonna put on the back? What? No, what the fuck? Micros? Oh shit.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahara, and man, Microslop makes it too gosh darn easy. Ladies and gentlemen, you know why I don't like having all this Copilot crap stuffed into my operating system? I love using Linux. Like, to be real with
Because
you,
you can get
I can
hacked.
keep AI agents so far away from my system, and for good reason, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, for anybody that doesn't know, there's an actual, like, attack that has been happening on the old Microslop Co-Slop pilot,
Oh,
which
boy.
involves basically
Hey,
having one single
don't just
click
hang around.
leak
That's
to your
cool. Fuck
information
yeah.
being stolen.
Absolutely.
So ladies and
You don't mind me, no. Don't mind. I'm getting shot by random pirates. That's NPS pirates. Yeah. Adam, you're more than welcome to hang around if you're chilling, you know what I mean? If you ever feel like coming through and showing off a ship or something, if you're in the NA server, you'll let me know. Yeah. But if you do that, let me know what side you're on, so I don't, and your name in here, so I don't just fire at you if you're red. You know, I definitely do meet up with people that chat if they're in the same server.
gentlemen, one thing before we start off with, I want to just say for the record, This has thankfully been patched. I wouldn't be making a video on this stuff if this shit was this easily done, okay? Simply because I don't want to teach somebody a new method on how to hack people and steal their passwords and all that crazy shit. But the fact that this exists, and the reason I'm talking about this too is because stuff like this has been happening so much that it's time to really walk people through
yeah, you're
why
neutral.
They shouldn't have all
You'll be
these
good.
agents running around their systems, running commands.
You can stop by and say hi. There you go.
So a lot of this stuff, ladies and gentlemen, comes from an amazing group called Varonis. They're the ones that kind of discovered one of the stupidest things that I've seen.
I'm really sick and tired of fucking all these like big companies that are supposed to have like safeguards to protect people, and their private information just get continuously hacked and basically on the wrong side of, you know, the history when it comes down to protection for consumers. It's so annoying. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, if you ever find yourself near Nevis, definitely stop and say hi. Oh my god.
Which is known as a reprompt. Now, I'd be like, whoa, what is a reprompt, ladies and gentlemen? A reprompt is basically a hacker's funny way of messing around with the URL
Hell
of
yeah.
Microsoft Copilot so that they can convince the AI
That's
to
dope.
secretly, mind you.
I'm pretty peaceful. As long as people don't fire at me.
Work, ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea.
Unless like we're doing PvP chats, then it's like game on.
Click on a link that looks like a legitimate microslop link. So imagine, you know, somebody on the internet, like you're just somebody that doesn't know anything about computers, somebody sends you a link to something, and you might have heard from some fat Indian guy on the internet that make sure you check your domains. Do you have the slightest understanding of how dangerous it is to click on coochie.com/stealpassword.php? You might be like, okay, let me pay attention, and you don't click on weird domains. But just imagine, you know, you get some from microslop.com, and you're like, whoa. Hold on a minute. This looks pretty legitimate. It's not. It's not, Lois. It's not.
It's not,
You know,
Lois.
because ultimately what happens is you click on the link and the attacker effectively starts getting access.
See, peaceful people here, I know for a fact, like, especially with WO and my guild and whatnot, like, the way we operate, it's pretty, like, you know, if you're cool, we're cool. We're very much about being chill. Oh, look, I got Scyther on my head. Yeah, we're definitely about being chill, honestly. And the thing is, like, yeah, we do, like, here, let me pull up. Here, check this out. Guild ranking, right? Bing, right? Guild ranking. Yep. But what guild are you in? Let's see. We'll see what guild you're in. You in Entropic. FTA. Hey, y'all. Nice. Nice. Hey, y'all. Not too shabby. Definitely not too shabby. Huh. Yep. Not too bad. Really. For real. Very nice. You guys are definitely doing good. Good shit. Light a ship. Light a ship. And we're going to move here. Let's go. Most time playing myself. That's rough. You gotta get the guild all together, man. You all gotta get the guild. And if you guys have, is it just a large spread of people, like time-wise? Is that the common issue? Because sometimes even like talking about what drives guilds to be active is it's a topic I like to talk about. It interests me. Do you play like yourself because you're like doing because of the trading aspect of it? You got it. You'll see the people. You gotta definitely definitely get. There's my girlfriend. Second, everybody. It is hard to trust people in this game, that is for sure. That is for sure, Adam. All right. So yeah, it is definitely hard to trust people. But like, you know, if you DM people, you start learning who's who and how, like, some people will not be cool. That's just the way it is. Trust me. Trust me. Like, I don't trust people at all in this game. And it took me like I basically tried when I was looking into where I was gonna hang out and whatnot, right? I basically wanted to get away from the pirates and the beginning of the game, starting area. Because fuck that shit. You know, it is super hard to trust people, and especially hard when the pirates in this game are assholes, or actually assholes. So, like, yeah, I know what you mean. I definitely know what you mean. Joint time, everyone. Joint time. If you smoke them, if you got them, smoke them. If you got them, smoke them. Alright? If you got them, roast them. If you got it, post it. Post it. Let's go. Alright. Alright, let's get this lit and we'll be good. We'll be good to go. Alright. Well, FTA, welcome. That's for sure. We like trade guilds here. I have a new trade guild in my chat. Well, I have a new group from the game in my chat. They're actually FTA. Yep, they're a trade group. So, yep, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Are they? Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Yo, fuck. It's some guilds I don't like. BBC, DVS, War. Oh, we don't like War. We don't like BBC. DVS is a friendly guild. They're the ones that come through. They actually come through. Yeah, DVS is just right below us as a guild and all in all. Like they show up. They basically do exactly what we do. So just tell my chat. No, you could. Oh, they unfortunately. I'm not. I don't have you guys out. Voices going out to the world, so you're good. I'm talking to you as well. You know what I mean. That's ADHD for you, baby. I don't know. I don't know if we're opening that. That makes sense. The Brits to have it. Yeah. Well, if you ever come towards our area in Nevis, yeah, listen, just be cool with the other trade guilds that are in the area. XLM or some shit like that, I think, is one of them. Or WLM. I think it's WLM. WLM is chill as fuck. There are I'm trying to promote them to get another to get a port, and then I'm gonna promote fucking SEA to get a port. I'm trying to do that on the side. So yeah. Good times, you know. Try to like push positive narrative. Yeah. Also, yeah, that's another thing. I'm fucking promoting to get people into the secondary guild or our other guild. We have two guilds. First the main guild and then the second main guild. So there's very good reason why we're like on point. So yeah. Hey everybody, remember hit that like, hit that sub, look at my description down below. BBC's Parry Guild. That makes sense. That makes sense. Like, we didn't think that they weren't going to be helping the pirates. Spain's helping pirates, obviously. You know that. BBC is helping out pirates. There's a pirate guild. Is a pirate guild. Let me hold something on in the background. Let me put something different than this in the background. Bro, be blazing all day, every day. All day, every day. I actually have to go pick up some sometime soon. Favorite music to mix? Yeah, I listen to so much different shit, but like, I don't know. It's I listen to a bunch of shit. One of my favorite. You know what? Let me give you an idea of what tracks I'm listening to. Alright, like this is one of my homies. Oh, motherfucker. Holy shit. Hold on. Sorry about that. Holy shit. This is some good weed. This is some good weed. Oh, you want to hit? Here. But let me play the shit that I was gonna play. I like shit like this. Oh, that Liquid DMB. I don't really like DMB. That's my best friend. My best friend loves DMB. There's so many different things. Is there any heavy ships I want to ship craft? All right, listen. There are many different ships to actually craft in this game. One of the ships, they're definitely heavy ships. Definitely heavy ships. Wow. There are definitely some heavy ships for sure. It's quite a few, actually. There's more heavy ships, I think, than fast ships, technically. So there's one of my friends that made this. So here's the shipyard. Check this out. These are the heavy ships down here. Got your Phoenix, San Martin, Constitution, Bologna, Redoubtable, and Apostolov. Do I want any of the other heavy ships? Alright, so yeah, you do. You want to at least like get the Redoubtable. Also the Victory. I know this is combat, but you want to get a Victory. Obviously, you want an Apostolov. Alright. Like, that's a big one. Hold on. Let me just pause this for a second. So, like, if you're gonna, yeah, if you already got the Constitution, right? If you're going to go up this line, I definitely highly suggest getting every one of them, because that whole line you could just throw at people. You could literally just throw, like, the one big thing about this game is you're not gonna have just like one line of ships. You don't want to just limit yourself to one line of ships. You want to have as many ships as you possibly can. And specifically due to the fact, yes, thank you, exactly, you want all of them. In the end, the man with the most ships is gonna win. Man, woman, fucking whatever. You get my point. Seriously, I highly suggest if you want to go down one line, and you're gonna go down that heavy side, right? Go down and like sidechain fucking either siege or the combat ships. Well, see, that's the thing. I haven't really been I don't focus on one because it's so difficult to do that. Every one of these ships, like I rock. They like here. Let me show you what I got. So like I'll show you. I rock the Shunsin. We'll go from the ones that I actually do use. The Savannah. You want to the Bologna, Redoubtable, Apostolov. Technically all three. You want all three. Excellent line. Yup. On rank 30. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, you're right. Drop it 100%. But like Apostolov's a great one. Those are things I think is I think the Apostolov is. But yeah, it's the last one. That one's good. Like if you're gonna go for like which is the last ship on the last line, which is the first one you want to go for the Apostolov. Like go up this line. If you're gonna finish a line, go up this line. If you're gonna focus on one. Yeah, and if I can take. Yeah, so if you don't want the Apostolov, right? The next one I would go with would be the Victory. Go down the line for the Victory. Okay, look at the weapons, the placement. This is the battleship. It's a combat battleship. So if you're trying to go for something that's like combat, yeah, that's just straight XP grind, you know. La Royales would be after that. Make sure to always have a mortar ship. That's another one. Mortar ships are great. I'm like personally put money into the game, so like I like my Sparrow. I like my Sparrow a lot. That one I like a real lot. You know. But if you're going with the unique premiums, right? Good. Whatever. Also, what should I get right now? What do you have? Okay, tell me what you have for your construction. Do you have? If you were to build it right this moment, right? If you were to build it right this moment, right now, I'd build the Apostolov. But due to the fact that, like, if you're just doing one of them, and that's gonna be like your only other ship, like, really, you really, there's no other. None of them have front guns. Yeah, yeah. This thing. Let's see. You don't use kite ships, yeah. You got everything for the redoubtable. See, if you have everything for the redoubtable, all right. If you got that, great way to start off. If you're gonna say, "Hey, I got this right now," like redoubtable, I'm gonna get the redoubtable since it's a second-rate ship. I really think it's a great second-rate ship for what it looks like. I have as my second anti-dev bias. Anti-dev bias. Why do the devs like Thai? Is the Bologna worth it? So now, what other ships do you have? About that. Now, also the Bologna. All right, let me just show you guys. I have one, and that is because of the easy way to get a balloon is to get all the starred ships. Right now, did I fill it with cannons? No, I did not. Maybe I did. No, I did. Yeah, I fit it with cannons. I didn't crew it, and if I did, I took them off. I didn't upgrade it. Would I say it's a ship to body block? It's a 30. It's 33. 3180 in durability with an armor point of 7.0. Now, I would say I got Anson Moot, Don, Rick Quinn, Black Prince, Creole. Hell yeah. Let me see where we are at. We got Anson. Let's see, we're done. Rick Quinn. Quinn. Prince. All right, let's see. So you got pretty fast ships. Nice. Very nice. You got fast ships right there. Oh, and Mercury. That's your personal favorite. Oh yeah, you like the fast ships, right? You hate slow. I could tell. I could tell. And got a cloud. Yeah, you guys go. You just keep. Would be. Oop. Super. Let's see. Fuck that up a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, you got a bunch of fast ass ships, that's for sure. Couple with some Windroses and yep, Imperial. MPS does not attack. Yep. Hell yeah. Nice. That's pretty fucking sick. Yeah, I've got like everything for the Redoubtable. So Oz, are you gonna be doing the Redoubtable then? Yeah, I'm currently working up to the Huracan. I got 5 out of 40, so yeah. Yeah. First, then victory. All right, there you go. I mean, you got all the fast ships. Holy shit. That hold. That hold is absolutely insane. Holy shit. Loot Pinata. Now I know. Now I know who to hit. That's everybody knows it now. Everybody knows it now. It is the thing to hit. You want to tag someone in that. Oh my god. Come at me. Come get me. Come get me, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah? Yeah? It's too slow. I'll fucking I'll be right. You'd have to like circle me, and we would have to have a battle. I would obviously, if you with any of the ones that you had, it would be best to circle at a distance and fire. Yep, yep. But but this is a sparrow. This is a sparrow. This is what I would go after you with. You That's what I'm mortar the living. I would hit you with these mortars so hard. Those are the mortars. There you go. Yep. Yeah, yep. These are 150 a pop. Technically, I could change it. I should change it, technically. Really shouldn't. Maybe not. I was enjoying smacking people with what I have. Actually, fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna go with after open world PvP. So 8 inches. You think that's how? Yeah, that's how I died. Yeah, Captain Jack hit you with the 3-inch mortar, the 8-inch mortars, and I run a half health damage buff on this fucking thing. Yeah, yeah. Everybody is on the other fence. Why? Are you guys getting into a fight over there? Hello? I'm watching on the fucking on the map. It looks like something's happening. That's for damn sure. It makes me want to fast travel over there. What in the actual fuck? I can't tell. I know why. There we go. We need to get down to Angron. You good? You're good right now? You're still okay? I'm on my way already. Yeah, no, I'm on my way already. Been on my way. On my way. And I got the wind. Oh. Let's do this, everybody. Let's fucking rock this. I'll hit them so fucking hard. You're not gonna know what it was until they see me floating by. I'm taking up on their rear. And okay. Time for you to slide. Do you? Do your thing. See you later. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. Order worship. I fucking no, the keyboard is being wackadoo. I just took some shots for you. I took some shots for you, Angron. No, it's okay. I took some shots for Angron. I got him. I got him. I got him. I got him. No. Okay, you're okay. It's this guy too. You're not gonna stop me. Oh, no, no, no. There you go, Angron. Got here right in time, baby. Hell yeah. See ya, Adam Hearts. Have a good one. Enjoy your night. Thank you for stopping by. Saying hi. Hell yeah. Good conversations. Yeah, we got wood. Yeah, this chat has been forever cooked. What the fuck? You didn't know that? Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, a second. Everybody, thank you for being here. Thank you for lurking. I really appreciate you all being here. If you're watching the VOD, yo, you guys are amazing. If you're on my Twitch or YouTube, either or, both are in the description below. Thank you for hanging out. All right, here we go. Man, it is absolutely... Yeah, less. Here you bro. Hope you come and visit back. Fuck yeah, man. Oh, add you. I'll drop. Hit you with a follow right now. There you go. Boom. Yeah, definitely will. If I see you on, I'll fucking stop in and say hey. Nice. It'd be nice to have water that's actually naturally cold before it becomes ice. How's about that? Fucking how about extremely ice cold water? Just in it. That oh, that's Skid. Skid Kid. Yeah, it looks like Skid Kid went from a small boat to a bigger boat. Yeah. Yeah. Why is water with ice better than water with ice? It's because it's colder. It sort of like how should it doesn't taste. It does something to like your taste buds, where like warm water would not be as refreshing, but you could survive off of it. Yeah. So there's a difference between drinking to survive and drinking just to like, you know, well, it's fucking water. You're gonna drink it just to drink it. But in most circumstances, depending on what you're drinking, water, what you could do like tea or tea's gonna be hot. You know, it's still adding stuff. If you're just saying like just water and you add ice, yeah, it's probably due to, you know, being refresh. It's the refreshing aspect of it. It not just only cools your body down for a second, you know, depending on if you're hot, you know. But, yeah, hydration, exactly. So, yeah, it's all about what you're drinking for. So you could also have like tea, hot water, and you can drink. Then you can mix all whatever the fucking ingredients you want within your tea, right? And then you can put it over ice, cool it down. Now you got iced tea. You know? Hydration. Yeah. There we go. And water. So when you're okay, so now the thing is, it would be stupid, right? I'm gonna tell you right now. It'd be stupid to put too much water in and then add ice into it. That would be stupid. That would be stupid. Let's just put it there, right? It's not. It would be weird if you were putting more water in when you don't need more water. You're not stupid. You're definitely not stupid. It depending on the time, circumstance of the cup. But the ice is water. You are partially correct, and you're partially incorrect. Yep. Yep. You're slightly right, and you're slightly wrong. That's not even why. It is a state of existence. There are definitely two different states of existence. Because ice, regardless of how you feel, it will always have air inside of it. Unless you pull all the gravity out of it, you're technically always going to be mixing ice with water, because ice is a mixture of cold air and water, or the atmosphere of water is colder than the, I guess, how should I say, fuck, I might not be having this one correct. Yeah, I'm just gonna shut up on that one. But yeah, my point is that regardless of what state of it's in, whatever state it's in, yeah, unless it's just a liquid, right? Unless you're pouring water into water, right? Ice, whether it's technically, well, it's okay. Let me just give another. I got another one. You can freeze pretty much fucking anything. You can freeze pretty much everything. Pretty much. So, technically, depending on what you freeze to put in your drink, you could technically just freeze a fucking rock. But still, in one way, I'm right. Water with water, either way. Yeah, but it's colder water with trapped ice. I mean, trapped air in it. It only changes the existence of water. Yes. Only changes the existence of water. All you're doing is changing the state of the water. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Only changes the existence of water, I guess. Yep. Alright, let's see what we got over here. Where are we now? Are we at Navis right now? I don't think we're at Navis. It does not look like Navis. Right now? Into state of mind. Now, it's only going to change state of mind if you start changing the contents of the water. That means that you turn that water into something completely else. Mixing shit. Don't start mixing your water. Alright, we're in third right now. Fuck. Ripperoni. Alright. we continue to look. What the fuck is on site? Yeah, that was really funny listening to the crash out. Oh yeah, yeah, there's a lot of fucking crash outs going on right now. I was gonna start doing like reaction videos. That was something I was gonna do. I definitely don't want to do certain videos currently. It was great meeting you as well, Entropic. Have a good one. Thank you for the raid, man. Thank you for the raid. Imperial Legend North, right? Or Galbion? Galbion? Suka. Great. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out, buddy. Introspect. Yo, if you have a YouTube, let me know as well. Just like try to find out if people where everyone's stuff is. Yeah. I'm going to figure it out. Make a community out of it. We try to make a community out of it. You know what I mean? Oh boy. Alright, let's do this. Alrighty. Do I need I don't I had to do the big fast. Over here. Yeah, Nordberg is a pretty area, that's for sure. Motherfucker. And an ATK. Yep. SWG is all next to us. They're all in fucking mortar ships. It's all mortar ships, I believe. WG just hit me from the side there. Yep, that was crazy. Very private islands near Norberg. There's a private island right there. There's one on the outside right there, so you can actually, I recommend going to that one if you're gonna do Nordberg. Yeah. Obi. No? You just shot DBS. Joking. Yeah. Yeah, he shot DBS. Voice Age. He just killed Voice Age. I'm questioning this ship, really? Questioning me and my ship, huh? Huh? Do you not know the power of my ship? He does not know the power of my ship. Oh boy, watch this hit. Watch that hit. The dabby dabber. Monk, hit the dabby dabber. Monk, hit the dabby dabber. Yo, yes. Well, that's one. Okay, we get in front. I don't care. I'm killing this motherfucker. This is nuttier than squirrel shit. It's all in. Let's see. I'm on the way. They don't know how to be professional killers. Ooh. Give me your garbage. Hey, Meg. Have you gotten food yet, Max? I'm gonna have to ask. Adam. Figured that. That's why I turned. Figured that. That's why I turned. There we go. I don't know who Dickie Dino is.
Why are you gay?
Mm-hmm. Woo! So yeah, I definitely know where the port is that you want to go. You want to go to the one that's right over here. No! God damn it. There. You good? Alright. Go. You still have 34 at Port Galbian. There we go.
I'm gonna come.
And he looks hard.
Yeah, same. Yeah, no, it's not. Not at all. No, it's not at all. This way. There are a lot of them coming. Yeah, this is definitely a hot battle. Holy shit. APK is attacking Angeron at the port. Angeron just went down. Motherfuckers. Yep, if they're going, are we going to Galvion or are we not? That's a pee. That's back. Be right back, everybody. Pretty much how it is. Yeah, that's pretty much how it is. Left their mines. The garrison. Fuck the fucking bottom. $72 seconds. Get the fuck out of here. Right. We got people coming up on our rear, like me and Sharp and Meryl. I'm just giving you a heads up, not like I'm bitching, just comms, man. Right into the wind. Yes. Thought we established all this shit already, man. No way. There you go, baby. Hello? Can you hear me?
insane deep dive I have prepared for everybody today. I did way too much research, but unfortunately, someone had to. So another person was killed by an ICE agent in self-defense, and there are even more riots, even more protests, and everyone's losing their mind. So there's information about the original ICE agent that was hit by the car. Obviously, we have so much more over there. We have another instance of an ICE agent killing somebody in self-defense, and we have rioters breaking into ICE agents' cars, stealing their documents, and now doxing ICE agents with the documents they stole from the cars. We have a lot that we need to talk about, but first and foremost, this is the clip that started all of this. This is a militant lesbian in this car. I want to show you what happened, and I want to give you the full story. So, as you can see, this is the car. It reverses so that this ICE agent is in front of the car. The new shooting was in the leg, not a killing, my bad. The wheels turn to face this ICE agent who is not holding his gun at the time. It drives, and look at his legs. He gets slid back from the car hitting him, and he fires the gun and kills the lady. Now, a lot of people are calling ICE agents stormtroopers. That is sad because obviously stormtroopers have bad aim, whereas ICE agents clearly have very good aim. Clearly. And now this is another angle. This is an ICE agent right over here doing his job. By the way, to be clear, this is really important to note. She was blocking traffic, obstructing justice. The ICE agents went to her to get her to move because they had to move. She had to move. She was literally violating the law in every possible way. He told her to move. She refused, and then she turned her car and rammed into this guy. While her wife was screaming, "Drive, baby, drive." So this is him standing here. As you can see, he is directly hit by the car. And then he fires his shots. All right. Now, important to note, a lot of people are saying she was scared. She was fleeing. It wasn't done intentionally. However, for anyone that actually knows anything about humanity, when you could see the people smiling, you know that that's not the case. You know that that's obviously not the case if you see these people smiling. So first, we have to cover the Democrats' response to everything. This was an actual footage of her. She was smiling. She was not panicking. She was not fleeing. Grow up watching movies on TV about killing Nazis. You finally get the chance to do it. The ICE Nazi ends up shooting you, and he turns out to be more progressive of you because he has a brown wife. Comedy gold. Yeah, hilarious. Actual suicide by cop. Now, I have to show you the response that everyone immediately just started with. All right, this is from every representative of Congress and Ilhan Omar and all these retards. All right, ICE murdered an American citizen and legal observer. ICE murdered a legal observer. ICE killed a legal observer. ICE kills and shoots a legal observer. ICE reportedly shot a legal observer. They all repeat the same talking points. ICE murders a legal observer. This obviously isn't murder. That's one. Two, obviously, this wasn't murder. This was self-defense, obviously. They all use the same talking points. The NPC chip clicked into the brain. There was no threat. Hassan Piker decides to jump in. Nothing more insane than seeing American right-wingers on this website demand the government kill ICE protesters. No one is saying this, but that's Hassan. He's a liar. He's a liar and a terrorist supporter and a potential dog rapist. Only to turn around and say free Iran. You know, because in Iran, they're massacring tens of thousands of people on the streets. So, anyway, what do you mean, free Iran? You're demanding American regime kill your countrymen. No one wants American regime to kill our countrymen. We just don't want the countrymen to hit the ICE agents with cars. Yeah, you know, the solution to not dying is not trying to kill ICE agents, actually. It's bad that Iran is killing thousands of innocent people. Okay, wow, MAGA. Wow, MAGA. Unbelievable. So anyway, that's Hassan immediately labeling this as just ICE agents just murdering protesters in the streets. A lot of people are doing this, by the way. My politics are anyone who mildly inconveniences law enforcement should be indiscriminately gunned down in the streets by unidentified mass government agents. I am rational, empathetic, and a well-adjusted person. Everyone is doing this. Everyone decides to drop down. It's a mild inconvenience, all right? This law enforcement was mildly inconvenienced because leftists, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, and if you're a leftist, I'm so sorry. Leftists hate reality. I don't know if you're aware. All right, leftists hate reality so much they think men can get pregnant.
Science and evidence, and I'm asking you. You know, the United States Supreme Court just heard arguments yesterday at great length on this question. This is not a hypothetical question. This is not theoretical. It affects real people in their real lives. And you're here as an expert, called by the other side as an expert, and you've been telling us that you follow, right, you're a doctor, and you follow the science and the evidence. So I just want to know, based on the science, Can men get pregnant? That's a yes or no question. It really is, I think.
I think you're trying to reduce the complexity of.
So anyway, the left is anti-reality, all right? Anti-reality in every possible way. So this is not a mild inconvenience. This isn't right-wingers supporting ICE agents gunning down protesters in the streets. This isn't a legal observer getting murdered, all right? These people are all pushing their bullshit, all right? Jimmy Kimmel does the same thing.
I know what they're doing. They're trying out a new slogan. Donald J. Trump is going to kill you.
They're all doing this because they actually support leftist violence, and they do it on multiple levels. A, they support leftists literally kill you. They'll label you Nazis to justify killing you, and then when they do try to kill you, they will do their absolute best to straight up lie about the situation to make it seem like they're the actual victim. It's actually unbelievable, and it's pretty insane watching how this converges literally with radical Islamism. That's the craziest part, by the way. The absolute craziest part is the fact that we keep doing this. All right, Islam starts a war. Islam loses the war. Islam cries that they're actually the victim. But they were mostly peaceful. They were mostly peaceful. What are you talking about? All right, and Jimmy Kimmel, the guy who for all but celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination, now thinks Donald Trump is going to kill you if you protest against ICE. It's actually unbelievable. Now, anyway, the family of Renee Good, this lady who was committed suicide by cop by smashing her car into an officer, hired a lawyer who represented George Floyd's family. Wow. She took the George Floyd lawyer. Wow. It's almost like this is literally just a whole political shit. No one actually gives a shit about this lady, obviously. I mean, this lady didn't give a shit about this lady. In fact, it's become such an obvious hoax that here you have Muslims calling to pray around the memorial of this lady.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, absolute insanity. Literally, this is all part of the gigantic grift. The gigantic grift of the radical left and radical Islam coming together to hate America, hate Western civilization. They will lie. They'll memorialize this bitch who is a bitch, okay, who lost custody of her children for being such a bitch, all right? And this is America, where you have these guys getting here, showing up, doing their call to prayer for the beautiful, wonderful, beautiful lady that committed suicide by cop by trying to murder an ICE agent and got killed in self-defense. But that's what the left does. Now, unfortunately for the left, and this is the worst news they've ever gotten, because while on the one hand they do support the mass murder of ICE agents, however, not this one specifically. Breaking, the ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Good on January 7th in Minneapolis, Jonathan Ross, suffered internal bleeding to the torso following the incident, according to 2 U.S. officials briefed on this medical condition. So this guy that was hit by a car actually was injured. Asmongold replied with, "Wow, it's almost as if the thing that obviously happened because it was recorded from multiple angles and analyzed by the whole world on a frame-by-frame basis actually happened. Amazing. Looking forward to seeing the next goalpost shift." Because this is literally how it all happened. First they said she didn't hit him, then she didn't mean to hit him, then she only bumped him, then the mayor said, "Oh, it's like closing a refrigerator door on your leg." That's how slight the damage was. Then they all said nothing happened, and now it happened. He's injured, he was almost killed, and what are you gonna do? Now, in fact, this post from Asmongold was such a W, it was retweeted by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance retweeted the Asmongold tweet. This is unbelievable. The convergence of reality is so here. We have never been so back, ladies and gentlemen. We have never been winning this much. Unbelievable. JD, Just Dance Vance 48 actually retweeted Asmongold. Crazy world. So anyway, obviously, all of our favorite retards were freaking out about it. So this is Hassan Piker tweeting madly that JD Vance retweeted him. Twitter admin, we used to be a proud nation. Extinction level indicator. JD Vance retweeting Asmongold. Hassan Piker retweets this. So I think that's pretty awesome. Hassan, unlike a generational crash out that this is happening. That's just pretty incredible. Honestly, it is pretty awesome. Anyway, before we get into all the retards, it's pretty incredible how the goalpost shifted. All right, so it started off with everyone saying she was a legal observer and she was murdered. All right, then it moved on to she was a minor inconvenience. Okay. Then it moved on to she bumped him like a refrigerator door closing on your leg. All right, so the goalposts keep shifting. Now we're at internal bleeding. So how are they going to shift these goalposts? Are you ready? What likely happened was the recoil injury from firing a gun caused the internal bleeding. Breaking, it turns out the internal bleeding was hemorrhoids. No evidence of this. So, Ed Fagetstein over here, leftist retard with like 1 million followers, is just dropping misinformation that the internal bleeding might have been hemorrhoids and recoil from the gun. Like, the goalpost shifting is honestly incredible. Like, it's nothing short of actually amazing. So, this is also another great response. So, breaking, the ICE agent was suffered internal bleeding because, you know, he was hit by a fucking car. So, this guy, leftist on Twitter, says he didn't even say ow in the video. That's right. Because he didn't have a mangina, okay? Because he was fucking in a life and death situation. But he didn't say ow, so this is obviously fake news. The leftists, who run with the fake news constantly, are now saying this is fake news because he didn't say ow. Great detective work, Evan. You're truly doing a fantastic job. He didn't even say ow. Sure, he had internal bleeding, but he didn't say ow, so it doesn't count. Exactly. I'm really glad we're on the same page. To be fair, but again, this might sound, you know, not so polite, but Renee Good didn't say ow in the video either, okay? All right? She also didn't say ow while she committed suicide by cop. So that's pretty crazy. That's pretty insane. She also didn't say ow, just in case you're paying attention. Now, anyway, while all this is going on, ICE agents literally getting hit by cars and attacked and harassed and attacked with shovels, as we're going to see later in the video. Indian Representative Sri Thanada. This guy, last time he was in the news, he was trying to impeach Trump. He is now trying to push legislation to abolish ICE. Literally to abolish immigration officials, which is completely insane. Complete and utterly insanity. We're importing retards like Shri to tell us how we need to stop with immigration police. Oh my God, go back to India, my guy. What are we doing?
And we must reform ICE, but it looks at this stage, folks, ICE is beyond reform. ICE is totally out of control.
They're literally deporting people.
And this week,
that's their job.
I intend to introduce a bill to abolish ICE. We need to make ICE go away. 2003, before 2003, without ICE, various federal agencies were able to take care of business, and we can do this without ICE. But we do not need the murderers. We do not need these paramilitary organizations, members on our street terrorizing.
So this guy, also known as Anthropomorphic Poo, has decided to release a gigantic statement that he wants to abolish ICE with bad lip sync and terrible English. So we imported this retard to show up here and decide to tell us how he needs to abolish our actual organizations. Now, a lot of you don't know this, but Donald Trump actually won the last election, and he won largely on the mandate of deporting illegals. So we literally want, this guy is anti-democracy, and there's no other way to say it. He is actually just anti-democracy. It's actually insane that we need to deal with this. So this retard goes through this whole thing, and for those of you that are unaware, this dude also murdered 117 dogs. A lot of you don't know that part of the lore, but this guy is a generational dog killer. There is a surprising level of overlap between people that abuse dogs and people that are against ICE. A lot of people don't know this, but anyways, that's this guy. Now, he's not the only one that's been crashing out over this. Here's another retard, Ilhan Omar. All right, Ilhan Omar is doing the same thing. Another foreigner, it's crazy that this keeps happening, another foreigner that we're importing into America to dictate to us how America needs to operate.
And so today, I am glad to announce that the Congressional Progressive Caucus has adopted an official position to hold ICE accountable. Our caucus members will oppose all funding for immigration enforcement.
How is this even American? How is it American to hold back payments for immigration police? Like, literally. Yeah, the melting plot's really working. Except these people are not actually loyal to the United States at all. They're coming into the United States and using our liberties to get into power because we imported infinite Somalis to vote for her. And now she literally votes to abolish American institutions to import more retards to keep controlling us even more. It's really obvious this keeps happening. This brotherfucker.
Any appropriation bills until meaningful reforms are enacted to end militarized policing practices.
Yeah, we have to end police, actually. Actually, it would be better for America if we just end police. We're pro-domestic terrorists, actually. So this is mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Fry. He does the same shit.
Imagine if that city or that town was suddenly invaded by thousands of federal agents that do not share the values that you hold dear.
Isn't this incredible? First of all, the agents that are sent into these towns do hold the values that we hold dear. You know why? Because the majority of America voted for Donald Trump. So they hold the values of the American people. They do not hold the values of the Somali illegals, though. So he is saying that our town should be judged based on the value system of the Somali illegals, not the American people, the Somalis, because that's what our community actually is.
Imagine if your daily routines were disrupted. The local cafe.
I'm 29, they're 24. We're both non-binary and we live in Michigan.
Really? I would have never guessed. Oh, here we go.
At this point in time, with the current state.
Why do they all look like this? I mean, at a certain point, like, you really have to, I mean, really, why are they all like this? Really, it's kind of like, isn't it shocking? Because you'd think that, like, there's a lot of them that are like this, but, like, god damn. It feels like it's like 80%
of the world, and specifically the country.
Yeah.
Maybe being single and childless.
Yeah.
Is actually my biggest asset, in the sense that I don't have anything to lose and I don't really have anybody's life to fuck up by,
well, besides your own,
fighting back against.
Yeah, so true. So true.
It's like, I don't have anything to lose. I don't. So, like,
how many of these like, this is, isn't this so weird? Oh my god. Yeah, you have nothing. I know, the Karen Civil War. It is. It's an actual Karen. Chicks forming sentences with 1,000 ms ping. I guess so. Oh no, the guy from yesterday was right. Who's taking one for the team? Shut the fuck up, man.
Thank
Stop.
fucking God.
Stop.
Like, I'm not trying to sound like, oh wow, I'm gonna save the day, because fuck if I know. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just one person.
Right.
But all my friends who have children, they can't go to a protest and risk getting arrested.
Well.
Or worse.
Yeah. So now the protests are filled with a bunch of childless, crazy cat ladies? Is that it? This is this is what they've really been reduced to, is a bunch of childless, crazy cat ladies.
They have people relying on them.
Right. Makes a lot of sense.
So I guess those of us who don't, like, let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go to jail. That's a great idea. Absolutely. These people are professional brain rotters. Yeah, you heard Karens that use AI to impersonate ICE to live out their really dark sexual fantasies? No, I mean, I didn't need to hear that. I would have known that. But, like, yeah.
I had a run-in with ICE last year in March. They called me sir, and they made it quite clear. They threatened to check my body to see if I was trans.
What are you talking about?
Their exact words. Before I knew they'd surrounded my car.
Is this like a sexual fantasy?
On each side, one in
volume.
It's the Gulf of Mexico! Mexico! Gulf of Mexico!
Holy fuck! God damn, this bitch is wild! It's a banshee? I know. Look, guys, I told y'all this is it. I said every place in the world has a mythology of something that is just like this. And I don't think that's an accident. I really don't. Certain mental disorders are also accompanied by facial dimorphisms. Well, maybe you're right. I don't know. This place sucks and I hate it here. Oh my god. I have just the place for you. I know exactly where you need to go. It's a place, it's by the water, it's by the sea. It's called Somalia. They don't have any ICE agents over there. In fact, they don't really have much government at all. You can go... you can go to Somalia. Isn't her dad 2-3 years Dajistan? Is that it? Oh man. And yeah, more like Gitmo. They're lost souls. Yeah, these people are really crazy. Also, by the way, dyeing hair in unnatural colors like blue or purple could be associated with self-reported depression, per study within PsychRed Journal of Psychology. See, this is the reason why I don't believe any studies, guys. It's because I already knew this. I didn't need a study to tell me this. It was obvious. Everybody knows this. What are we doing? Depression? No, wait, you mean retarded? Yeah, I know. It's crazy. People are not real. I know. Oh, here we go.
I just feel like as white people, we gotta get stuff the fuck up. Yesterday, 10 years ago, 10 years before that, 10 years before that, 10 years before that. Just... our fucking neighbors are at risk, and we need to be in the streets every fucking day. If it's not you today, and you take a break, somebody else, you know, get them out there, take their place. We gotta do this in waves. We gotta protect ourselves. We gotta protect our neighbors. But it's time for white people to step the fuck up. They've been sleeping.
And it's been wild to watch. I've only been on the ground here for 2 days now.
Right.
And watch the community organize in such a quick way. Obviously, you guys been doing for weeks and months. And what has it been like to see the community of Minneapolis like really come together?
It's about time. It's about time because people of color have been screaming about this for we can't even count the years of how long.
Wait. What's she wearing? Is that a baking pan? That's the thing that's at the bottom of your oven. So this fat retard took the fucking the oven tray. Oh my god. Actual Rust player.
Okay, so most of what you're trying to say is hard to decipher.
Hey, so I have a question for you. Car was coming, forged, new, and their partner said drives, baby. What would you do?
But her wife said drive, baby, drive, because everybody saw that man pulling his gun before she started moving. She didn't hit him with her car. She didn't try to hit him with her car. She was being polite and nice while he was being a cocky little bitch, and that pissed him off. It was an ego trip.
How has Punk been overtaken by a bunch of fat retards? How did this happen? What the fuck?
You can see in the video, he's reaching for his gun before she starts moving. Okay, so most of what you're trying
I'm
to
eating, bro? No, bro, like, this is it. These are their strongest soldiers. What could I say?
Hi, my name is Tempest. And if you don't want me to step on your toes, move your fucking feet.
We have a mental health crisis in this country, and I don't think that people have any idea how bad it really is. Oh my god.
I feel like ICE is doing all this shit, and that's why I'm saying I really feel like ICE is white supremacists, Proud Boys, etc., because all that shit that happened with Charlie Kirk, We was making memes. We was laughing. It's not funny. We was, you know what I'm saying? Like, we was against it. Like, no bullshit.
Yeah, for sure.
And we had our reasonings. But I feel like this is payback. I feel like that's the payback.
The ICE is going around and arresting everybody in Charlie Kirk's name. We're going out there and we're arresting illegal aliens, and we're like, this is for Charlie Kirk.
That's why I feel like they didn't care about shooting Renee Good.
Oh my God.
And shooting Keith Porter, because, and many more. But because we was laughing when, you feel me, they folks got killed.
I thought the police have been shooting people all the time.
So why would they care
I can't keep
if
up.
our folks got killed? It wouldn't make any sense.
It's hard to keep up with all this,
you feel
man.
me? But I'm really
Oh my
thinking that this
God.
is Charlie Kirk motivated, because
Charlie Kirk
I'm
did
telling
this.
you, they finally got a little bit of power, and then this happened directly after it. They let this shit build up. They recruited their team, and then out of nowhere, these motherfuckers are doing everything in their power to not only
Maybe it could fit
that.
I want to explain why this is such a huge problem. This is the generational ancient conflict. It's a bunch of autistic men that are so certain that they're right that they will never let it go. They know they're right. They are so insistent that they're right. They are so certain, so absolutely sure that they have to let everybody know that they're right. There are hordes of autistic men out there who have to assert and let everybody know that the way that they see things is the right way of seeing things. And on the other side, you have a bunch of women that can't admit that they're wrong. We have the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Yes, and I'm right. I'm right, and everybody else is wrong.
Like delete an ICE agent. That is a fucking insane take to me. How are you going to tell people to remain peaceful when their friends and their neighbors are down the street are literally getting kidnapped and deleted in the middle of the fucking, in broad daylight? How the fuck are you going to tell people to remain calm? Somebody is gonna snap. It is going to happen.
It might be you. I could see it being you. I could easily assume it's you.
And when they do, this administration is going to respond with tenacity and without remorse.
That's right. That's exactly what they should do.
They will enact martial law. But you cannot sit
waiting
there
on that.
in your cushy suburban neighborhood where you are relatively safe and tell
What are you doing?
people to remain fucking calm. We're past that.
Uh-huh.
We are so far fucking past remaining calm.
Never tell a woman to calm down. I mean, really, this is elementary stuff. Everybody should know this.
Do yourself a favor and exercise your Second Amendment right to purchase and go purchase today.
Buy a gun. Now we have another girl that's trying to gas people up into buying a gun. Oh my God. What is wrong with these people? Give me a second. I gotta use the bathroom. Oh my God. You could fix her? You think that. Big mistake. I'll be right back.
Stock up on non-perishable items.
Oh, my mom used to say this. She was crazy. Yeah, she was a nutball. She would like order books that would have like a satellite, like a spaceship over Antarctica and shit. Yeah, I still even have some of it. Cause she made me bottle up a bunch of water. It was oh jeez.
Plan to get out if that is what you can do.
Hyperborea?
Or have a plan to fight back.
Well, so
Understand that
Nazis.
if they enact martial law and this is what they want, that there will be no First Amendment rights.
You're gonna lose your First Amendment right. Okay.
You will not have freedom of speech. You will not have the freedom to protest.
The freedom to protest?
There will be checkpoints. There will be military in your town.
Oh my God.
You will have no rights at this point.
Uh-oh. This is why would
And
How the fuck are you going to tell people to remain calm? Somebody is gonna snap. It is going to happen.
it might be you. I could see it being you. I could easily assume it's you.
And when they do, this administration is gonna respond with tenacity and without remorse.
That's right. That's exactly what they should do.
They will enact martial law. But you cannot sit
waiting on
there
that.
in your cushy suburban neighborhood where you are relatively safe and tell
What are you doing?
people to remain fucking calm. We're past that.
Uh-huh.
We are so far fucking past remaining calm.
Never tell a woman to calm down. I mean, really, this is elementary stuff. Everybody should know this.
Do yourself a favor and exercise your Second Amendment right to purchase and go purchase today.
Buy a gun. Now we have another girl that's trying to gas people up into buying a gun. Oh my God. What is wrong with these people? Give me a second. I gotta use the bathroom. Oh my God. You can fix her? You think that. Big mistake. I'll be right back.
Stock up on non-perishable items.
Oh, my mom used to say this. She was crazy. Yeah, she was a nutball. She would like order books that would have like a satellite, like a spaceship over Antarctica and shit. Yeah, I still even have some of it. Cause she made me bottle up a bunch of water. It was oh jeez.
Plan to get out if that is what you can do.
Hyperborea?
Or have a plan to fight back.
Well, so
Understand that
Nazis.
if they enact martial law and this is what they want, that there will be no First Amendment rights.
You're gonna lose your First Amendment right. Okay.
You will not have freedom of speech. You will not have the freedom to protest.
The freedom to protest?
There will be checkpoints. There will be military in your town.
Oh my God.
You will have no rights at this point.
Uh-oh. This is bad. This is real bad.
2 female ICE agents went into a Chick-fil-A and they said that they hit a car in the parking lot and they wanted to pay damages. And then 2 employees from that Chick-fil-A went out to investigate the crash, right? Yeah. Yeah, they were immediately abducted and taken off-site by ICE agents.
Typical strategy. You want to kite some of the mobs outside of the aggro range of the main base so you can isolate and then remove them. Hey guys, there's a bunch of, there's a crash outside. Why don't you come outside? Okay. All right, get him. It's so obvious.
2 female ICE agents pretended to be lesbians and walk into a Chick-fil-A. Lied.
How do you know that they pretended to be lesbians? Maybe they are lesbians.
That they got into a car crash and wanted to pay damages.
Yeah.
Just to get vulnerable individuals outside into a public place so that they
kited out of aggro range of the rest of the dungeon. Elementary, really. Elementary level strategy. But hey, it works.
You could abduct them. That is what we are dealing with in Minnesota, and this is not the first time something like that has happened. We are not angry enough.
You just got. They're so deranged, aren't they? Oh my God. Man who works for the media is stopped by anti-ICE protesters who insist he identifies him to prove that he's not ICE. He complies with them and they let him go. The irony here is just too much. There it is. It's again, they don't hate the police, they want to be the police. So yep, there it is. Oh, here we go.
Trump's bounty has risen over $40 million, and I'm gonna take it. Trump's bounty has risen over $40 million, and I'm gonna take it.
Why would you say this? Why would you do this? Like, these people have no idea of consequences at all.
Is it time for the Insurrection Act, or would that just add gasoline to the fire?
I think it is. I think it was time.
I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that, but it's certainly an option, a viable option. So actually, I'll be meeting with the president tomorrow. So, you know, I think it's something that needs to be on the table because this cannot continue. There is going to be more bloodshed. I'm telling you. I hope I'm wrong, but I haven't been yet.
Baldy's right. He's totally right.
There's going to be more bloodshed if something hasn't done.
Yep.
It's going to spread, and most Minnesotans, by the way, and I want to say this tonight because folks have reached out to me.
Yeah.
Support ICE. It's this radical group of anarchists, and when you see them close up, you really get a sense of who they are. It's this crowd, a lot of them paid, a lot of them working, you know, double shifts of protest against the rest of the state, which are reasonable, common sense, peaceful people of all backgrounds.
I don't know if I'd agree that most people like ICE because obviously Minnesota did vote in a certain way, but I do think that very clearly a lot of them do. I mean, it's easy to assume 30 to 40% clearly want ICE to be there.
Including immigrant backgrounds. They don't like what's happened in the Twin Cities, and we're going to expose more about Jacob Fry in a moment. But Tom, I think most people are good people. They want the bad people out, and they want some peace in their neighborhoods.
And we're going to get the bad people out. And as far as the organization, everybody that's, you know, planning these protests, you know, giving these people weapons and funding this.
Not doing enough.
Again,
they're not doing enough.
Justice is coming because we're deep diving that whole thing.
But just y'all said this shit like, remember the Tesla riots? How many of these people do you think were Tesla bombers? I bet all of the Tesla bombers, if they're in Minneapolis, they're doing this right now. I don't think y'all are doing enough. I think, you know, again, like they need to get somebody in there. They need to get somebody in there that knows how to use the internet and that can just find these people in mass. Like you need to do probably like, I would say 20,000 arrests. If you arrest probably 20,000 people, this problem would go away. Because you just you get the 20,000 most problematic, extreme, violent people, and that's it, problem solved.
Animators have been cut loose. To put it simply, the AAA video game bubble has finally burst.
Yeah.
Across the past 2 years, over 23,000 jobs in the video game industry were lost, with a staggering 6,000 in January 2024 alone. Over 30 video game development studios have ceased operations, including Arcane Austin, Volition, and most recently, Firewalk Studio.
You want to know what they all have in common is that they're Western development studios. Capcom is hiring people, and From Software increased their wages. The problem is that check Yeet video for XLSF mod? What? What happened?
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email.
Has to be a joke, right? There's no way this is real.
Just for context, LSF is one of the biggest subreddits, and it has massively been shitting on Asmon and conveniently ignoring their own rules to farm hate on Baldies.
Let me see what this Hassan does a racist. Oh, it got deleted. They deleted it. Yeah, so this is the one that got deleted. This clip is from a video and is not a stream. Remember whenever they posted that edited together video of me being bad at playing Kingdom Come? Guys, I'm starting to think that the rules are made up. Being emotional about this, Asmongold blew up his own mom. Oh wow, this is a new one.
Well, this is the top mod that allowed this to happen and has now been removed.
I'm Brian. I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. There was an announcement related to a live stream related game show called $1 Million Fan. What if LSF could be part of the show in some way?
LSF being part of the show? Why would they want to have Reddit be part of the show?
This felt like one of the coolest things that a subreddit has ever done. I mean, being in a freaking reality TV show, how awesome. And what I can tell you, for those who, may not believe that for most moderators, I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco.
I could have predicted this.
I need to take a couple $1,000 bribes from, random internet scams. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. Reddit moderators have power.
I don't know what I'm going to watch for the rest of the day, but I already know this is the best video that I'm going to see. It doesn't get better than this, does it?
None of this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. If Reddit had offered me partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit had lawyers that were helping me, like reading over these contracts, reading over these agreements, none of these very real mistakes that I made would have happened. That doesn't mean it's my fault or their fault. It's your fault, Spez. Reddit moderators don't need Christmas celebrations or special badges. No, they need real material support. That means access to
give us money, right?
To anything that like a talent manager would give an actual celebrity.
A talent manager would give a celebrity? What? Wait, what?
Ad deals, or lawyers, or event organizers, or professionals, or anything that actually matters. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers.
What do you even say to something like this? I'm speechless. This is insane. And everything from his appearance to his voice to his demeanor, it's perfect. I wish to have this much confidence in myself someday. Oh, here we go. Oh, he's a Destiny viewer. Wow. That's crazy. You know what they say, guys? Life's full of surprises.
Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers.
What the?
Not today, creepo!
Back off, man!
Kid's coming with me.
Ow, my eyes!
You okay, little dude? Yeah, thanks.
So, anti-ICE rioters have now seized control of the road outside Minneapolis, blocking vehicles to ensure occupants aren't Nazis before allowing them to pass. It's just what I said. They're introducing their own traffic stops and ideological traffic stops.
That's what a Nazi would say! Not a Nazi!
Look at it, look. And then you have this here. Rioters are attempting to break down the fence outside Minneapolis ICE facility. Yet another rioter jumped in and said, "We don't have the numbers yet." Look, we're gonna break it down, guys, break it down. Oh, and look at this here, guys. Anti-ICE protesters stormed the Capitol. I've seen this before. Uh-huh. Yep. Asylums? Yep, this is in Minnesota. Look at them, bro. Jesus. So they tried to have a protest, and this is it. They're fighting now. Yeah. Wow. So this is over in Florida.
You need to tune back in and listen to
Okay,
this.
let me listen.
The reason that you see ICE flooding into Minnesota and Minneapolis, they refuse to turn over the illegal immigrants who are being arrested by the local police department where there's outstanding ICE warrants. It's the laws that they've passed that's created the environment for ICE to have to go in there and do it all on their own.
This messaging needs to be spread way more. Not holding these people accountable when they get arrested is causing all of these secondary problems to happen.
They're telling the city, the county, or the state prison system, turn these illegals that have committed crime back out into the community on.
Isn't this insane?
All of this could have been avoided. All of this could have been. You don't see that happening in Florida. It's created by the law and the practice and the policy of the elected officials at the state level, the county level, and the city level, telling them to oppose federal law. Now, why in the world you want those people in those positions that think it's all right to oppose the law? That's why we call this the free state of Florida, because we're for the people. They're for the criminals.
All right, everybody, we have it's an older Motor Stars video. It's about 3 years old. We're going to be going over it. Utilize.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So today I have another doozy for you guys to enjoy. We're going to be revisiting Soylent enthusiast iDubbbz and his stunning and brave handler Anissa, who have been crashing out live on Twitch during iDubbbz's streams over the past couple of days. This is happening largely in response to the backlash they've been facing over the past week since the last time we talked about these two, where there was a clip of theirs that went viral where they were talking about Iranians, and they were mocking Iranians for wanting to flee the regime they were living under. And then, as we'll see today, they're responding in many different ways, including trying to privatize their content in order to avoid commentary channels from talking about them in a negative light. As you can see by the video you're watching, that's not going very well. But in addition to that, we're going to see iDubbbz in his stunning political commentary begin to justify violence against people for having different opinions than you. Yeah, shiver me timbers, everybody's afraid of this guy. But on top of that, he's now challenging Asmongold to a physical fight, among many other comments where they're also trying to unmask commentary channels and calling them basically cowards and ugly for not wanting to share their full legal name and face online. Interesting stuff. But let's get into it, guys. We all know iDubbbz and his YouTube channel have really fallen off. He's just losing subs every day. His last upload was over 2 months ago, and the performance of them has gone way down. That's not really too surprising given his pivot into a more empathetic man who cares about basically being the white Hassan Piker, as people have dubbed him. But what he's been really focusing on is his Twitch streams, and they are painful to watch. Basically, iDubbbz just sitting here making the most brain-dead and hypocritical takes while his wife Anissa comes in every couple of minutes and says something just as delusional or stupid, and that's gotten them into a lot of trouble. This is the clip I was referring to earlier, where about a week ago, they were watching 90 Day Fiancé, and the man in this episode is from Iran, and he's talking about all of the danger that exists with speaking out against the regime, threats that might be against him or his family. And what did the empathetic duo here do? They mocked him and basically said they know more about his country than he does.
People singing and dancing like on the street,
It's a little eye-rolly, like why are you presenting it like it feels like he's fucking paid to do propaganda for
the US.
Yeah.
Like the US, like.
So this is so strange to me because I'm seeing everyone having such a good time here, being so free.
And laughing.
But in Iran, you would be arrested on the spot for having any sort of joy.
If you were ever feeling joy, they would arrest you in Tehran, Iran. Like, it's just so...
Yeah, it's a little over the top.
Yeah, sorry, Iranians. Before you speak out against your regime, have you considered talking to Ian and Anissa to basically get the clearance on whether or not what you're going to say is American propaganda? Absolutely ridiculous. The mocking tones, the sniveling narcissism, this just works once again. The people who are so anti-racist say some of the most out-of-pocket racist stuff you will ever see. In fact, since the last time we talked about this, the wife Stevie, the person who was married to the Iranian man in that 90 Day Fiancé episode, has spoken out and even put a clown emoji over them. But basically, she's challenging them to really try to understand where they're coming from, and really that they should feel shame for mocking both her and her husband over something they don't even understand in the first place. But of course, things would get even worse. Iranian former fans of iDubbbz showing their displeasure of what they've been saying live on Twitch. But on that same subreddit where I've gotten a couple of these posts, there's a lot more going on, and maybe it kind of slid under the radar for a second because of this decision right here. iDubbbz is now privating all of his Twitch VODs in order to avoid commentary channels from reacting to it.
May I ask why the VODs aren't getting published? Is it because Pedro's being goofy? No, nada. So what you will notice going forward is that the VODs will be available, but only to subscribers. So I only published one of the VODs to test it, so you're only going to have access to the one where me and Anissa were watching 90 Day Fiancé. So I will publish the rest of them for subscribers, like, I don't know, when I get off stream.
This is a bad idea on multiple levels because you're basically alerting people that they need to get the clips as soon as they happen. And also, there are plenty of clip channels and subreddits that are now fully dedicated to basically cataloging these lolcow moments from iDubbbz. In fact, a lot of them are monetizing it too, so I'm sure if they really wanted to, they would just like get a tier 1 sub or maybe lob a prime or something so they could get access to all of these VODs that are going to be private now. Like, it makes absolutely no sense. It's not going to stop any of this. In fact, it shows a level of insecurity that people are now picking up on even more because they don't want to be made a viral clip out of or be made fun of or farm for content. And people see through it. What a thin-skinned little coward. He and Anissa love giving the smoke, but they absolutely cannot deal with the return fire. 2026 will simply not be his year. This guy is effing allergic to any career growth. He realizes Clippers are going to get this stuff regardless, right? Let the Voshian Fortress arc begin. Amazing stuff. But of course, iDubbbz has continued sharing his truly stunning political commentary. And, you know, despite trying to private all the VODs, people are still finding the clips, and we get absolute gems like this. When you politically disagree with iDubbbz, violence is the answer.
So much for the tolerant left. Yeah, absolutely. They love talking about tolerance when they're the one that we're being intolerant of. It's like, yeah, we're intolerant of you. You're a piece of shit. It's not tolerance all the way around. It's tolerance for people who aren't pieces of shit. Look, they're having a conversation. Someone in the chat yesterday was like, why don't we have more conversations? Why don't we talk about this? I like the hitting, to be honest. I'm a big fan of the hitting.
Whoa, watch out, guys.
Yo,
We got a
Venter.
tough guy here. Watch
That's why
out.
you come through. What
iDubbbz
up,
is
dude?
going
I
to
see you there.
inflict violence on you. Yeah.
I see
This
you
is
there.
the
How you doing,
emotionally
buddy?
stunted type of person that thinks violence is always the
That's
answer
good.
to political differences. And when I say political differences, we know it means
I'll
if you
be
disagree with
right
anything
back,
this
buddy.
guy believes,
Be
he
right
believes
back.
violence is now the answer. Like, this is what someone who's emotionally stunted actually believes. He is someone who, despite his discovery of empathy, has never really grown up. He lashes out like a child when he sees people have a different worldview or
Be
disagree
right
on
back.
different topics. And his answer is violence.
bring
'Cause
my,
he can't
food
actually
in.
articulate himself, whether it's the CTE, who knows? That's the theories about him. But he can't articulate any of his points. He gets dunked on every time he tries to give his insight on anything political, which is his big goal. He wants to be this big political commentator, but it's not working. And now he's mad, and he's lashing out just like so many people like iDubbbz do on a regular basis. But his desire for blood doesn't end there. He now wants to challenge Asmongold to a debate and a physical fight.
Will you ever have a debate with Asmongold? Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. But only if we can do a physical fight afterward or before. Kind of like chess boxing, but it wouldn't be chess boxing. It would be debate boxing. We could do it. They could be separate. You know, they don't have to be, you know, one round of boxing, one round of debate. That's what they should do on Jubilee, though.
Okay, it's obvious to anyone. The reason that Asmongold is being challenged by iDubbbz is because iDubbbz wants some relevancy. It's so obvious he would want to debate him and / or fight him just so he can get a little bit of that juicy clout, because this guy has pretty much nuked everything at this point. His YouTube channel is totally cooked. He's off of Twitter. The only place he has is Twitch, and now he's doing anything to keep a little bit of relevancy, and it's not really working anyways. We know the numbers for his Twitch channel and stuff. And with his challenging of Asmongold, I don't think he really wants that smoke, okay? We know it would go really bad for him, but like, I don't think it's going to have the sort of cost-benefit analysis he thinks it would. It's definitely not worth the smoke. This guy's eating discarded snake skins for attention. I'm not surprised he's doing this, but I don't think it's going to work out the way he hopes. And people in the comments here are pointing that out. Ian, you were crying because your boxing coach reminded you of your father and was too stern with you. I don't understand where you get these macho delusions from. Yeah, there was a moment when he was preparing for Creator Clash and his boxing coach got a little too stern, and iDubbbz broke down in tears saying he reminded him too much of his own father. That happened. There's no way Ian could win either of those. Anissa and I take boxing very seriously. This is why he repeatedly tries to threaten people who never do any sports at all. Surely a widely understood boxing ethic. Yeah, that's why you train to box, right? You train to box so then you can challenge people who aren't trained to a boxing match or a physical fight. Yeah, that's definitely the boxing ethics for sure. But overall, with the Asmongold related stuff, he's been taking shots at Asmongold for a while now. It's not working, right? He gets like 1% of the exchange in terms of attention. Asmongold gets 99% in response. I mean, farming this guy for millions of views routinely, and iDubbbz is basically asking for it. But the, again, cost benefit of all of this is not worth it. It can't be worth this much humiliation. But he continues on. iDubbbz continues to crash out over Asmongold and Asmongold's lack of experience and how he doesn't leave his home, and then also in the same breath calls out his own grandfather for being a piece of crap.
And we will work with... What pisses me off, though, so much is, like, I get it. I really get it when I hear, like, I don't know, my fucking extremely white grandfather making some excuses for law enforcement. I'm like, yeah, you're a piece of shit. I get it. You've been conservative your whole life. Things are progressing, and you think everyone else, you know, the youth is fucked up, and we're going in a wrong direction or whatever. Like, I can kind of bridge that gap, and also, like, he has no voice. Like, he's just complaining to his friends and family. But when I hear these creatures online with big platforms that literally do not leave their house, like Asmongold does not leave his house. He is a fucking trash heap. He does not have human experiences. It is entirely different, his world. And for him to act like he understands any of this shit, it's just wrong. Just like wildly off base. This is not how humans are. Like, you do not understand this shit at all. You are dumber and more experienced than a fucking child. Like, you have no place to speak on any of this.
That was a really interesting section about Asmongold. Of course, he went the route of just insulting him for his perceived idea of what Asmongold's life is, because, you know, he thinks, oh, he's just a dweller in the attic there, never leaves, has no experience. And then he says he wants to say he has less experience than a child, but he says it backwards, so it doesn't really work the way he wanted to. But also calling out his own grandfather. That's crazy. Imagine being iDubbbz's grandfather, turning on his stream and getting shade thrown at you. Like, this is the type of people he like 2 seconds ago was saying like violence is okay against. Very crazy stuff. But we did not forget about the happy couple. Anissa has a habit of popping up in his streams and saying stuff that even makes iDubbbz look better by comparison sometimes. And that happened once again when she was trying to call out commentary channels. iDubbbz starts talking about them, and they both believe that not only are they ugly, that they need to be essentially unmasked, that they need to have their full names and identity out there in order for their opinion to matter.
You still have to look out for yourself because people don't have good intentions, and like they're trying to get one up. Like, you see the amount of like commentary channels, it's just gone fucking rampant at this point. And there's people covering all different niches, and they have nothing to lose, basically. So they are like the tabloids.
And they're all disgusting and fucking ugly as shit.
That too. They just send it because it's like a lot of them are anonymous. So not only do they have nothing to lose, but they're also anonymous. So it's like it can't do, like, nothing can happen. So if you convince a bunch of people online that like someone has bad vibes or they suck in some way, or even if you bring up, because it was what Drama Alert was doing back in the day, right? It's the same shit where it's just like alleged. I'm going to constantly say that this person has allegations, and allegations could be one fucking rando that messages you. That's an allegation. And it's like, you tie that to someone's, like, you can tank someone's shit just by talking about allegations. It's not saving anyone from getting canceled.
The comments about these commentary channels being ugly, it seems to really get under her skin whenever commentary channels come up. She has to say something. It's like impulsive. And I think it's really funny she says they're ugly when just like 2 seconds ago she said she doesn't want to have a child with iDubbbz because if they have a girl, it's gonna have all of his masculine features, like his eagle brow, among other things. And we're not even like talking about all the clips of her saying he smells, and also saying that he doesn't appeal to straight women, that he only appeals to bi women. It was absolutely brutal to watch, ladies and gentlemen. There's really nothing else to say. I mean, they want to unmask commentary channels just because they don't like what they have to say. Like, why else would someone be doing that, right? It's because they want these people to be put in harm's way. Like, I'm sorry you shared all of your information and you want to go about your life like this in content creation, but no one's required to be anything more than anonymous. That can just be whatever you want. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Enabling this fraud should be held.
Local cafe.
Don't care. Don't be illegal in the country next time. All right? Literally don't care. Skill issue. Fuck you.
You eat at was shut down because they're scared that their own family might get torn apart.
Skill issue. You should not be in this country. Get out. I don't care. My daily routine was disrupted. My tax dollars are going to Somali scammers.
Imagine if schools shut down and suddenly parents got to figure out what to do for daycare.
Those daycares are a scam. They should figure it out. This is just giant skill issue. It's insane. Imagine if your city or town is invaded by thousands of federal agents. Well, I don't know, man. I'm worrying about my country getting invaded by thousands of illegal aliens, but you don't really seem to care about that. Now, this is one of the funniest things of all time. So Tim Waltz released this video on YouTube, okay? It's a 5-minute video where he released on YouTube calling for an insurrection. And I really don't know how else I could say this. So he made this video. He released it on YouTube. And about 10 minutes after this video went live on YouTube, he deleted it. So Tim Waltz is currently being indicted for and potentially getting impeached. But he decided to release this.
ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out.
If you could only hear this audio on your left ear, but not on your right ear, that is how he released it. That's not an issue on my end.
Out where their neighbors of color live.
Yeah.
They're
So it's people going after your neighbors of color. Not illegals, your neighbors of color.
pulling over people indiscriminately.
Not indiscriminately, specifically illegals or people, you know, obstructing justice.
Including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers.
Makes sense. You have an issue in your city. Figure the shit out.
And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools. They're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street.
I love how none of this is in context. They're dragging pregnant women down the street because these pregnant women decided to join riots against ICE agents. Like, actual evil retard.
Just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans. Kidnapping innocent people with no warning.
No one's getting kidnapped, and no one, not a single one. If you're illegal, they're going to take you and deport you. And if you're not illegal, then they're going to let you go. If you are blocking, obstructing justice, then you need to go to jail.
No due process. Let's be very clear.
There is due process. The due process is show me your papers.
This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement.
Nope, it's still about immigration enforcement.
Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality.
Nope, it's not about organized brutality. Your people keep hitting ICE agents with cars.
Against the people of Minnesota.
Nope, it's not.
By our own federal government.
Nope, no, it's not.
Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good.
Renee Nicole Good committed suicide by cop. All right, she decided to ram her car into a cop like a retard and died because she's retarded.
We've all watched the video.
Yep.
We've all seen what happened.
Yes, we did.
And yet,
we saw the ICE agent get hit by the car and then suffer internal bleeding.
Instead of conducting an impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death, the Trump administration is devoting the...
Renee Good was responsible for her own death when she decided to hit her cop with her car.
Full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family.
The victim's already dead, so no one actually is attacking her, actually. And the funny thing is, I didn't see a single right-wing guy celebrating her death, even though I think that she is a retard, all right, that did commit suicide by cop, and she is retarded and a militant lesbian. I'm not celebrating her death, and I'm really sad she died. And I have never, ever celebrated her death. I want to make this clear. Never have I celebrated her death. It's you guys that celebrate the murder of right-wing guys. You guys are all celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk. You guys celebrate the assassination attempts on Donald Trump. You guys constantly talk about killing ICE agents like they're Nazis. I'm not going to lose any sleep over this retard committing suicide by cop, but I'm not here happy she's dead.
Yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs.
Based. Of course they quit their jobs. They failed because your state committed $19 billion of fraud. So yeah, of course they quit their job because they failed at what they were supposed to do.
Rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution.
It's not an assault on the Constitution to say we don't actually like that you guys are fraudulent assholes.
But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse.
Oh my.
This week he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming.
Good.
That's a direct threat against the people of this state.
No, it's only a direct threat against the criminals.
Who dared to vote against him 3 times and who continue to stand up for...
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, they're part of the United States of America, and the United States of America elected him as president. So you might not like it, but you are anti-Constitution.
Freedom, with courage and empathy and profound grace.
Empathy is a scam. I'm so every time I hear a leftist say empathy, I want to kill myself. Because they have empathy for the wrong people. It's like, yeah, I abort my own children. Yeah, I convince my kids to cut their penises off. Yeah, I support literally ramming cars into ICE agents. But I have empathy.
All across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted.
All right, so you are directly telling the people of Minnesota to stand up against legal law enforcement to obstruct justice. This is a call for an insurrection.
They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school and raising
Kids aren't getting kidnapped on the way to school.
Their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing so
the peaceful protest of smashing an ICE agent with your car
has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targets for violent retribution. Folks, I know it's scary, and I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity. Well,
law and order would be standing down and letting ICE deport all the illegals. That would be law and order. You're not doing that. In my opinion, you are a domestic terrorist, Tim Waltz. In my opinion, you should go to jail for treason.
Also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, end this occupation.
Occupation. It's crazy that we're doing this. He really thinks that the Minnesotans in Minnesota are like the Persians in Iran. It's crazy that we're dealing with this.
You've done enough.
You've done enough. Also, I'm gay.
Let me say 4 critical things to the people of Minnesota.
All right.
4 things I want you to hear as you watch the news and look out for your neighbors.
4 things.
First, Donald Trump wants this chaos.
Nope. Donald Trump wants to deport the illegals, which you are trying to stop him from doing, and he should absolutely try harder.
He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets.
Nope. There's zero evidence that Trump wants violence on the streets. Trump wants to deport the illegals.
We cannot give him what he wants. We can't
do the thing that legally we have to do under the American Constitution by letting the president go ahead and deport the illegals?
And we must protest loudly, urgently.
And now let me say it in the native tongue of the Minnesotans. That was me translating what he said for the actual people of Minnesota.
But also peacefully. Indeed, as hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail.
Yeah, you lost the election. Must suck to be you. Anyway.
You're angry? I'm angry. Angry's not a strong enough word, but we must remain peaceful. Second,
we must remain peaceful. Anyway, keep ramming your cars into ICE agents.
You are not powerless. You are not helpless.
They should be.
And you are certainly not alone. All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities.
We are leering.
Not just to resist.
Oh, all across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities to resist.
But to help people who are in danger.
Who's in danger? The only people in danger are the illegals. Sounds to me like you are literally calling for an entire network of insurrectionists to work together to obstruct law enforcement.
Thousands upon thousands of our fellow Minnesotans are going to be relying on mutual aid in the days and weeks to come, and they need our support.
Like, this is literally inciting insurrection. I don't see any other interpretation.
Tonight, I want to share another way you can help.
Okay.
Witness. Help us establish a record of exactly what's happening in our communities. You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times. And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans.
Atrocities.
Not just to...
Like, this is unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Like, actually, I think Trump would be justified to send in Delta Force and throw him in a cell until his trial. I would fully support that, by the way.
I'm gonna head off for right now. Alright, everybody, I'm gonna take a break for a while. Listen, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the awesome things like the raid. Appreciate that. Thanks for all the new follows. You guys are awesome. If you're watching the VOD, thank you for watching the VOD. We'll be back later tonight. Alright, unless I don't wake up. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm wiped right now. Alright, see you guys.